Section 17 of In the Land of the Lion and Sun, or Modern Persia, by Charles James Wills. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Saethon Williams. Chapter 16. Ispahan and its Environs. On the arrival of Captain Chambers, our new assistant superintendent in Ispahan, he determined to get up a pig-sticking expedition, a thing hitherto unknown in Persia. The only man among us who had enjoyed that sport before was Captain Chambers himself, and he had brought with him from India a little armoury of spears. The shafts of these were bamboo, and the heads, keen as razors, were protected by small leather cases. With some trouble we got one of these heads copied in the bazaar, and Captain Chambers, 3 of the sergeants, and I started for Rudesht, where we were assured we would find plenty of sport. We took with us 2 subalterns' tents. Captain Chambers and I occupied one, the other was used by the sergeants. On our way we came to a little mosque all by itself in the open plain, some 12 miles from the town. In front of it was a large pond on which were peacefully swimming some thousands of ducks. We supposed that they were tame and belonged to the mosque, but on a stone being thrown among them, they all flew away, to our great surprise, showing unmistakably that they were wild ones. After a wandering march of 11 farsakhs, we found the particular village in Rudesht to which we had been recommended, for, as we found, Rudesht was not a village, but a district. We passed many ruins, one of which was a large mud-brick mosque in very good preservation. On the inside was a band of tilework some 20 feet from the ground, which was 4 feet wide, and bore a beautiful inscription in interlaced Arabic letters a yard high. The letters were white on a blue ground. It was quite perfect, the height from the ground and its lonely position having protected it from villagers. We also saw several mill, or hollow columns. These appeared to have been used as watchtowers, and not as places from which the call to prayers was made, as they were frequently a long distance from the mosques. We gladly halted, having marched continuously from 2 p.m. till dawn, and having gone off the track, mules, tents, and all. We took a day's rest for the horses and to arrange operations. We found that a small river close to the village was swarming with pig, and it was in the low shrubs and jungle near the banks that the animals lived in the day, only coming out on the open plain when driven or at night. The cover lay on each side of the river for 1/4 of a mile in depth. It was very dense and full of holes. As we had provided ourselves with a hukm, or order, from the governor of Ispahan, we had no difficulty in hiring 60 beaters at 6pence each, and this number was swelled by as many volunteers. As the pigs did much damage to the crops, the villagers were only too glad to assist in the hunt. The cover was not so dense as it would be later on, it being early spring, and the bushes as yet not in leaf. Having made all the needful arrangements, Captain Chambers, as the Nestor of the party, took command of the beaters, and sent the whole of them in to beat up the river bank, while we were posted at intervals of 50 yards, with strict instructions to attack the boars only, which were carefully described to us. The beaters were accompanied by many of our servants, who wished to enjoy the tamasha, show, and all the dogs. While we sat anxiously watching the edge of the jungle, the beaters gradually approaching us, a pig broke cover. Regardless of the shouts of Chambers, who implored us to let him get well out on the open, and so give a run, all of us raced at him. Of course, he re-entered the cover, and was no more seen. Then out came a sow, and 7 squeakers, each about 8 pounds. This was too much for our equanimity, and though we had promised to carefully obey orders, the frantic cries of Chambers of "Where sow?" could not restrain us. We repeatedly charged the sow, and it was a good way of learning, for she got away untouched. All our horses were blown, and as men charged her from different directions at the same time, it was a mercy that there was no accident. Our horses, all much too fresh, now became more manageable. We really did succeed in spearing 2 young boars, neither of which showed any fight, being ignominiously pursued and prodded to death. But a 3rd and more matured animal was now put up, and we carefully allowed him to get well into the open. Here science was served, for Chambers got first spear easily by good riding. The boar turned each time he was struck, and after having been speared some 7 times, sat down on his haunches with 2 spears in him, which some of the inexperienced had let go. The animal was evidently badly wounded, and it was a mere question of time. But though our horses would pursue him when running, none would come within striking distance now he was stationary, and he certainly did not present a very pleasing appearance. And though we rushed them at him, they swerved and shied. One of the Persian golams, or line guards, now asked to be allowed to cut the boar's head off. Permission was given, and the man dismounted, drew his curved sword, made a tremendous chop on the pig's head, which did not seem to wound but revive him, breaking the short sword off at the hilt. The animal now pursued the shrieking golem for some distance, but a few more stabs with the spears finished him. Then he was triumphantly borne away by the villagers. The dogs caught 3 young pigs, and we returned to camp tired out. In the party of 5, there had been 7 spills. I had 2. On one occasion I was knocked over, horse and all, by another man coming up diagonally without warning and striking me sideways, and as he was the heavier, over we went. My second was when pursuing a pig. My horse slid down a dry ditch, and on trying to get up the other side, rolled over me. But no one was hurt, which is a wonder, considering that it was the first time we had carried spears, and they were all 8 feet long and sharp. As we could get no bamboo, we had had the shafts made of chenar, or plain wood. These were heavy but strong. The few made of poplar were light, but all of them broke at or near the head. I fancy that for good sport the ground should have been better. Our ground was very open, but deep dry ditches to horses who do not jump are serious matters. We had a good dinner when we got home to the tents, and some tried to eat the pig's meat, but even the young pig's flesh was blackish and tough as India rubber. Eating wild pig's flesh, considering what they will eat, is a disgusting idea, and I quite agree with the action of Captain S. when a dead pig was sent him by the governor of Shiraz as a present. The pig was dragged to the door by the servants of the Farash Bashi, head carpet spreader, a high official, and followed by a shouting mob, and a verbal message came that a pig was sent as a present. S. happened to be out, but on his return he wrote a polite note to the governor, telling him that the English did not, as he had erroneously supposed, eat wild pig, but looked on it as an unclean animal, and requesting that the person who brought it might remove it. It was ordered to be done, but the Farash Bashi sent some Jews to drag it away. This S. would not allow, but insisted that the Farash Bashi himself should come and take it away. He had to do so, and doubtless thought it not quite so good a joke as the bringing, for the shouting crowd now laughed at him instead of with him. We had a second day very similar to the first, fortunately no accidents and fewer spills. We then returned as we came. The greater part of the way was near the river banks, and as we were all very tired, also our horses, we were only too glad to get in by sunset. I had now an opportunity of seeing the preparation of opium for the English and China markets. A partner of the principal mercantile firm established in the Persian Gulf came to Ispahan to examine the branch of their business there and test the value of the trade. The great difficulty with Persian opium is to obtain it of sufficient purity. The Persian opium is always very deficient in morphia, and upon the percentage of morphia, by analysis, the value of the drug is determined in London. As opium, when bought in the country, has to be taken in small quantities and purchased blindfold, or rather on the opinion of judges, whose fiat is possibly influenced, the whole business is risky in the extreme. The riot adds all sorts of abominations to the fresh opium, to increase the weight, as the pulp of apples, grape, sugar, etc., and a further adulteration is generally practiced by Armenian middlemen. The system generally adopted by the respectable merchant is to buy direct of the riot, if possible, even to go so far at times, if the farmer be a substantial man, as to make him advances against his future opium crop. Having purchased the opium, the merchant pours it into large copper pots, some of which may contain 1/4 ton of opium. He then proceeds to the teriyak mali, or preparation, literally opium rubbing. Having engaged skilled workmen, headed by a rais, or boss, he contracts to pay these men so much per chest, or by daily wages. And then, if the weather be cold, the semi-liquid contents of the pots are simmered over a very slow charcoal fire. The more solid portions being previously removed, when the sherbet, or juice, has become pretty thick, it is mixed again with the original, more solid portion, and the whole beaten up. It is, of course, frequently weighed to prevent thefts. Now commences the regular teriak mali. Weighed portions, from half a pound to 1 pound, as may be found convenient, are smeared upon thin planks with a wooden spreader or spatula. It is first spread perpendicularly, then horizontally, just as in old days medical men used to spread a blister. It is done with great rapidity and exactness. As each plank is covered, it is placed on end in the strong sun, and when sufficiently dry, scraped off for rolling into cakes. If the opium be very moist, or the sun weak, this has to be done many times. The washings of the pots and utensils are carefully boiled down, that nothing may be lost, and after many weighings and much manipulation, the opium, in theory absolutely pure, is made into pound cakes, generally the shape and appearance of a squared penny bun of large size, each weighing exactly 1 pound. The cakes are varnished with some of the liquor or a composition, having in the case where I was present been stamped with a seal bearing the name of the makers. Each cake, after it is thoroughly dry, is wrapped in a sheet of clean paper, folded as a neat parcel, and packed in chests. The tax on each chest is heavy, and as the duty is levied per chest and not per pound, a small profit may be made by having light cases and making them hold by careful packing a little more. The cases are marked, sewn up in hides, or still better, dammered, that is, packed in tarpaulin. The preparation is an anxious time, as the workpeople will steal the opium if they can, and it is very portable. Opium is also made up with oil in masses for the Chinese market, and in round cakes packed in poppy refuse to simulate Turkish. But this manoeuvre is not adopted by the English firm, who attempt by great care in the manipulation and by only buying of the respectable among the farmers to prevent anything but pure Persian opium being sold under their brand. Of course, the smaller native makers try every means in their power to increase the weight by fraudulent additions. Starch even has been employed, but these specimens often betray their admixture by a peculiar appearance or fracture, and defeat their object, often indeed bearing their own punishment by being unsaleable, save at a loss. At the time I saw the manufacture, Persian opium of the best quality was selling in London at 16 shillings a pound. Large quantities of opium are consumed in the country. Almost 3/4 of the aged of both sexes are in the habit of taking from half a grain upwards 3 times a day, and I am unable to state that the moderate use of opium by the aged or those travelling is attended with any ill effects. Of course, the abuse of opium is well known for its terrible results. The teriak dan, or opium pillbox, is in as common use in Persia as the snuff box was in England. The pills are usually about 1 grain in weight, and mostly contain spices to the extent of 1/2. But I have occasionally seen pills of 5 grains in weight, of purest opium. Indeed, one of my patients, who was an opium eater, used to take 7 such pills in the 24 hours. The Prince Governor kindly placed at my disposal the rooms in the town that had been previously occupied by Dr. Pollack, the King's physician, as a dispensary, and I saw many patients among the very poor there. But as these rooms were over the public prison, of course no respectable people, particularly women, would come. So, after some months, I engaged rooms looking into the great bazaar, over the door of the principal caravanserai, the caravanserai Mokhlis. Here, for 2 tomans, 18 shillings, a month, I had 3 handsome rooms, a servant's room and a kitchen, and 3 times a week I saw patients. As a rule, the attendance was gratuitous, though some few of the wealthier paid a fee. A curious instance of Persian would-be smartness was shown here. A baker in the neighbourhood had suffered from cataract, and had come to me for relief. I had been happily successful, and to my satisfaction had restored sight to both eyes. For this I was rewarded with the sum of 4 pounds, and as the man was a thriving tradesman and well-to-do, I thought him the obliged party. but he regretted the £4. One day, as I was sitting in the dispensary, surrounded by a crowd of sick and their friends and relatives, a melancholy procession entered the room. The baker, with a rag of a different colour over each eye, and a huge white bandage round his head, was led, or rather supported, into the apartment. And on my expressing astonishment, his relatives informed me that his sight was quite gone, through my unfortunate treatment, and that he had come to get his £4 back, and any compensation for the loss of his eyes that I might be pleased to make would be thankfully accepted.
"Ah, Sahib, dear Sahib, I am now stone blind,"
he said. Here, with extended arms, he advanced to my table, and the assembled crowd shook their heads. I had some difficulty in getting him to remove his many bandages, but on looking at his eyes, I saw that his vision, as I had supposed, was extremely good. I naturally was very angry, for, letting the ingratitude of the man alone, I did not care to be robbed of the credit of a cure in so public a manner. I did not take long to decide what to do. Among some antiquated instruments that had accumulated in the dispensary was a large amputating knife in a leather box. I got this box from the cupboard and placed it before me. Taking my seat, with the man on the other side of my table, I addressed him. "Of course, if I have deprived you of your sight, it is only fair that I should remunerate you and return you the money you have paid me." A beatific smile spread over his face.
"Ah, Sahib, I know you are a great and generous Sahib. I am sure you would not wrong a poor Mussulman. Oh, Sahib, I want nothing but justice."
"And what, my friend, do you consider justice?"
"Oh, Sahib, Dr. Sahib, if you would refund the £4 that I paid you, and give me, say, £40, even less, for my eyes, I should pray for you. Yes, I and my family, we should all pray for you."
Here the supporters and family chimed in,
Yes, he has spoken well."
And the crowd of interested patients and their friends whispered approbation. I noticed, too, that my servant seemed trying to attract my attention, and to dissuade me from a course he thought just, perhaps, but too generous. "Yes," said I, "this is what ought to be done. There is no denying it in the case you describe. But," and here I began to shout, "but what should be done to the man who comes here with a lie in his mouth? Know you, bystanders, that this man is a liar? He sees perfectly." Here the patient shook off his supporters and grasped my table, turning pale. "Ah!" I shouted, "you dog, I will enlighten your eyes." And, opening suddenly the morocco case, I produced the huge glittering old amputating knife and brandished it in his face. Without a word, he nimbly turned and fled down my staircase, pursued by my servants, the 2 sentries, and the more active of my patient's friends. "Stop, thief!" I shouted from my open window. "Stop, thief!" This resounded along the crowded bazaar. Every idler took up the cry. Every hand and every stick was turned on the flying man. In an instant he was secured, his clothes torn to rags by the seething mob in the bazaar. I shouted to him from the open window, and sarcastically asked him if he was blind or not.
"Oh, Sahib, through your kindness I see. Indeed I do."
But I was not satisfied with this, and sent him, under guard of my servant and the 2 sentries, to the high priest, who registered his confession of attempted imposture and drew up a procès-verbal, to which he affixed his seal. It's an ill wind that blows no one any good, and the matter was for several days the talk of the town, and increased my practice for the time. When I say that the high priest affixed his seal, I may explain that sealing is always used in lieu of signing. When a Persian writes a letter, he affixes his seal by dipping his finger against the sponge-like ball of silk that is full of Indian ink in his inkstand, and, rubbing a small quantity upon the seal, gives a lick with his tongue to the paper to render it moist and supple, waves it in the air to get rid of excess of moisture, breathes on his seal, and presses it firmly against the paper held over the forefinger of the left hand, which acts as a pad. A very clear impression is thus produced. Merchants and officials generally have several seals, one for familiar communications, having simply the man's name, as Hassan, son of Hussein, the next perhaps for sealing cheques or receipts, and a third for official documents of larger size, with all his titles on it. He may even have several other secret or private seals. They are generally beautifully cut on agate or cornelian. Tehran produces the best seal cutters, and the price for engraving is from 1 farthing to £1 a letter. Common seals are cut on brass or silver. The rich Turks of Stamboul have their seals cut in Tehran. A curious story is told among Persians of the wisdom of a certain Qazi, or magistrate. The story is a well-known one. A woman was claimed by 2 men as wife, one a peasant, the other a mirza, or scribe. The 2 men each swore to the truth of his claim. The woman was silent. The Qazi, failing to get any corroborative evidence, ordered the woman to remain for a time with his own wives, and the next day handed her over to the mirza, ordering the peasant to be severely beaten. Then the woman broke silence for the first time, and praised the just judge. The lookers-on applauded the justice of the Qazi, but failed to see the grounds for the verdict. Said the Qazi, "I told her to milk a cow, and she could not. I knew then she could be no peasant's wife. Then, handing her my writing case, I told her to put it in order. She took the little silver spoon and replenished my inkstand with water. Only the wife of a man who could write could have done this correctly. Hence my verdict."
End of section 17. Section 18 of In the Land of the Lion and Sun, or Modern Persia, by Charles James Wills. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Saethon Williams. Chapter 17. Ispahan. The cost of living in Persia is very low, and to give an insight into the actual expense of housekeeping, I may say that on about £500 a year I was able to live in Ispahan, keeping a cook 50 kerans a month, a tableman 40 kerans a month, an assistant ditto 25 kerans a month, a farash 25 kerans a month, a plate washer 20 kerans a month, a boy 15 kerans a month, a head groom 30 kerans a month, a second ditto 20 kerans a month, a woman laundress 25 kerans a month, and an assistant ditto 15 kerans a month. About £10 or 265 kerans. These servants all clothed themselves, and were not fed by me, save in sharing the remnants of the meals. About £14 of tobacco was expended in my house, at a cost of 8 kerans each month. A substantial breakfast of 3 or 4 courses was served at 12, tea and a snack being taken on waking, and a solid meal of 4 courses and a dessert was taken at 8 as dinner, tea and cakes at 4, previous to the daily ride. The bill for messing myself, my wife, 2 children, and our English nurse, together with our horsekeep for 5 horses, our house rent being included, and the servants' pay, was about £35 a month. Of course, our English nurse's wages were not included in this, nor our bill for European wines and tinned provisions. These latter were, however, quite needless, save when travelling, when it is difficult to obtain supplies or anything but the roughest food. I found the cost of living pretty much the same in Ispahan, Tehran, and Shiraz. Footnote: the present comparative dearness of provisions, such as bread, milk, eggs, etc., is compensated for by a corresponding cheapness in the price of sugar, candles, etc., which formerly were more expensive. I append a list of prices in Ispahan in 1882. Rice per mound, £14, 2 kerans, 1 shilling and 6pence. Mutton per mound, 2 kerans, 1 shilling and 6pence. Beef per mound, 1.5 kerans, 1 shilling, 1 halfpenny. Fowls each 3/4 to 1 keran, 7pence, 8pence, and 9pence. Small chickens each 1/3 of a keran, 3pence. Pigeons each 2pence. Partridges each half a keran, 4pence halfpenny.
Eggs 40 to 60, 1 keran, 9pence. Butter 14 pounds, 5 kerans, 3 shillings and 9pence. Clarified butter or ghee for cooking, 14 pounds, 5 to 7 kerans, 4 shillings to 5 shillings. Coffee, mocha, per pound, 1 keran, 9 to 10pence. Tobacco, 14 pounds, 4 to 12 kerans, 3 to 10 shillings. Potatoes, 14 pounds, half to 2 kerans, 4pence halfpenny to 1 shilling and 6pence. Wood for firing, 280 pounds, 2.5 kerans, 1 and 9pence. Wood broken in small quantities, 280 pounds, 5 kerans, 3 shillings and 9pence. Loaf sugar, English, per pound, 3/4 to 1 keran, 6 to 9pence. Charcoal, sifted, 14 pounds, 1/2 to 1 keran, 4pence halfpenny to 9pence. Unsifted charcoal, 1/4 to 1/2 keran, 2pence to 4pence halfpenny. Grapes unsifted, 7/20 to 15/20 of a keran, 3pence to 7pence. Dip candles, 4 kerans, 3 shillings. Commonest oil for servants, 14 pounds, 1.5 kerans, 1 shilling, 1 and a halfpenny. Bread, 14 pounds, 1 to 1.5 kerans, 9pence to 1 shilling and a penny. End of footnote. At Hamadan and Kermanshah, prices used to be much less, but are now, I think, nearly the same. As I previously stated, no European goes himself to the bazaar. To conclude a bargain with any Persian shopkeeper, great haggling and waste of time is required. And so high are their ideas of the wealth of the Europeans that it would be hopeless to attempt to deal with them personally. Honesty cannot be expected in the Isfahani or Teherani, but the Shirazi may be pretty fairly relied upon. A peculiar custom is in force in Isfahan, which is possibly legal by the religious law. A man comes to a merchant and makes a bargain. In the morning he makes debe, that is, repents of his bargain, calmly stating, Makumun shud I have been deceived. And now the bargain is off. This is frequently done either to lower the price a little, or, when the article is a fluctuating one, such as opium, to take advantage of a rise or fall in the market. For this reason it is that all contracts have to be in writing, and generally something is paid on account to bind the slippery Isfahani. The difference between wholesale and retail is very great, the retailer not taking generally a profit of less than 20%. The usual rate of interest in the bazaar is 12% per annum, that is 1% per mensum, simple interest. Most, in fact nearly all, mercantile transactions are on credit, discount for cash or a cash price being the exception. In fact, so common is credit that the price of a thing is quoted at so many months. Thus, in the case of loaf sugar, it may be, say, a toman, 7 and 6pence, a mound of 14 pounds, and 4 months' credit, or, when very cheap, 18 months' credit. The price would be quoted as either 4 or 18, meaning the amount of credit allowed, the actual price being the same. Most of the wholesale trade is done through brokers, who act as commercial travellers and solicit orders on commission, which they generally manage to extract from both buyer and seller. Among the brokers, a few honest men may be found, but they are rare exceptions. The Tager, or merchant class, are generally the most bigoted and penurious of the Persian race. Only on retiring from business do they dare to launch out into ostentation, for the mere suspicion of wealth in Persia exposes them to the exactions of those in power. All disputes among merchants are settled by the mushtahids, or teachers of religious law. No court fees are paid openly, but heavy bribes are often administered. Most questions are submitted by mutual consent to arbitration, and a mijlis, council of merchants, appointed by the disputants, generally meet at the house of some mullah or religious personage. These, acting as assessors, settle the matter to the satisfaction of both parties. A definite judgment is seldom given for either plaintiff or defendant. A compromise is nearly always suggested and carried out. Cases of flagrant miscarriage of justice are not frequent. When they do occur, the merchants generally decline to resort to the court of a particular judge until he reconsiders the unsatisfactory decision, or by petition to the capital they effect his removal if obdurate. As both sides bribe, as a matter of course the judgments are generally fair, always specious. These bribes are termed rushwa, manure. The bazaz, or shopkeeper, is the class next below the merchant. He obtains everything on credit and has frequently no capital of his own. As a rule, he has two prices, one for cash, the other for credit. To his credit customers he gives the worst of his merchandise, and tries to defraud them in the weight. The cash customers, whom he is very desirous of retaining, he treats better. The kosib, or handicraftsman, is as a rule an honest man. Healthy competition is kept up by the various trades being located together, but this is merely by force of custom and is not compulsory. Thus all the coppersmiths work in one bazaar, and the noise caused by their hammering is deafening. All of the wares made by natives are of the most solid and substantial kind. Cooking pots, always of solid copper, last for generations, and when eventually worn out, are sold as old copper at half the price of new ones. The silversmiths also usually work in the same neighbourhood. Some among them are very skilful, but the coarse work required by the villagers tends to lower the tone of the articles turned out. Thin plates of silver hammered into patterns of raised flowers and arabesque work are in great request as mirror frames. The sheet of silver is backed with pitch and hammered. The effect is good. Silver articles are made which are afterwards chiselled in high relief in patterns similar to the skinde work. Armlets to hold talismans, talism, are in great demand. They are called bazoo band and are made of gold, silver, or Damascene steel, often inlaid with gold. The poulad, or Damascene steel, is beautifully veined, and much of it is ornamented with work azure and inlaid with gold. But the almost prohibitive prices asked for this poulad work and the constant demand for export render it very expensive. The classes of shoemakers are many. The kafsh douz, or slipper maker, as we should term him, makes the coloured leather or shagreen slippers worn by the women. These only just reach the commencement of the heel, and when new are very elegant. They are shod with iron heels, which is a separate trade of itself. The orusi douz, or men's shoemaker, is another trade. The chekmi douz, or riding boot maker, a third. These boots are always made loose enough to kick off, and are practically better for long journeys on horseback than European boots. There is also the geva douz, who makes the geva, or cotton shoe, by sewing together the knitted cotton top, or jurab, literally sock, made by the village women, to the sole, which is made by another trade, and formed of rags sewn together and tipped with horn. These gevas are light and cool, and very good for walking in. They are usually worn only in summer and on the naked foot. They are unsurpassable in the foothold their broad soft sole gives for mountain climbing. When dirty, they are whitened with pipe clay. The price is from 2 kerans to 5 kerans for an ordinary pair. It is possible to give £1 for an elaborate or embroidered pair. The sangal, or leggings, are made of leather and cover the space between the knee and ankle. They are affected by tribesmen, grooms, and muleteers as being cheaper than boots and as useful. They are often elaborately ornamented with embroidered leather. They are worn with gevas, sandals, or coarse shoes. The terkesh douz, or harness maker, is the seller and maker of leather goods, such as holsters, harness, saddlery, etc. The attar, or apothecary, sells all the drugs in use in the country and most of the dry saltery, also tea. The aleph sells grain, grass, and cut straw, also clover, which is dried in ropes, wood, and charcoal. The bakkal, or general dealer, sells groceries, dried fruits, and all that is sold by the oilman in England. Some of the goods sold by the aleph, who generally only sells wholesale, are retailed by the bakkal to the little people. The dyer in Persia drives a roaring trade, as the cotton cloth, shirting, or long cloth, as the case may be, is often bought and afterwards dyed. The dyer, or rangraz, may always be known by his arms, which are stained a deep blue or other colour, generally blue, as indigo is most used. All the shulwar, trousers, of the men and veils of the women, and most of the shirts of the lower orders being dyed fast by indigo. The Persians dislike dyes that are not fast, as the aniline, and prefer the old ones, such as madder and indigo. The tailor, khayat, in all cases makes up the materials of his clients, and ready-made clothing, or slops, are unknown. The tailor always cuts out the coat in presence of the customer. The price for making a coat is about 1 toman, or 2 or 3 kerans for a day's work by a master tailor. The seamstress is glad to take a less figure, and goes out to work for half a keran a day and her breakfast. All sewing is invariably done with silk, which is sold by weight. The utukash, or ironer, is employed to ornamentally iron the dresses of the lower orders that are made of coloured calico or longcloth. This he does by ironing a pattern upon them with the edges of his iron, generally a box iron filled with charcoal. Often, however, merely a heated rod. He irons upon a large jar, which he holds between his knees. He also marks the stuffs that are to be quilted for undergarments. The shops of the potter are frequent. Pans for charcoal, jars for the storing of grain, are made of sun-dried clay, while a variety of burnt clay articles are exposed for sale. Cheap kalyan and chibuk heads, flower pots of blue, green, and purple glaze, tiles, kumras or jars for wine, water or vinegar, goglets, pans, and drinking vessels innumerable for holding water. These are porous and keep cool. This ware is pale greenish-yellow and very fragile. The best is made at Kashan. Other non-porous and stronger vessels are made of red clay and are glazed of various colours. A black clay is frequently employed and decorated with silvery lines. The effect of this is good. The art of making pottery with a reflet métallique is now lost in Persia. The wall tiles, now so much valued in Europe, are seldom seen in situ. Clever imitations are made in Ispahan, but the art of making the metallic reflet lustre is gone. Most of the bricks that are not protected by the fact of being in shrines have been already stolen, and fear of the consequences of detection is all that protects the rest. All is fish that comes to the net, and the local magnates would sell the big monolith of Yed's marble, which covers the grave of Hafiz, for a price. The caravanserais in the principal towns are surrounded by hujras, or offices. These are protected by an orusi, or glass window, or by wooden shutters. In these hujras, the merchant transacts his business, and in the inner room, or umbar, which is approached by a low, heavy door from the outer office, is his strongbox and the more valuable of his merchandise. The banker in Persia is looked on simply as a small tradesman. In fact, the business of the seraph is despised. As being a usurer on the sly, he cannot be a good Mussulman, to whom usury is forbidden. His office is often merely a stall in the bazaar, at which are exposed old bracelets, gold, silver, and copper coin, and jewels always full of flaws. His principal profit consists in the remittance of monies from town to town, and the buying and selling of bills on India and London. A few bankers have offices in the caravanserais, and are in the position of merchants, but there are no mahogany counters, no rows of clerks. A couple of scribes and a black slave often comprise the whole staff, but the bankers manage to do all that is needful with this small assistance. Gold, until recently, was seldom seen, and as everything was paid in kerans and half-kerans, counting was very tedious. Bad kerans common. The usual way was to count a small amount, such as 10 tomans in kerans, and then weigh heaps of 10 tomans each. Some of the bankers are very reliable and have accumulated considerable wealth. Haji Mirza Kerim of Shiraz is one of these, and he is one of the few instances of a banker thoroughly respected as a good Mussulman by his fellow townsmen and as a good man by Europeans and Persians. The Isfahani is so well known for trickery that Haji Muhammad Saduk, the Croesus of Shiraz, a native of Ispahan, but trading and residing in Shiraz, informed me himself that a merchant in Ispahan to live must cheat, and to thrive must steal. End of section 18. Section 19 of In the Land of the Lion and Sun, or Modern Persia, by Charles James Wills. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Saethon Williams. Chapter 18. Ispahan. In my early days, I was in the habit of riding over from Julfa to the town of Ispahan daily. 25 minutes smart trotting brought me to my dispensary. During the summer, the river was easily fordable, large banks of gravel being visible. These were occupied by the rinces of printed calicos. While the sun was out, for about half a mile, the gravel banks were covered with long strips of printed calico placed closely together. At dawn, the rinces came down from the bazaars with many donkey loads of dyed cotton cloths. The beasts used for the carriage were the lame, the halt, and the blind of the asses and mules of Ispahan. As the last use a horse is put to in Persia is to be a miller's pack horse, so this work seemed to be the end of the donkeys and mules. Along the edges of the channels between the gravel banks stood rows of old millstones. In front of each stone was a rinser, up to his knees in the river. Taking a piece of dyed cloth half wrung out, which had been thoroughly soaked in water, in his hands, and the pieces were at times 20 yards long, he proceeded to thwack the roll of cloth against the stone with his whole strength, keeping time to a loud song until he was out of breath. As these men worked in rows, and the cloths were full of water, the noise and splashing were something tremendous. The work was heavy in the extreme, and as they can only get to the river when low, some 7 months in the year, the pay is good. As each piece had the water thus thoroughly beaten out of it, a boy on the bank seized it and proceeded to spread it on the gravel, fixing the edges and corners with a stone. His duty was never to let the wrung cloth get dry, which he managed to do by constantly dashing water over the outspread rows of dyed cloths with a pan. Often the process has to be repeated several times, as the cloths are sent down from the printers in the various stages. Above each furiously beating rinser rose a cloud of variously coloured spray, which gradually became colourless. In every direction the sheets of water thrown by the boys glittered in the strong sun, and the loud choruses of the half-naked rinsers and the barking of their watchdogs, for each batch had their dogs, made a cheerful and exciting scene. Of course, the calico, cotton cloth, or tea cloth, as it is variously termed, had to be strong and good to stand such a process, and the adulterator had little chance with the wily calico printer, who always weighed his cloth prior to purchasing, washed and dried it, and then weighed it again. The consequence is that, save of the best quality, little cotton cloth is sold in Ispahan. Certain brands well known for their genuineness command a high figure, such as that of the Ace of Spades, though they are soon closely imitated by unscrupulous makers. However, the calico printer is generally quite a match for the adulterator. Many of the rinsers make little hovels of brushwood and earth, and live altogether on the banks of gravel, and in February, when the waters suddenly rise, the scene is exciting, as they collect their traps at the last moment, and a few seconds after their huts are swept away. Banks, huts, and millstones disappearing, and a furiously rushing river of muddy water taking their place. This yearly occurrence of the rise of the waters happens on the melting of the snows on the mountains. The Ispahan River, Send Arud, usually presents the appearance near the town of a number of chains of pools of water, united by a central brook, just occupying the middle of a wide but dried watercourse, having a hardly perceptible stream, and as clear as crystal. No sooner, however, do the spring rains commence than the stream becomes muddy, or at all events discoloured, and when the Saleh Ab, or rise of the waters, comes, the dams that have been placed to regulate the amount of water taken off by the various canals for supplying the town and irrigation, some of which are very old and really important works, are carried away. The river is seen to rise many feet an hour. At times, even a large wave appears, and trees torn up by their roots come rapidly down in large numbers. The huge bridges are crowded by a shouting and excited populace. The banks and all coigns of vantage are thronged, and for a couple of days all Ispahan enjoys the sight. Then the river sinks, the stream becomes clear, and a broad and swift river is seen till May, when it gradually sinks to its normal summer insignificance, most of its waters being taken off for irrigation and the supply of the town. During the Saleh-Ab, the great sight is at the Pul-i-Koju, Bridge of Koju. This handsome structure, crossing the river from one of the ruined quarters of the town of Ispahan to the palace of Haft Dust, in which Futeh Ali Shah died, is built of brick with well-made stone piers and is of very original construction. As through its arches for 8 months in the year a small stream slowly flows, the huge piers are separated at the bottom by merely narrow channels. These are arched over, and a level causeway is the result. Over this is built the second, or real bridge, which has rooms on each side of it at each pier, with open doorways looking towards the waters. There are stairs and rooms, too, in the upper piers. When the rise of the waters takes place, this bridge, rooms, staircases, and parapets are crowded, also the causeway. Rapidly the lower arches become filled with the roaring torrent. Still more quickly it rises above them. At length it flows over the causeway of stone, which at the last moment is left by the crowd, and falls with tremendous noise into the seething flood the other side. Still rising, it thunders through the large archways, and soon the curious appearance from the lower side is presented of a regular waterfall, the whole width of the stream, with as many torrents as there are arches, seething out above this. Above all, the double-storied bridge covered with sightseers shouting, singing, and shrieking, with the additional possibility of the whole being washed away at any moment. The upper bridges are often damaged. Somewhat of the beauty of the scene, however, is detracted from by the river at these times being the colour of café au lait. In summer, fording the river, I entered the Char-Bagh, 4 gardens, or in winter approached it by the bridge. There are several Char-Bagh in Ispahan, but the principal one extends for about a mile on either side of the river in a straight line, the centre of the line being formed by the bridge, which is quite level, a rare thing in Persia. And also a rare thing in Persia, it has many large arches. The parapet is some 12 feet high, and at each pier is a small chamber having 3 apertures to the river. Above the parapet is ample room for foot passengers. The Char-Bagh contains a double avenue of magnificent plane trees, some of great age, alas, too soon to disappear. As these gigantic planes decay in the inside, they are felled and become the perquisite of somebody. At times, in great gales, they fall with a crash, the inside being quite gone. Also, whenever the governor wants a big tree for any purpose, he takes one, but nobody plants any new ones. A high wall bounds the Char-Bagh on either side. At intervals are edifices pierced by gates of from 3 to 4 stories, of no architectural pretensions. They are of brick, ornamented with barbarous designs on plaster in flaring colours, which time has happily toned down. These gates lead to what were once lovely fruit gardens, now mere enclosures sown with grain, grass, etc. The Char-Bagh is some 30 yards or more wide. About halfway up on the right-hand side is the Mehdrese, or college, the tiled dome of which, now fast decaying, is a very ornamental object for miles. The dome is surmounted by a golden ornament, which is stated to be solid and of pure metal. This, I fancy, is very doubtful. The college is entered by a high gateway, and here are the celebrated silver doors. Of the genuineness of these there can be no doubt. The centre plates are very handsomely made, and have been heavily gilt. The plates are not, however, very thick, and the substance of the doors is wood under thin silver. The gateway, which is in bad repair, contains nothing of interest, and is blocked up by fruit stalls and pipe sellers. A rough kind of orchard and a tank occupy the courtyard, a few pomegranates and roses being the principal shrubs, though there are some large trees. Several halls for instruction are seen on either side. These, like the mosque beneath the dome, are lined and roofed with one sheet of perfect tilework, green, black, and yellow on a white ground. The whole interior of the college, too, is tiled. Taken separately, there is nothing particular about these tiles, but the tout ensemble is grand and cool in the extreme. Of course, we were not permitted to enter the mosque, as there were many idlers about, but a good view is got from the entrances and from the windows below the dome from the roof. The only furniture is the mambar, or pulpit. The floor is covered with coarse matting, or borio, which is made only in Ispahan. Another kind of matting, which is more expensive, is in use throughout Persia, called hasir. In the manufacture of this, thread is used. The borio is of reedy grass alone, strong, clean, and inexpensive. Contrary to the hasir, which is made in strips, the borio is in one piece, and here we saw pieces 20 yards by 10. Thus, there is nothing in the Persian mosque to distract the mind from the prayers, the exhortation, or religious meditation, though the coolness and dim religious gloom of the lofty halls rather incline one to sleep. In fact, being the hot part of the day, we saw many men curled up in sleep, covered with their camel's hair abas, or cloaks. The mosques are at night the casual wards of Persia. There sleep those who have absolutely no home and no business, and entrance is always free to all comers. The busy use the numerous caravanserais. There were lofty minarets, from whence is made the call to prayers, and numerous little cells, windowed with the old elaborate carpentry of the East, and their beautiful tracery often papered over by the inmate to render his cell warmer in winter. A bit of matting, a box, and a few books were the contents of most of them, in the corner being a small carpet, which formed the place of honour by day and the bed at night. The students are all either divinity or law, aged from 18 upwards, and an Ispahan lawyer or priest, on finishing his education, is looked on by Persians as the type of hypocrisy and finesse. Many of the mullahs, priests, are not, however, bad fellows, when one can break through the crust of apparent moroseness and fanaticism. They are mostly at heart freethinkers, many deists, more atheists, few being good Mussulmans. Leaving the college and still proceeding up the Char Bagh, a building on the right contains the Persian telegraph office. The office is for the local traffic, and the Persians have possession, by convention, of one of the wires of the line. They do their own local traffic, but the line is kept up by the English staff of the Persian telegraph department. At intervals in the Char Bagh are large house tanks, most of them in ruins, but during the winter generally full of water. All down the centre runs a watercourse 1.5 yards wide, alas, dry, edged by huge blocks of hewn stone and bridged at intervals. On either side of this watercourse is a paved stone causeway 10 feet wide, edged by similar hewn stones. Along the edges under the walls is another paved road of less width. Between these causeways are wide beds once covered with flowers and fruit trees, now only sown with clover and barley, which in the early spring gives, with the huge plane trees, a fine coup d'oeil. The Char Bagh ends in a gateway of more lofty pretensions, but of the same style of architecture as the buildings on either side. Here, however, are a few tiles representing scenes in the chase, probably made during the Afghan occupation. A wide paved chaussee leads to the gate of the royal garden, now merely a meadow with trees. At the entrance is the lion and sun, daubed in staring colours on a plastered wall, and here, unless known to the centuries, one is not allowed to pass. My professional work having made me free of the place, we pass on, and leaving the Chehel Situn, or Hall of the 40 Columns, crowded with the hangers-on of the minister, who here adjudicates with local grandees on minor affairs, we come, passing a huge horse or tank full of clear water, to a wall in which are 2 recesses, having life-sized portraits in oil of former Ispahan magnates, evidently good likenesses, and not without merit. On the right is the principal entrance to the quarters of audience of the minister and various antechambers. We dismount, pass through a small door, are saluted by the sentry, and enter a well-kept Persian garden, the paved walks of which are fenced off with telegraph wire and painted posts from the sunken beds. Here, too, everything is in good repair, for we are now in the outer courtyard of His Royal Highness the Zil-es-Sultan, governor of 1/3 of Persia, the eldest son of the king, a man of genius and in high favour. In fact, at present, 1883, the most powerful of His Majesty's subjects, if we accept the valiat, or heir apparent, a priest-ridden ascetic of weak intellect, whom the royal policy, which points to the survival of the fittest, will probably quietly remove, in which case the Zil-es-Sultan will surely reign. Here all who are expecting an audience of His Royal Highness, or his people, wait. Great men and their servants, merchants, artisans, priests, veiled women, wrestlers. A few well-dressed servants of the prince swagger about, while his carpet-spreaders or farashes with long sticks are present to keep order or administer the bastinado. A few executioners, dressed in red and shunned, save by the lowest, skulk in one corner, while 6 Jews gesticulate and shake their fists in each other's faces in another. Rooms of the side, open to the air, show mirzas in long cloaks, busily writing official letters or making out accounts. Close to the door, which is covered with a curtain, on which is painted a colossal sentry on guard, stands a sentinel, and here lounges the big moustached doorkeeper with his huge silver mace. The Farash Bashi here, too, is waiting a summons, with 2 villagers in shirt and drawers of blue cotton and felt hats. They are chained, probably on a charge of highway robbery, or a still more heinous crime in Persia, backwardness with their taxes. They do not seem comfortable, for they know that a gesture from His Royal Highness will consign them either to the tender mercies of the executioners, or the bastinado of the farashes, or even perhaps immediate liberty. Many servants, with their masters' pipes of gold or silver, and dressed sumptuously, if domestics of the wealthy, smoke or chatter. A knot of thin and forbidding-looking priests, of sourest looks, some wearing the blue turban, marking the supposed descendant of the Prophet, or Sayyid, take as a right, hardly acknowledging it, the salute of each passer-by, and favour me, an unbeliever, with ferocious sneers, drawing back their flowing garments to avoid contact, an action which I resent by doing likewise. Here the curtain is raised, and the greatest man in Ispahan, I speak of some years ago, whose word to the priests and mob can give endless trouble to the king, the Imam-e-Juma, or high priest and head of the law, for he was both, appears, followed by 2 other priests of high rank. His turban is dark blue, almost black. All bend and salam to him. I stop to give him a military salute. He is an old patient of mine. He smiles and speaks in a stage whisper, saying to the other priests what a very superior unbeliever I am. I hurry on, and, passing through many passages, come to my dispensary over the jail. 3 hours are occupied in seeing patients, then back through the ruined bazaar, Beeswaxcandle, a lofty but empty arcade of shops, having a 2nd story above them, the whole roofed in and beautifully finished as to the brickwork. Cool and dim, this silent bazaar opens into the charbag, and I return as I came, in the hot sun, to breakfast. Then siesta, tea, afternoon ride, dinner at 8, perhaps a rubber, and so the days go on. Or I have a day in the town, and lunch at my dispensary on bazaar food, slices of mutton off a sheep roasted whole, brillian, that is, chopped and seasoned meat, pilaws of rice with various meats, kabobs or chopped and seasoned meat roasted on skewers, and served hot with herbs between 2 flaps of bread. Also hot. A bowl of sherbet, that is, syrup and water, with blocks of ice in it, grapes or apricots as dessert. Then my water pipe is handed to me. The whole and the plentiful leavings give my servant and the groom a substantial breakfast, costing a shilling. Then, mounting, I visit the calico printers, and see the elaborate printing by means of blocks, some of them over 3 centuries old, of the curtains for which Ispahan is celebrated, covered with strange pictures of peacocks, elephants, soldiers, lions, etc., in all the colours of the rainbow, and fast, too, on a white ground. Or I sit and chat with the artists on the upper story of the caravanserai Gulshan, who, each in his little room, is hard at work on some book cover or pen case, or possibly is illustrating a manuscript copy of Hafiz or Sadi, and chatting with whom I learn a good deal of the inner side of Persian life. I look over the work of my artist friends, who do not press me to buy, but who do descant on the falling off in art in Persia. Or I take a look at Hussein Kari, who has a factory for false antiquities. Here I see among heaps of sham, at times, something real and good. But Hussein Kari does not sell the good things, only the rubbish. As I go, he ironically holds out to me a jade teapot, requesting me to buy it for £100. I see that the age of bargains is over, and retire. Or I make a visit to my friends the Barbies. Here, however, I have to eat such a tremendous breakfast that a siesta is needed, and I only am allowed to start homewards at 6, after pipes and tea have been taken, and much information extracted from me. Or a professional visit is made, and I come across bits of Eastern life in out-of-the-way quarters of the huge and ruined town. Or I call on the Hakim Bashi, or head doctor, my friend, and hear of his troubles in ruling the Jews, editing his newspaper, for he is the editor of the Ispahan Gazette, in establishing the New or Modern College, of which he is the head and the prince the patron. Or I take a long ride through the bazaars, to the disgust of my servants, who do not care to be seen as an unbeliever's servants in the fanatical heart of the city. Or, riding to the Maidan, I look out in the early morning for a cheap horse, which the brokers offer for sale here each day, and see the furious riding of the Persian buyer trying his steed. This Maidan, or place, is, I think, over 1/4 of a mile long by a furlong wide. In the centre is a small circular brick platform, on which is a high pole, with projecting pieces for the feet and a pulley at top. Here criminals used to be hoisted by the feet, and then allowed, the rope being cut, to be dashed head foremost to the ground. At the foot of this pole take place the numerous executions, though the governor of Isfahan is not fond of shedding blood. When the new mission at Gulhaik was being finished, in the time of the late minister, Mr. Allison, he instructed the builder to make a place for a flagstaff, and a huge pole having been procured, it was set up, and the architect smilingly presented the work to His Excellency. Mr. Allison looked at it and tapped his forehead, and, turning to the architect, said, I think I have seen somewhere something like this. There was then an execution pole in Tehran, exactly like the one in Isfahan, but with a higher and larger brick platform. Yes, replied the smiling Persian. Of course. The Dar execution pole. I have tried to copy it exactly. Very imposing, is it not? Strikes the eye at once. No praise came. His Excellency turned away, and the pole was earthed up over the brickwork, leaving an ornamental mound now covered with shrubs and roses. The ordinary way of execution is by throat-cutting. The victim, clad in shirt and drawers only, is led into the square. Unless a celebrated criminal, only a few loafers crowd round. A pipe is smoked by the culprit, and he is told to kneel. He does so, and the executioner, coming behind him, cuts his throat with a short curved knife. As a rule, the body lies where it falls, and the relatives, on payment of a small fee to the executioner, are allowed to remove it next morning. Blowing from a gun is a common form of death when it is wished to strike terror into the hearts of evildoers. I have known it done once at Isfahan, the criminal being a Khan accused of rebellion. This man had been some months in prison under sentence of death. Day by day he found means to bribe the minister and the governor, and his execution was delayed. At length, his funds being exhausted, he was actually brought out into the Maidan and the cannon loaded in his presence. But he had still a little money left, which he paid, or rather his friends did, and he was taken back to prison. This was his last penny. The next day he was blown from a gun. Just after my arrival in Tehran, a notorious female dancer of considerable personal attractions, and only 17 years of age, was brought before the Queen Mother, who was celebrated for her intrigues, charged with visiting the houses of Europeans. The girl did not deny her crime, and, feeling her danger, became desperate, reviling the Queen Mother and saying that they were fellow sinners. The Queen Mother immediately obtained an order for the girl's death and caused her to be first handed over to her own servants' mercies and then to be rolled in a carpet and jumped on by the Farashes till she was dead. In the governorship of the Zil-ez-Sultan at Shiraz, curiosity took me, with some of the rest of the telegraph staff, to see two men blown from guns. The roof of the doorway of the telegraph office commanded the Maidan, or square. One man was led out and blown from a gun. A second was then brought forward, and they prepared to lash him to another gun. But as he was very short, a good deal of time was lost in getting some bricks, which were piled in a heap for him to stand on. He was then lashed to the gun. The executioner advanced with a port fire. The priming fizzled, but the gun did not go off. They had forgotten to load it. The man was unbound. The artillerymen went for more powder. I ran across the square to try and beg him off from the prince, being at that time in high favour. He kept me chatting, and in the meantime I heard the report of the gun, which killed the poor fellow. About this time a man was blown into the air from a mortar by the Zil-ez-Sultan's order in the square at Shiraz. When I was last at Shiraz, 20 highway robbers were caught by the governor, Khosrow Mirza, the king's uncle. 9 escaped death by bribery, but 11 were walled up alive. 14 hollow pillars, 4 feet high, built of mud bricks, were each built around a small hole in the ground, thus leaving a cavity 6 feet deep. One morning we heard that 11 men had been walled up in them alive. It appeared that 3 of the 14 men were reprieved, that the Farash Bashi, chief carpet spreader, literally, or principal of the police of the governor, was ordered to wall up 11 men, and that, fearing a disturbance, it was done suddenly. At midnight, he, with a force of some 200 soldiers, 4 executioners, and numerous Farashes, marched the 11 highway robbers in irons some mile and a half through the deserted streets to a place outside the town where the pillars stood. They were accompanied by several masons, whom they had impressed, and a donkey-load of plaster of Paris. It seems that the Farash Bashi had received from the friends of one of the robbers £40, 1,000 kerans, to allow him to escape. So, on the road, he seized on a poor porter, intending to wall him up and let the robber go. Day dawned ere they reached the place, and fortunately for the porter, a crowd assembled. Among them were some who recognized him. The Farash Bashi was forced to let him go, for had he carried out his intentions, Khosrow Mirza, the governor, would not have spared him. Each robber was placed in a pillar alive. Then loose earth was poured in up to his chest. Then a quantity of earth was hurriedly mixed with the plaster of Paris. Water was added, a kind of mortar made, and the top of each column was plastered over, having the man's head enclosed in a mass of mortar, which, had there been enough plaster, would have set, at once destroying life. Unfortunately, the plaster was insufficient in quantity. No more was to be had. The mud did not set, and many of the men were alive and crying for water at the end of 2 days. The governor, on hearing this, sent the executioner to put them out of their misery, which he did by opening the top of each column and cutting their throats. As my wife and I came home from a ride, we passed the columns freshly plastered. This was in 1877. Just prior to my first arrival in Persia, the Hissam-u-Sultane, another uncle of the king, had burnt a priest to death for a horrible crime and murder. The priest was chained to a stake, and the matting from the mosques piled on him to a great height. The pile of mats was lighted and burnt freely. But when the mats were consumed, the priest was found groaning, but still alive. The executioner went to the Hissam-u-Sultane, who ordered him to obtain more mats, pour naphtha on them, and apply a light, which, after some hours, he did. A terrible death. On another occasion, a young slave who had shot his master's son by accident was crucified, lived 50 hours, and was then put out of his misery. There was no cross. The men are nailed to walls. I was passing one day the outer wall of the Ark, or citadel of Shiraz. I saw a small crowd. I rode up, the crowd made way, and I found a poor fellow, very pale, standing with his face to the wall. A horse nail had been driven through each foot, also through each of his hands, which were extended on the wall, and 3 more nails had been driven through his chest into the wall. He groaned occasionally, and I was informed he had smoked and drunk water offered him by compassionate bystanders. He lived 30 hours, and the executioner took him down then and put him out of his misery. His crime was that he had stolen a jewelled horse necklet of the Zil-ez Sultans. This, in the eyes of Persians, is high treason. The sentence, however, was not the prince's, then a mere boy, but his minister's. He is now averse to blood, although he is given to making severe examples to avoid continual executions. With some governors there are executions weekly, and this in such a sparsely populated country as Persia is even more sad than the occasional cruel examples made by Khosrow Mirza, the late Hissam-u-Sultani, and the Zil-ez Sultan, to avoid continual bloodshed, which I believe to be the true reason of their occasional great severity. And this policy is successful, for in their governments crimes of violence are unusual, their severity being deterrent, and the total of their executions very much smaller than that of the so-called merciful governors. In justice to these 3 governors this must be allowed, that the cruelty is much more apparent than real. It is to be noticed that executions are not nearly so frequent now as on my first experiences of Persia. End of section 19. Section 20 of In the Land of the Lion and Sun, or Modern Persia, by Charles James Wills. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Saethon Williams. Chapter 19. My Journey Home and March to Shiraz. Finding my quarters in Julfa extremely inconvenient and small, I bought a little house and did it up after my own ideas of comfort. The place was originally 2 houses and formed the quarters of 2 sergeants, but by purchasing both houses, which I got for £60, freehold, with an indisputable title, I was able to make a very comfortable place indeed. I had 2 large and airy summer rooms, cool in the extreme, and admitting currents of air in every direction. A large anteroom opened into a smaller room when the doors were closed nearly airtight, with a large fireplace. This was my winter room, and in it I made a shutter opening into the anteroom by which meals were served without opening the door. These arrangements were needed, as Ispahan is bitterly cold in the winter. There were 2 cool upper rooms, one of which, by a grated window, looked on the street over the doorway. Besides this, there were 3 warm and sheltered bedrooms on the ground floor of fair size, for winter, all with fireplaces. There was much good dry cellar accommodation, a good kitchen and servants' quarters, a small garden in the outer courtyard shaded by trellised vines, and I planted about 50 fruit trees, which cost from 3d to 6d each in the inner one. The whole was surrounded by a high wall of some 20 feet, built of mud bricks. Around the inner side of the parallelogram formed by this outer wall were built the rooms. There were heavy wooden outer doors, and within them a large arched doorway where the business of the house, with tradesmen, forage sellers, etc., was conducted. I had also a room for my dispensary and a granary. And all this freehold for £60. Is it not a poor man's paradise? On completing my purchase, I proceeded to spend 400 kerans, or £16, in painting, plastering, wall building, whitening or staining pale blue the interior of the rooms. The building was happily in thorough repair, paving my anteroom, 6 by 4 yards square, with white and blue encaustic tiles, cargiling or plastering with mud the whole outside of walls, roof, and rooms, putting in 2 windows of coloured glass, and painting, gilding, plastering, and decorating my dining or living room and my best bedroom de haut en bas. In fine, for about £80, I had a freehold house, wind, water, and cold-proof, with large and cool quarters in summer, or warm in winter, a paved courtyard, and the happy feeling that I was in my own place and could do what I pleased to it, and that anything I did was not a case of sic vos non vobis. The superintendence of my alterations gave me pleasant occupation, and, like Robinson Crusoe, I felt time slip quickly away. But I had hardly been a year in the house when I went home on leave, and ultimately the place was sold by auction for £60 with all my improvements. A friend of mine in 1880 wished to purchase it, but the then owner declined £160 for his bargain. About September, I had a severe attack of typhoid fever, and became on my convalescence extremely depressed. I could not regain my strength, and I applied for sick leave to England. I was told to march up by easy stages to Tehran and appear before a medical board. I started with my cook and a groom, and each evening I nearly made my mind up to go no further. So utterly done up did I feel. In this depressed condition, I arrived at Kashan. Here I got a telegram from Colonel S., the director, telling me that he was leaving Tehran the next day with Sir A. Kemball, the British resident at Baghdad, who was going home on leave by the last steamer, and that of course I could not catch that, and so he kindly invited me to stay in Tehran with him till I was myself again and able to return to duty. This news upset me altogether. I had determined to march to Tehran, and had hoped that by that time I should have got strong enough to post to the Caspian, catch the last Caspian steamer, and so home via Russia. So impressed was I with the stupid idea that I must get home to get well, that I made up my mind at once to try and make a push to catch the Colonel and Sir A. Kemball. Tired as I was, I took a post-horse at once. I had not enough money with me to take two. In Persia one carries as little cash as possible. I told my servants to get home as well as they could. I determined to push on coûte que coûte. Leaving Kashan at dawn, I got to Kum, 21 farsakhs, 70 miles, by 10 at night, and I felt fit to die, for I couldn't eat or drink, my stomach retaining nothing. 18 hours in the saddle brought me to Tehran, 23 farsakhs or 77 miles. I got to Colonel S.'s house, only to find him gone. I had a bath. I still could eat nothing. I borrowed money and lay down till the afternoon, when I went before a medical board, who seemed to look upon my quick ride to the capital as a sort of certificate of perfect health, and I feared that my leave would not be granted. However, my appearance, my staring eyes and shaven head were in my favour, and leave was given me. But I was told that, as I must miss the steamer, it was useless. These steamers cease running as soon as the mouth of the Volga freezes, and a telegram had come to say the next one would be the last. At 5 the same afternoon, I mounted, having a bottle of claret, the only thing I could take, a tin of soup and some tea with me, also a brandy flask. I knew my only chance was to keep on. As I came to each stage, I found the time Sir A. Kemball and Colonel S. had preceded me was greater and greater. But they slept. I did not. I kept on, with the feeling that, as Giles Hoggett says, it's dogged as does it. I rode all night, and got to Kazvin, 25 farsakhs, 88 miles, in 14 hours. Here I had a difficulty in getting horses. The liberal presents given by Colonel S. and his party had roused the extortionate feelings of the holy man in charge of the post-house. He was a Sayud and a noted rascal. At first he would not give me horses at all, telling me there were none, and to go and rest, as I was ill. But I was determined. I submitted to the swindle of paying 5 kerans for a so-called permit for horses. This I carefully kept, promising myself to administer a thrashing should I ever return. This I had the satisfaction of doing, when in robust health some 5 months afterwards. And I duly thonged the Sayud, to his astonishment and disgust, for I was so changed he did not recognize me. He then of course called me Aga, master, and held my stirrup when I mounted. After a delay of about 4 hours, I got away from Kazvin, and I was now gaining on the party in front. But I was doubly unfortunate. The colonel's large party took 7 horses, and more if they could get them, and I was preceded by the courier who, a hale man, had started 2 hours in front of me. Thus the horses I got were doubly tired. But I kept on with the obstinacy of a sick man, though at times I think I was half delirious. I could eat nothing, and the only thing that had passed my lips since leaving Kashan, where I took soup, was a little claret. An attempt to breakfast in Tehran had made me very ill indeed. I arrived at a post house, got 2 new horses, gave a present to my former guide, and on I went. I was too ill to talk, and my disinclination to speak caused an amusing incident at one place. The guide, thinking me a new chum who did not understand the language, amused himself the greater part of the stage by calling me rascal, dog, son of a burnt father, etc. This same fellow stole my matches and emptied my claret bottle. I could have wept, but was too ill to thrash him or even remonstrate. I kept on, never stopping more than the time to saddle. Night came on, and on getting to Rustumabad, I was delighted to find the courier asleep, giving his 2 tired horses a rest. I took 2 others, also tired ones, and on I went, leaving him peacefully slumbering. We were now in dense forest. It was pitch dark. The horses, previously tired by the rapid riding of Colonel S.'s party, and the return journey from the long and bad stage of 6 farsakhs, they having gone before my getting them about 40 miles. When I got some 10 miles into the forest, the poor beasts refused to move. The guide was, or pretended to be, in great terror of wild beasts, repeating Juniver, Juniver, wild animals, to me continually. Of the presence of these there was no mistake, from the continued noises and roarings, though we saw none. There was nothing for it but to dismount. My matches being stolen, I tore out some cotton wool from my quilt, mixed it with a little powder from a broken cartridge, and fired my revolver through it. We soon had an enormous fire. How I enjoyed it, and the rest! The damp of the swamps, it is as damp here as it is dry in the middle and south of Persia, had seemed to enter my bones, and how I had longed for rest. Now I got a little, for the first time, lying on my quilt, my head on my saddlebags, before an immense fire, which the guide fed with broken trunks and boughs. I enjoyed a sensation of delightful rest I have never felt before or since. I even managed to eat a little soup, and the guide made tea in the tin. How I revelled in it, for I knew I must catch the colonel by breakfast time before he could leave Resht and consequently not lose the last steamer. I reluctantly left the fire as soon as the horses could move, and we plodded on in the dark. We got to Kudum before dawn, and into Resht to Mr. M's house by 9, where I found the colonel and his party at breakfast. 31 farsakhs over long stages and bad roads in 22 hours, 108 miles, or 196 miles from Tehran in 41 hours, was good travelling on tired horses and for a sick man. Colonel S., who was astounded at seeing me, supposing me 4 stages beyond Kashan, must, I think, have looked upon me as an impostor. He was very cold indeed. I tried to eat some breakfast, but failed, and left on a bad horse to cross the swamp with the rest of the party for Peri Bazaar. It was some miles through a nasty swampy road, the fine chaussee there now is, not then existing. My horse fell 4 times, and rolled me in the mud, for I could not help myself. We got into the boat which was to take us to Enzeli, or the steamer, I forget which, and then I went off into a series of faints. Now, as a man cannot sham faints, I suppose the colonel came to the conclusion that I was really ill. Anyhow, he was most kind to me, and as he went on with us as far as Lenkoran, on the Caspian, both he and Sir A. Kimball were lavish in kindness and attention. I was very wretched indeed, for the spurt being over, I utterly broke down, and I fear I proved a wretched fellow-traveller to Sir A. Kimball, with whom I went as far as Petersburg. Of the Caspian journey I remember nothing. I had a week's rest in my berth, during which I lived on wine and broth, only moving when I was obliged, or when we changed steamers. When we got to Moscow, we went to the Grand Opera and saw a Russian patriotic opera called A Life for the Tsar. The music was pretty, the dresses interesting. It was well played and well sung by Russian singers. Another night we saw La Muette di Portici, Masaniello, in Italian, and the third time we went, a grand ballet in 5 acts that lasted 4 hours. Oh, and I had a cricked neck at the time. From Moscow to Petersburg is a run of 24 hours in a straight line, for when the railway was about to be constructed, the then Emperor Nicholas, having the plans placed before him, took a pen and, drawing with a ruler a straight line between the two places, indicated the route he wished, with a smile. At enormous expense, every difficulty was surmounted, and the direct route was made. It is literally from Moscow to Petersburg, and no large town is touched. This is the story. The map says nearly a straight line. I went home direct by rail from Petersburg, getting to Brighton November 1st, 1868. Was in bed 3 weeks, and an invalid for 3 months. However, I got the balance of my sick leave cancelled, and came back to my duties before it was over. On March 5th, 1869, I again set out for Persia via Marseille, leaving London at 7:45 a.m. I got to Paris at 6 p.m., took a cab for the Lyons station, caught the mail, which left at 7:15 p.m., and arrived in Marseille on the 6th at noon. Being very tired, I went on board at once, and succeeded in getting a stateroom all to myself. Slept till 4. At 5 p.m., we started in a tremendous sea, dead lights up, and the violin, planks fixed with cords to prevent the table equipage leaving the table, at dinner. The steamer was one of the Messageries Maritimes, the Elise. Screw, 280 horsepower. The next day, the 7th, we entered the Straits of Bonifacio at 4 p.m., where the weather was fine but cold, passing Garibaldi's house in Caprera, a small white building, Corsica and Sardinia, then the Passage of the Bear, so called from there being a figure formed by nature at the summit of the lofty rocks somewhat like a bear. The scenery of Corsica and Sardinia seems very desolate and rocky. Monday morning, Italy, fine and warm. Tuesday the 9th, at 10 p.m., came to Messina, saw nothing. 5:30 next morning, we started. Wednesday, very rough all day. Only 4 at dinner, awful night. Rounded Cape Matapan at 11 p.m. Wind, which was before in our teeth, then in our favour. Impossible to sleep from cries of the sick and continuous smashing of crockery. Thursday the 11th, splendid day, fair wind. Reached the Piraeus, port of Athens, in a lovely sun. Water blue, smooth and clear. Unable to go to the Acropolis, as our captain said we might start at any moment. You see it well in the distance. I saw the railway opened. The Queen was present. She is pretty and very gracious. Left same day at 5 p.m. Awful night. March 12th. Very fine, fair wind. Saw the supposed site of ancient Troy. Supposed tombs of Hector and Achilles, 2 large tumuli. Lovely scenery down the Dardanelles. Stopped an hour at Gallipoli. March 13th. Arrived at Constantinople at 7 a.m. Went to Hôtel de Byzance, much better than Mysteries. To the bazaar. Hot, noisy, and interesting. I had a Turkish bath, much better than the Persian ones. They give you clogs to keep your feet from the hot floors, and wicker cages with couches in them to smoke your hubble-bubble and drink your coffee in, after the bath. Monday 15th. Left Constantinople by the French boat for Trebizond. March 20th. Reached Trebizond. Breakfasted with Mr. G. Palgrave, our well-known consul, and his wife. Started with the courier for Erzurum at 7 the same evening. The first few stages were muddy and uneventful. We soon came to snowy passes. Here my eyes got swollen, and I could barely follow the courier. When we reached Erzurum, 23rd, after having been several times stopped by snow, and once nearly lost in it, I was led into the house of Mr. Taylor, our consul. I could just see a dim form and hear a kind voice. March 24th. Next morning I could not open my eyes. They were so swollen. The Tatar who came with me is in the same state. This is caused by the snow. My head is also swollen, and my face all swollen and puffy. The Persian chopper, or post, was to start in the afternoon, and I decided to go on. But when I found that after leeching my eyelids they were still closed, I was only too glad to accept Mr. Taylor's kind invitation to stop. I was a prisoner to the house for 5 days, and at the end of that time I could open my eyes. Erzurum is a terribly cold place, although there are double windows and stoves all over the house, and though the skin-covered doors shut tight by means of a weight, it is impossible to keep warm. The snow in the town is 4 to 12 feet deep. It is supposed to be the coldest place in Turkey, and is on a snow-covered plain surrounded by snow-covered mountains. Only 4 months in the year are surely free from snow. Mr. B, the Chancellor here, tells me that the Erzurumis are so sharp that there are no Jews. A colony once came, but finding that the natives weighed the eggs and bought only the heaviest ones, they left the place in disgust. Of course, the state of my eyes prevented my seeing anything of the place, but I shall never forget the cold. Of my journey from Trebizond to Erzurum I have few details, and my blindness prevented my writing up my diary. Footnote: on March 30th I left Erzurum at 9 a.m., reached Hasan Kale, 24 miles, at 3 p.m., started again at 4 p.m., all snow. Reached Barakuhi, where a storm compelled us to halt at 7 p.m., slept there. March 31st, started at 5 a.m. for Karasan, 25 miles, arrived at 9:30, made a detour of 10 miles on account of water. Started at 11:30 on same horses, stopped at a village 24 miles off, name unknown. Horses dead beat. Road, water, mud and thawing snow. 24 miles. April 1st, started at 5 a.m., arrived at Mullah Sulaiman, 18 miles, same sort of road, at 10 a.m. Left at 11:30 for Karikiza, 20 miles. Arrived at 5 p.m. Went on through snow till 9 p.m. to a village, 12 miles only. Halted. Slept in a sheep shed full of ticks. April 2nd, started at 6 a.m., arrived at 3 p.m. at Desardun, 36 miles. Here I saw Mount Ararat. Road very bad from melting snow. Arrived at Kizil Diza, 24 miles, a wretched hole, at 8 p.m. April 3rd, 5 a.m., road pretty fair over a long snow pass, 20 miles to Abajik in Persia. Arrived at 10 a.m. Quite a pleasure to get among the Persians again, and to be able to make myself understood. Then an easy 20 miles to Kerani, 4:30 p.m. Started at once, reached Zarabad, 22 miles over a good road with capital horses at 8:30 p.m. April 4th, left at 6:30 a.m. for Khoi, a long 24 miles. Got in at 11 a.m. Khoi is a very large place, apparently prosperous. Good dinner of bizarre kebabs. Arrived at Turse, 24 miles, 10 p.m. Road good, but shocking horses, down a tremendous pass, then along the shores of Lake Urumea, a kind of Dead Sea. It is very salt. Many bituminous fires lighted it up at night, huge sheets of flame suddenly appearing. April 5th, 2:30 a.m., left Turse for a place the name of which has escaped me, arriving at 10:30 a.m. Arrived at Sufyan at 12:30 noon. Left at once, reaching Tabriz, 24 miles off, in 4 hours. Erzurum to Tabriz, 6 days and 7 hours, 335 miles. I stopped with Colonel J, V.C., our Consul General, April 6th, 7th and 8th. At 3 p.m. of April 9th, I started for Tehran. End of footnote. I reached Tehran on the 13th of April, and meeting M. Sergepatovsky, one of the attachés at the Russian legation, 3 stages out, I hurried in just in time to be present at the races got up by the Europeans, of which he advised me. Being too wayworn and dirty to be introduced to the ladies, I saw the principal race decided in my posting dress. Here I saw £100 offered to my chief, Mr. B, for his chestnut horse, Arkansas, who walked off with the big race as he pleased. Mr. B refused it, but the animal was not good for much afterwards. I looked forward to a good rest, but on the 15th I had, after a 2 days' stay, to start on duty at 9 p.m., getting to Ispahan after a heavy journey in 63 hours. Rain came down nearly the whole time. Distance 272 miles, on the 18th of April. My colleague, Dr. C., whom I had gone thus hurriedly to attend, was seriously ill, but soon got on his legs. Early in June, I left under orders for Shiraz, marching at night on account of the heat. In this mode of travelling, one sees little of the country. In this journey, on my second stage, I met a poor prince, Abbas Kuli Khan, who was travelling with his little daughter, aged 9, and a companion, Haji Ali Akbar, a priest. The priest was a great sportsman and a very amusing companion. Abbas Kuli Khan was a relative of my friend Abu Saif Mirza of Hamadan, and introduced himself. He was one of the large number of poor princes of Shiraz. His pension from government was very irregularly paid, and he was travelling with kajawe, covered panniers, for his little daughter, and a pony on which he and the priest rode alternately. The roads from the commencement of the famine were very unsafe, and they were as glad to increase the force of my caravan as I was to get a reinforcement of 2 determined, well-armed men. The little daughter delighted in the tremendous name of Bebe Sakine Sultan Khanum, and was very like a pet monkey, being mischief personified. The presence of these people broke the monotony of the 15 days' march to Shiraz. One thing that attracts one's attention when marching is the road beetle. These insects seem to be perpetually employed in moving the balls of horse or camel dung to their nests off the road. They exhibit wonderful instinct in their manoeuvres to effect this object, and to bury the balls. They also bury themselves at the same time. Their search for the balls of dung is conducted on the wing, and they never seem to touch anything else. When found, the insect alights and proceeds to roll the ball by main force, either standing on its hindmost legs and rolling it as we do casks, or, at times, placing its head to the ground and propelling the ball by the hind legs. Many of the insects are trodden underfoot by horses, as they seem impelled by a passion to bury the dung regardless of external circumstances. They vary much in size, from a Barcelona nut to that of a walnut. Through the activity of these insects, very little horse dung, save that which is trodden, is seen on the roads. They work summer and winter, and as one marches in the sun, with one's eyes on the ground, one is astonished at the myriads of these beetles. At times, too, for about 2 days in spring, the ground teems with mole crickets. For 2 days around Meshed-i-Murgab, in the neighbourhood of Shiraz, there were such numbers that one would be seen in each space 2 yards square for several miles. 2 days after, though I searched for them, I could not find one. Near Ispahan, too, some fortnight afterwards, I found them innumerable, and next day I again failed to find a single individual in the same place. Do they all come out at once? That is, in 1 or 2 days? Lizards are very numerous in some places, and their varieties infinite. The dry, stony plains swarm with them in hot weather. They are generally small, but I have seen them over a yard long. The little fellows simply run a yard or 2 to escape the horse's hoof, and then remain motionless to avoid observation. One often thus loses sight of them when attempting to watch them. So like in colour are they to the plain. The dogs, on first starting on a march, generally chase, kill, and eat them. They invariably vomit after it, and quite tire themselves out. As the journey tells on them, however, they cease to notice the lizards. Jerboa rats are very frequent, particularly in the south of Persia, while one very occasionally sees a gherkin or grave-digger, Meles canescens, and still seldomer the porcupine. On the march, antelope are frequently seen, and at times cross the road close to one. I have also twice seen wild asses in the distance, and mouflons in the hills. Sand grouse, bag agula, so called from their cry, which it well expresses, ravens, hawks, eagles, owls, vultures, and flycatchers, innumerable. These latter sit in rows on the telegraph wires, and are of gorgeous plumage, are often seen, and flocks of pigeons and partridges. Wild ducks, teal, widgeon, mallards, cranes and herons, with single and double snipe, wild geese and cormorants abound near water, as do frogs, who generally announce its whereabouts at night. There is little enough to be seen in a march from Ispahan to Shiraz, and the greater part of the journey was done at night to avoid the heat. Kum-i-Shah, a large city with many shrines and a great resort of pilgrims, is not seen much of by the tired traveller. Yedz-i-Kast, or Yedzkast, is elsewhere described by me, and Abade is little more than a large village, while Debid, the coldest place in Persia, save in the high mountains, has merely a telegraph office and post house, the caravanserai being in ruins. Beyond this, one comes to Murgab and the tomb of Shiraz, of which the description by Usher will be found when a march from Shiraz to Ispahan is given in detail. Then the Persepolis plain, with Persepolis, Takht-i Jemshid, and Naksh-i Rostam on the opposite side of the valley. To those who desire to get a graphic and correct account of Persepolis, I would recommend Usher's Journey from London to Persepolis, page 533. All that can be said about it is said by him, and, being no archaeologist, it would be impertinence were I to attempt a description. I have often passed it, and when marching have frequently visited it, but my curiosity was always exceeded by my anxiety to either reach Shiraz or proceed on my journey to Ispahan. Accurate as he is, I regret to see that Usher perpetuates the legends of the Miana bug, winding it up with the pathetic sentence, all vital energy fading away from the emaciated frame, the victim perishes at the end, a prey to the fatal venom. Page 654, Ibid. End of section 20. Section 21 of In the Land of the Lion and Sun, or Modern Persia, by Charles James Wills. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Saethon Williams. Chapter 20. Shiraz. After a 15 days' march, over desolate plains without any sign of vegetation save sparse gardens round some few of the villages, and the green valley of Yedzkast, or Yezedkast as the natives call it, the view of Shiraz is certainly grand and pleasing. Suddenly, after a 20-mile march from the last stage, the greater portion of which was between rocky hills, with nothing to please the eye save a little turf and a few straggling trees around the tiny stream of beautifully cool water, known throughout the East as the Ab-i-Rukhni, and alluded to by Moore as the Ruknabad, the vast plain of Shiraz bursts upon one's view, with the garden-surrounded city at one's feet. Of course, distance lends enchantment, and it looks so clean and so cool, particularly after 15 days' marching, that a strong contrast is presented to most Persian towns, whose mud walls, as a rule, are seen from afar. Shiraz is, however, as I said, embowered in gardens and cultivation. On the right, the Bag-i-No, or New Garden. On the left, the Bag-i-Jan-i-Ma, the garden of my soul, full of cypresses, which give from their peculiar deep green a coolness to the scene very rare in Persia. Little oases of garden can be seen in the well-cultivated and smiling plain beyond the whitish city, and within the walls are the palaces of the governor, with their gardens full of trees, and numerous large private houses, whose gardens are ornamented by huge plains. The green swamps of Karabakh, to which Shiraz probably owes its unhealthiness, bound the view, but over the mist that hangs above them tower the dark purple mountains that bound the Shiraz valley. A steep descent over a broad but good road brings one to the wide space between the two royal gardens. Here, on the Thursday night, the youth and bloods of Shiraz meet to race and show off their handsome horses and exhibit their gayest attire. Pistols are discharged, and light sticks, flung when at full gallop against the ground, are caught after having rebounded high in air. Below the gardens, in the cemetery at one side of this rotten row of Shiraz, and only separated from it by a low wall, promenade the Shiraz ladies in search of fun, or, it may be, intrigue. Veiled as they are, all are outwardly decorous, but the laughter, the songs, and the frequent glimpses of very pretty faces and soft brown eyes of a lustrousness only seen in the East, and the tendency that the gayer of the cavaliers have to saunter or show off their horses along the cemetery side, and their frequent purchases of nuts and melon seeds from the peripatetic dealers with which the place is thronged, seem to point that the groups of laughing veiled ladies are the attraction. Certain it is that visits to this cemetery are generally made on the sly by the ladies of Shiraz. One soon finds out that one has reached another country. Instead of the thrift of the Isfahani and his mortified look, his dress made purely for comfort and economy, and his donkey or ambling pony, the Shirazi, smiling, joking, singing, clad, if he can by any means attain it, in the gayest coloured silk, the turban frequently discarded, even among the aged, for the jaunty hat of finest cloth or lambskin, the well-dyed and kept moustaches, and the long love-locks, with the hat of the smallest size and latest mode cocked with a knowing air among the bows, the universal pistols at the holsters, the well-appointed and gay horse-trappings, and the well-bred, well-fed, well-groomed horses, all with some breed in them, like their riders. These men are a different race from the more northern Persians. Polite, at times debonair, they seem to enjoy life, and are in no way the downtrodden race that the Isfahani seems. With them it is a word and a blow. There is little fanaticism and some religion. Greyhounds, hawks, and even half-bred hunting dogs of sorts abound, and all are clean and well-looking. As one approaches the walls, which are much ruined and surrounded by a dry ditch, the garden of Dilgusha, Heart's Ease, the property of the Kawam, the hereditary Kalmata or mayor of the town, and another huge government garden, the Bakh-i-Takht or throne garden, with numerous private ones stretching in every direction, varying in size from 2 to 150 acres, come into sight. The dry bed of the river, it is only running, say, for 2 months in early spring, and is at times for a day or two a raging torrent, is now crossed by a steep bridge, and I canter off to our superintendent's, Captain St. J., quarters, by a road skirting the town ditch, thus avoiding a march through the crowded bazaars. He has kindly ridden out to meet me. Here Shiraz wine is given me for the first time, and I am sadly disappointed. It is intensely bitter and not very clear. When I first came to Shiraz, it was only bottled for sending up country. It is very strong and very genuine, however. After some years I got used to it, and cared for no other native wine than what Moore calls the red weepings of the Shiraz vine, which rather looks as if he pronounced it Shiraz, whereas the real sound is Shiraz. Here, too, we get delicious early lamb, for there are in all the places south of Shiraz 2 lambing seasons in the year, consequently young lamb all the year round. What we call lamb, the Persian would call mutton. The extravagant Shirazi will not eat mutton when he can get lamb, and they only kill them before they are weaned. In fact, the early ones are, when ready for the spit, only some 6 to 8 pounds in weight, and consequently very young. Weights differ all over Persia. In Ispahan, everything is sold by the Shah mound of 13 pounds and 3/4. Here in Shiraz is the Tabriz mound of 7 pounds. Footnote: this is the one standard weight of Persia, the other being the miskal or 1/6 part of our ounce. This, for convenience, is supposed to consist of 20 nokods, the nokod being a grain similar to our pea in appearance. The nokod is subdivided into 3 gundums, or grains, of wheat. These again into 4 kerats, or carats. These latter, however, are only used in weighing gems. The Tabriz mound, or batman, and the miskal, and its subdivisions, are in use throughout Persia in mercantile affairs. Further north than Isfahan, the sir and the gerewanke, the latter about a pound and borrowed from the Russians, are in use. Other local weights exist, only known in special places. As a rule, each village has its special weight, literally stone, sang, and their mounds get lighter and lighter as one gets away from the large cities. End of footnote. Weighing is done by means of a steelyard for anything over a mound. These steelyards are ingeniously made, one side of the yard having the heavy weights, the other the lower marked on it. And by reversing the hook, the position of the fulcrum is altered, and so either side reads correctly with the same weight. Much trickery is employed by the Persians in weighing, and it takes some time to be able to circumvent their various ingenious manoeuvres. Local custom also is curious. Each article has a special mode of being weighed. Thus, in Ispahan, one pays for a load of wood of 20 Ispahan, or Shah, mounds, but the wood seller gives 21, and thus 5% from the weight is deducted. The same for charcoal, and so on. But the wily Isfahani also sells his grass for the horses by weight, and prior to his arrival the bundles are carefully dipped in water. It can hardly be called cheating, as they all do it. But it also spoils the grass and makes it liable to ferment and give one's horses colic if not consumed at once. There is little game to be found just round the town of Shiraz, though I have put up partridges within a mile, but the swamp of Karabakh, some 7 miles to the south, swarms during the winter with ducks and geese, also snipe. The Persian does not try for the latter, as he does not shoot for sport but for the pot, and snipe would burn too much powder. Wild duck are generally sold in the market 4, 5, or 6 for 9pence. Probably a native gets them for less, but they are not appreciated or eaten by the wealthy. Persians have no idea of hanging game. Partridge, the red-legged, are found on every hill and mountain, and are sold 4 for 9pence, and are as often sold alive as dead. Many people keep them in their gardens, tame. They are as often netted as shot, particularly during the breeding season, and quite young birds are often captured with even down on them. Quail are plentiful during the spring, and there are a few woodcock in the gardens in winter and autumn. The wood pigeon, also the blue rock, which occurs in enormous flocks, can always be got. Hares are not unplentiful, the price being 4pence to 6pence each. Rabbits are unknown. Wild geese are common, but very poor eating. Antelopes, gazelle, are commonly sold. Wild sheep, mouflon, are very rare. Hyenas are frequent about the gardens in winter, while the kanats swarm with jackals and a few porcupines. I have seen what appeared to be a panther, and he was hunted by the Persians, but got away. Foxes of the grey variety are common, wolves less so. Bears are occasionally brought in. They are small. Lions are at times seen and shot near Shiraz, particularly in the neighbourhood of a hill called Kola Mushir, Mushir's Cap, near Desht-i-Arjin, the second stage on the high road to Kazeran and Bushir. I had an idea that the lioness had, as a rule, a litter of only 2, but I saw once a litter of 7 lion cubs. The mother had been killed, in the possession of His Royal Highness Zil-ez-Sultan. They were some 20 pounds weight each, screamed, continually growled, and always tried to bite when handled. They appeared like very vicious kittens, and were the spitefullest little cusses I ever saw. The prince asked me if I should like one. I had no objection, but he said, "These are toys for princes, not at all in your way, doctor." They were afterwards sent to the Shah in Tehran. Contrary to the custom in Isfahan, the houses are here built of kiln-dried bricks. In Isfahan, the houses built with mud or sun-dried bricks stand at times 500 and 600 years, but the clay is peculiarly tenacious, and the climate extremely dry there. Here, all save the houses of the very poor are built of burnt bricks, which are beautifully white, cheap, and good. The brickwork in Shiraz is often highly ornamental. Elaborate patterns are made in bricks of very small size upon the walls. These are ever in the best taste and very chaste in design. The interiors, however, fall short of the Isfahan and Tehran work. Brighter and more gaudy colours are used to suit the more florid taste of the Shirazi, and the effect is not so good. In the sunken beds of many of the courtyards are orange trees. The scent from the blossoms of these is rather overpowering in spring. The beds beneath are generally covered with a tangle of luxuriant convolvulus, or clover. The oranges are the bitter orange, like that of Seville. Generally, a few of the fruit are allowed to remain, and all through the winter the golden balls make the trees gay. In the bazaar, the sweet oranges from Kafra and Kazeran, limes, fresh dates, pomelos, shaddocks, and fresh lemons show that we are in a warmer zone. And the complexions of the natives are more swarthy. Here, too, we see the type of the ancient inhabitant of Fars, the tall, straight figure, the clear-cut features, and the aquiline nose. The eye, too, is much larger, and the foot much smaller. Quite a Jewish cast of countenance is often seen. Here, too, the ladies' dresses are gayer. The hideous blue veil is often of silk, and among the ladies of rank generally trimmed with gold braid. These chadur, or veils, are very expensive, at times costing, when the embroidery is deep, and it is always really gold thread, some £10. The shirts are clean and white, the big baggy trousers always of bright silk, and always fitting the feet like a glove, the slippers tiny. Whereas the Ispahan lady never goes beyond a sad-coloured cotton for her nether garment, and the feet coverings are much larger and less natty in cut and material, as are the feet themselves. The tall hats of the lower orders are often of felt, and the hideous triangular cap of chintz of the Isfahani is unknown, save among the Jews. As evening approaches, the sound of music and singing is heard in every direction, and the professional musicians, singers, and dancers, under their Murshed, Chelinje Khan, drive a roaring trade. There are here, too, many amateurs among the upper classes even. Such a thing in Isfahan as an amateur is very rare. The Kosh Guzaran, or free liver, is openly a toper, and considerable license is the rule. Even the merchant out of office hours enjoys himself, and as a rule does not work more than 4 days a week. The numerous gardens, public and private, are open to all the world, and little picnic parties may be seen every day, all the year round, taking tea and smoking and singing near a stream or under the trees. The servants all smile, and everybody seems to be enjoying himself. The thrifty Isfahani, when transferred to Shiraz, becomes another man, and the corners of his mouth turn down less. The few Isfahan merchants soon make fortunes, and having done so, seldom return to their native place. The climate is much hotter than Isfahan. Snow is rare, though at times very heavy. At night, as a rule, during 3 months of the year, one sleeps on one's roof in the open air. Intermittent fever, diarrhea, dysentery, and typhoid are frequent. Guinea worm among those who have come from the Persian Gulf is often seen, and cholera of a severe type is a frequent epidemic. Diphtheria and smallpox are rife. Shiraz is not a healthy place, and drink in this hot climate has many victims. Ophthalmia, too, is a great scourge, but phthis here is happily unknown, and is rare in Persia. During my first sojourn in Shiraz, I had the pleasure of putting up Mr. Stanley of Across the Dark Continent renown. He had not then been to Africa, but was on his way. One thing that he brought with him, then a novelty, was a Winchester repeating rifle, which carried a magazine of, I think, 11 or 14 cartridges. One day my landlord happened to come in, and he, being a travelled man, had doubts on the authenticity of Stanley's many-shooter. The fellow had been in India, and was a horse-dealer, and smart for that. Stanley showed him the gun. "Ah, I see," said he. "It has 2 barrels. The second barrel is underneath and forms the magazine for cartridges." He then declined to believe it went off more than twice. Stanley was loath to fire away cartridges which he could not replace, but as Meshedi Aga Jan importuned him, he suggested that he should take an elaborately carved plaster of Paris chimney some 7 feet high on Aga Jan's house as a mark. "By all means," said the Persian. At the 5th shot, for Stanley had fired at one point, down came the chimney, and Aga Jan's doubts were solved. He wished Stanley to go on firing, but this Stanley declined to do, as there were no more chimneys handy. The second summer I was in Shiraz, the cholera broke out with great severity. I laid down rules for diet for the staff. They were very careful, and nothing serious occurred among them. But my private work in the town became considerable, and my dispensary was thronged. At length it became so serious that in our mohulla, or quarter, 72 bodies were washed for the grave in one morning. There are 20 mohullas in Shiraz. Of course, in an eastern town it is difficult to get at facts, but this one was sufficiently alarming. Unburied bodies lay in rows in the cemeteries. After a consultation with Captain St. J., it was decided to go into camp. By the energy of Mirza Hassan Ali Khan, British agent, in getting mules, in a few hours we all cleared out of the town and encamped in government tents in the bed of the river some 2 miles out. There the night was spent, and next morning the whole of the staff and their servants moved to the banks of a river near Kana Zinyung, quite away from human habitation, in cool and good air, taking with them what tents they could carry, and leaving one of the inspectors and myself to take down the rest of them, bring on the heavy baggage, and bury a muleteer who had died in the night. We had some difficulty in getting this latter done, as the natives were in what is termed a blue funk, and would not touch the poor fellow. Just as we were sitting down to breakfast, Mr. P., a Scotch merchant of Bushire, turned up. He was surprised to find us, and had just arrived post from Ispahan. He took breakfast with us, but on hearing what had occurred in the night, he declined our further hospitality and started off at once. By midnight we got all the things to the camp and established a strict quarantine. We stayed out 3 weeks. While we were in camp, a curious incident occurred. I saw a well-dressed Persian riding in our direction. I hurried out on my horse and explained to him that he could not enter our camp. He said that he was ill and wanted the English doctor. Of course, I prescribed for him, and his servant proceeded to make him comfortable under a tree. The weather was warm. Next morning, when I went to see him, no one was there, but the servant's clothes lay on the ground. He may have died in the night, and the servant may have decamped with his clothes, arms, and horse. But what did he do with the body? The river would not have carried it away, and he could not have buried it without tools. He may have carried it off on the horse, or the master may not have died, but ridden away. But why the clothes? Who knows? But a Persian servant does not throw away a suit of clothes for nothing. We returned to the town without any casualties among the staff or their servants. During the very hot weather, it was my habit, while in Shiraz, to stay in the garden of Resht-i-Behesht, glory of heaven, coming or sending into town to inquire if my services were required, and to attend to my dispensary. In this garden there was a building with 3 large windowless rooms, but having many doors and air holes. These, when carpeted and the doors covered with chicks or fly blinds, were very comfortable indeed. I slept on the roof, which was free from mosquitoes, and lounged about the garden, which was very large, sitting and smoking beside the streams, which were numerous, or by the side of the gurgling Shitur Gulu, or camel's throat. The garden was all shade, and in addition to the building had 2 large brick platforms 10 yards by 10 for day sleeping, one being shady in the morning, the other in the afternoon. The Shitur Gulu was appropriately named, for it was a long channel constructed to cause a gurgling noise. Camels have a habit of gurgling. The stream irrigated the garden, which made a refreshing sound of running waters, was widened, and at the edge was a hole some 5 feet deep and 2 in diameter. At its bottom it branched off into a tunnel of some 4 yards at a right angle. It then ascended at right angles, opening into the bottom of a channel a little lower in level than the first one. This it supplied, and the air drawn in at the one hole and ascending at the other with the rush of water made a gurgling noise. The gardener's boy used, for a present of a few coppers, to allow himself to be sucked down the one hole, scramble along the earthen tunnel, and appear at the further opening. The tame bear kept by the gardener nearly lost his life by jumping into the water, to avoid my dogs who pursued him, and getting sucked down by the Shitur Gulu. One day I was sitting with a young telegraph clerk of the cable department, Mr. P., recently arrived from England, and on a pleasure trip, on leave, to Shiraz. As he knew nobody, I put him up. This youth had a very high idea of the dignity of the Englishman, and looked on the Persians as niggers. While we were sitting in chairs on one of the brick platforms, reading the newly arrived Times, the Prince, His Royal Highness Zil-ez-Sultan, entered the garden with 2 attendants only. He had on a blue satin coat with gold and coloured embroidery, a pink tie and white duck trousers. He was very polite, and of course I rose to receive him, but Mr. P. remained in his chair reading his Times, and declined to take any notice. The Prince, astonished at being treated in so cavalier a fashion, asked who he was. I told him. "Ah," he said, "he is very young." and made no further remark to him. He then began to question me respecting the capabilities of my bull-terriers, who bayed at him from their chain pegs, asking me if they would tackle the gardener's bear. I suggested that the bear was a tame one, but His Royal Highness was not to be denied, and ordered my servants to loose the dogs, and the weeping gardener was told to produce his bear. This was a smallish, pale green-coloured animal, about the size of a big St. Bernard dog, but heavier. Here Mr. P, being interested on the appearance of the bear, rose. The prince laughed and said, "He will get up for a bear, then, and not for a prince." He now ordered the dogs to be loosed. They flew at the bear, who slapped at them and tried to claw them, but they, fixing themselves one to each ear, avoided his paws and kept clear of hugs. There they hung, and the bear sat on his hindquarters looking most miserable. The prince now ordered my men to let loose a big and very savage watchdog I had, of no particular breed, one of the big shepherd dogs of the country. This dog went immediately for the bear, who was quite powerless, having the other two dogs still on his ears. The force of his rush threw the bear over. The dog seized him by the throat and was proceeding to worry him, when suddenly dogs and bear all rolled into a muddy watercourse. Clouds of mud covered the gay dress of the prince-governor, and the dogs were, by my order, taken off, or they would have killed the bear. The prince presented a piteous figure, green and black from head to foot, for he had been standing close to the struggling animals when they fell in. His two attendants tried to get some of the mud off, but it was no use. Good-humouredly, laughing at the accident, His Highness mounted his horse and rode off at a gallop, attended by the crowd of mounted followers that awaited him at the garden door outside. The dogs having been set at the bear was unfortunate, for having tasted the pleasure of bear baiting, they barked and howled at the mere sight of bruin. At night all the dogs were loose, but the bear was safe, for he lived in one of the high trees where he was out of reach, having a chain attached to a rope some 10 yards long. One night, however, he came down, and the dogs were upon him in an instant. The noise of barking, shouting servants with hurrying lights and sounds of a struggle awoke me. I, thinking thieves were in the garden, rushed on the scene with my revolver, too late to save the bear, who had been severely mauled by the dogs, then 5 in number, and all strong and savage. With difficulty they were separated, but they had broken one of the bear's hind legs, and I was forced to shoot the poor animal in the morning when I found out the nature of his injuries. End of section 21. Section 22 of In the Land of the Lion and Sun, or Modern Persia, by Charles James Wills. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Saethon Williams. Chapter 21. Shiraz Winemaking. My friend the Mullah, Haji Ali Akbar, the priest who had accompanied me in my march, impressed upon me the great importance of making my own wine. I pointed out that probably a first brew would turn out badly, but he overruled me. "The fact is," said he, "I want to make wine for myself. I can't do it in my own house, I, a Mohammedan priest. And if I get the Jews to make it for me, that's worse, for it will be bad, and I am a connoisseur. If I make it here, Sahib, I shall make it good, and kill 2 birds with 1 stone. You and I will get good wine, and there will be no scandal." After some hesitation, I consented. I gave my priestly friend a carte blanche to buy grapes for me, and in fact left it all to him. The grapes used for making the real chola wine are brought from the vineyards 4 days' march off on camels or mules. They are carefully packed in strong baskets called lodas, and are covered with brushwood to keep off the hands of the hungry. The grapes brought from the immediate vicinity of the town, being cultivated by irrigation, are watery, and the wine made from them will not keep. It is made and drunk at once, and, being quite new, gives fearful headaches. Of course, we were to buy the chola grapes, and as many of the Shiraz grandees were wanting them for wine-making, the Haji thought it better that we should send a trusty muleteer and his string of mules with one of my own men. It was arranged that the grapes already bought by the Haji were, on nearing the town, to be escorted by all my servants, and so brought direct to my house, as otherwise they would be surely intercepted and taken to the house of some bigwig, whose servants would simply carry them off, thus securing the real chola grape, and then sending me the value with a polite message saying that he thought that the grapes were his own. I sent my head man off, and we began our preparations. A large dry room was carefully swept out to receive the jars, or kumras. These jars had been carefully selected by the Haji, and were all old ones that wine had been previously made in. Good wine cannot be made in new jars. Several were rejected as having held vinegar. These, had they been used, would have spoiled the wine. Each jar was scrubbed inside and out, and then put in the strong sun for several days to air and thoroughly dry it. Then they were carefully dusted, and the insides painted with hot tallow. This rendered the porous jars thoroughly watertight. They were now taken into the room which had been made ready, and placed in rows, but clear of each other, and a cloth placed over the mouth of each, and on this a lid an inch thick of woven rushes. Each jar was about 4 feet high. The shape was that of 2 cones standing base to base. The size round the middle was 7 feet, and the mouths were 3 feet in circumference. Each jar held about 140 quarts, or bottles. I had 30 jars, and as each jar would make on an average half the wine it would hold, I might reckon on 2,100 bottles. Of these the Haji was to have 1/3, and the rest I was to lay down for my future use. The Haji warned me that a good deal of trouble was incurred in wine-making, and that it was impossible to trust the servants in the matter. "You or I will have to be actually present to see the various processes carried out, and the rest of the time the wine must be under lock and key." On the night of the 7th of October, I got a note from my servant that he had bought his grapes and should enter the town an hour after midnight, and he besought me earnestly to send a sufficient escort, or better, to go myself. Off I started with all my servants, except my doorkeeper. The Haji accompanied me to act as a disinterested witness in case there was any row. It was quite as well I went, for I found my man with his 35 mule loads of grapes being marched off to the house of a Persian grandee. Fortunately, the streets were clear, and as my servants outnumbered the 2 blusterers who had terrified the muleteers by threats, I succeeded in arriving at my own door with the entire 35 loads in good order. Here I was met by 2 men from the custom house, who insisted on the whole consignment going at once to the custom house, and suggested bakshish. This offer I declined, and at the Haji's suggestion I gave them an acknowledgment that I had 35 loads of grapes, and that if any duty was leviable, I would pay it. With this they had to be contented, and walked off grumbling. After some hours' work, the 70 lodas, or hampers, of grapes were got into the courtyard. Then they had to be weighed, a lengthy process. There were exactly 1,200 mounds tabriz, or 8,400 pounds net of grapes. They were quite ripe and unbruised, and were carefully packed in the lodas with leaves and covered with brushwood. And now commenced the wine-making. Basket after basket was emptied into hasins, or flat earthen pans. In these the grapes were trodden thoroughly out, and the juice, stalks, and husks were shot into the jars. As each jar was filled within an eighth of the top, the cloth was spread over the mouth of it, and the lid placed on it. It then was left to ferment. The treading out process occupied 48 hours, and I was heartily glad when it was over. Either the Haji or I was present all the time to see that the work was thoroughly done, and that no water, under any pretext, was brought to the scene of operations. The slightest moisture spoils the wine. The bunches were sorted as they were taken from the lodas, all the unripe or rotten grapes, of which there were very few, removed, and the examined bunches were then thrown under the feet of the treaders. When each pan was thoroughly trodden, its contents were carefully gone over, to see that there were no unbroken grapes. Those that were discovered were crushed at once by the fingers, and then the panful was emptied into the jar. The chola grape is generally white, very few black vines being found. These grapes, being grown on terraces on the mountains, cannot be irrigated, hence the keeping properties of the wine. Probably no other wine would keep, made in such a hot climate as Shiraz is, more than the year. That from the cholar grape never goes bad. The grape is quite globular and the size of a large marble tor. They cannot be mistaken for any other kind. They are not nice for eating, having a harsh skin and many stones. At last, all the grapes being crushed and in the jars, or kumras as they are called, the room was carefully swept out again and the door locked. Fermentation had already commenced, as a slight crackling noise could be heard from the jars that had been filled first. The Haji now prepared 3 plungers of wood. Each was made like what laundresses call a copper stick, but had at the extremity 4 blades of thin plank at right angles to the stick, about 6 inches long and 2 broad. These were for thoroughly mixing and working up the mass of husks, stalks, and juice. On going to the wine room, 56 hours after the process had been commenced, the 6 first jars were found sufficiently progressed to proceed with. The grapes and husks had come to the surface and formed a compact cake, which floated on the fermenting juice and nearly touched the lid. A buzzing noise came from most of the jars, caused by the bursting of innumerable small bubbles, and the temperature of the room was considerably raised by the heat evolved. The Haji drew my attention to the fact that the jars were getting hot, which was satisfactory, showing that fermentation had thoroughly set in. With the plunger, he now thrust the cake of crushed grapes, etc., that had formed on the 4 first jars to the bottom, and a considerable escape of gas ensued. The plunger was spun round in the liquor with both hands, and the contents of the jar thoroughly mixed, the cloth and cover were replaced, and the door locked. In 4 hours' time, the process had to be repeated on 11 more jars, and the 4 original ones. Again, in 3 hours' time, a fresh visit had to be made, and these had to be more and more frequent. Thus great attention was required, for as the room got warmer from the heat evolved by the fermenting juice, so did the fermentation increase in violence. In some jars it was very furious, and from these the Haji removed the rushwork lids, leaving the cloths, however, on. The Haji had with him 2 of my servants, and he and they crushed in their hands all the grapes that they found in the risen cake that had escaped the feet of the treaders. I had arranged that the wine, when made, was to be divided between us haphazard, and now the priest told me that I must make up my mind how I wished to have my wine, fruity, syrupy, dry, or very dry. For though as yet the jars had been treated exactly in the same way, now the treatment must differ for making the various different varieties. He told me that for immediate drinking, that is, after the next summer, a dry variety was best, but that for indefinite keeping, the more fruity the wine, the better. The jars were now marked, and from those that were wanted to contain very fruity wine, the husks and stalks were removed, and these husks were added to those which were wished very dry and very astringent. For the fruity, the stalks only were removed and thrown away, while for the dry, things were left in statu quo, and the stalks removed with the husks on the 21st day. At about this time fermentation had nearly ceased. On the 5th day after commencement, the Haji began to tilt the jars, and after removing any unripe grapes and some stalks from the cake which always formed, but each day grew thinner, he, with bare arm and expanded fingers, began to stir up the liquor, which he had previously mixed with the plunger. A sweep all round the wall of the jar was taken at the full depth of his arm, and he counted 1 for each stir that was done with all his strength. As he stirred, he counted aloud, and his 4 attendants had to do the same. When he got to 100 strokes, they all stopped stirring. This was done at first once a day, afterwards twice, and as fermentation was passing away, again only once a day. It was really hard work, and the Haji did it and saw it done, never shirking. I was considerably amused at seeing the priest actually carrying on the art of winemaking and instructing the unbeliever. By about the 24th day, the wine was ready for clearing of the husk. The sweet wine had already no husks in it, these having been transferred to the jars containing the very dry. The stalks, too, of all the various jars had, in the process of mixing, been gradually removed. These, with all the unripe grapes and husks, which had been day by day taken out and squeezed, a handful or 2 at a time, were cast into a jar and preserved for distillation. A few jars were cleared by being filtered through a coarse canvas bag, which was hung into the interior of a cumrah, being lashed to the rim by a cord, and gradually drawn off by a tap which had been inserted in the bottom. This was stored in sealed carboys. The Haji, however, strongly advised me to treat the wine I meant to lay down in a different manner, assuring me that I should find it a better plan. I did as he directed, and my men pouring the contents of each jar into a basket, I thus cleared it of the coarser impurities only, such as husks, grape stones, etc., and the fluid, of the colour and consistency of thin pea soup, was put into the jars, which were now filled to within an inch of the brim. The mouth was tied over with a cloth, on the cloth was placed the Russian lid, and the corners being turned over, the whole was plastered with a layer an inch thick of straw and mud. In 24 hours this was dry, and winemaking was over. I had 10 jars of unfiltered wine, of which about 1/12 would be sediment. Each jar contained 40 mounds Tabriz, each of 7 pounds or pints. I thus had 400 mounds of wine, or 1,400 quarts, of which 1/12, or say 100 bottles, had to be deducted. 1,300 bottles of wine remained, certainly enough for 3 years. Besides this, I had about 100 bottles cleared and filtered for present drinking. Total 1,400 bottles for my share. When the next autumn time came, I took the uncleared wine and put it in carboys. These were sealed up and placed in a dry cellar. The remnant of my wine, years after, I had the pleasure of seeing sold by auction for the highest price wine had ever fetched in Persia on the spot, viz. 2 kerans, 1 and 6pence a bottle. It had then been 9 years in bottle, and was very like a virgin sherry, very astringent and light to the taste, but very powerful. I only once made wine again. One's house is thoroughly upset, and one has wine on the brain. It's very interesting, of course, to do it all for the first time, but it is a ticklish affair, and requires an immense amount of personal attention. The new wine is drinkable, and is like a light bucellas to the taste, by the succeeding May. But it is then exceedingly heady, and most intoxicating. 1 glass will give the most fearful headache, while to the taste it appears a light wine. No one who is a connoisseur will drink the new wine, on account of the headaches which follow. These, however, need not be dreaded after the 2nd year, when the wine is thoroughly drinkable. The fine aroma and bouquet only come with age, and the nutty flavour, which is very strongly marked in good old Shiraz wine, is not found until it has attained 5 years in the carboy. Of all Persian wines, Shiraz, or rather Chola wine, is the most renowned. That made in Ispahan is not to be compared to it, while the stuff concocted in Tehran, of watered grapes and vine leaves, is good only in colour. The Hamadan wine will not keep, and is very heady, though pleasant in flavour. The Kerman wine is rough and carelessly made, but when old is very good, tasting like a fair specimen of Caucasus wine. Persian wine much improves by bottling. I made a point of filling all wine, brandy, and beer bottles with Shiraz wine. A thick crust is thrown down, and it matures more rapidly, strange to say, when in bottle than when in bulk. As a rule, the Persians, when they store it in carboys, merely put a bit of rag or cotton wool in the mouth, not even trying to keep out the air. But so good is the wine that it stands even this treatment, and this too, though perfectly pure, and with no addition of spirit or other adulteration. From the refuse, the arak is distilled by the Jews, and it is a profitable operation. They sell the strong, pure spirit at 1 shilling a quart. The room where the winemaking goes on is much haunted by wasps, but the exhalations kill them. I fortunately did my winemaking in a separate courtyard, and so was not troubled by them. But they are, unless one takes this precaution, a great nuisance. The carboys have to be ordered of the glass blowers. They are well made and hold from 10 to 24 bottles. A rush worker has then to be engaged, who sits in a corner of the courtyard, and with handfuls of rushes makes a kind of rope. This he sews into an upper and a lower cup. The upper one, having a hole in the middle, is thrust over the neck of the carboy, which is then placed on the lower one. The two edges are sewn together, and the fragile carboy is safely packed, and will travel long distances securely. Many, for economy's sake, buy the carboys in which rosewater has been stored, for they are to be had very cheap. But a sort of false bouquet is produced, which is very distasteful to the connoisseur, and puzzles one much on first tasting it. When wine is to be packed for transport, it is usually packed in bakhalis, or native bottles. These too have to be ordered from a glass blower. They are, when empty, very fragile, but of considerable strength when full. They hold 1.5 pints. They have a little cotton wool crammed into the neck, and on this is poured melted beeswax. They are thus securely fastened. A box of thin planks, 3 feet by 2, is made, the planks sewn, not nailed together. In this 4 to 6 dozen are packed in loose straw, a rush mat 2 inches thick is sewn on the top, and the thing is done. A load of wine thus packed will travel over the roughest roads by mule or camel for 1,000 miles without coming to grief. I was glad to have made my wine myself, or rather under my own eye, as the same year that made by the Jews for the governor all turned sour, and was of course spoilt. I did not have to pay any duty, as the English employees of the telegraph in Persia are allowed to escape customs exactions of every kind, by treaty. But as a rule, the customs people detain our goods, and only give them up on an order being got from the authorities in the capital, which has been obtained by the interposition of the legation. Thus cases at times lie in the sun, spoiling for weeks. I had always, however, managed to obtain any little things I had from England, till just now, by cajoling the custom-house farmer, which was a shorter process than writing letters to the embassy at Tehran. I had been getting some photographic apparatus for the governor, and the muleteer arrived to tell me that the 2 cases were in the custom-house. I sent a verbal message to the man in charge to ask him to let my servant take them, as he knew no duty was payable by Europeans. But I got back a rude reply that unless I had an order, I must pay 5%, ad valorem, or in kind. Now, these particular cases were the governor's photographic apparatus, for which he was very anxious, and in them I saw an opportunity of retorting on the custom-house people for the continual annoyance given in the clearing our cases. So I went to the custom-house, and saw the Gumrukchi, or customs master. "Where is your order, Sahib? I can deliver nothing without an order." Here the man's eyes said, "Give me something and take your boxes." I now appeared very anxious to get them, and pretended to try and cajole the man by compliments. I argued, I was flattering. But no order, no boxes. "Of course you can pay the duty, 5%, or I will take a 20th part of the contents in kind." I now pretended to be greatly enraged, and I dared the man to take his 20th. He, equally disgusted, gave the order to break open the boxes. This was done in the roughest manner. The tin was cut open, and parcel after parcel piled on the ground. One parcel, containing photographic albuminized paper, was opened, and the Gumrukji, to the delight of the assembled throng of loafers and merchants, proceeded to count the quires and take his 20th in kind. I thought he had now gone far enough, so I pretended to discover, with an appearance of astonishment, that the things belonged to the governor. Now his air changed. "Oh, Sahib, Dr. Sahib, do assist me. These things must be replaced. Oh, ashes, ashes on my head. Oh, descendant of 7 generations of asses," apostrophizing himself. "Sahib, Dr. Sahib, I will never annoy you any more. I will now this instant, give you a writing, which will enable you to always clear your goods on arrival. But do, dear friend, help me to repack these accursed boxes. You have burnt my father, indeed you have. Just smoke 1 kalyan, just 1 in the shade, and you will, I am sure, help me." "No, my friend. You are doing your duty in detaining my boxes, and of course the law is the same for all. I will inform the governor of your virtue, and doubtless he will be pleased to possess a government servant so just that he does not hesitate to detain even his cases. Besides, how pleased he will be to find them unpacked, and even the parcels examined. These things, too, are easily injured. I even fear you may have to pay for some." Here I pointed to two large lenses that, stripped of their paper, lay on the stones. The agony of the customs master was now complete. He was afraid even to touch the various parcels. There they lay. He wept. Regardless of his entreaties, as he had been of those of various Europeans whose bottled stout lay exploding in the sun, I smilingly retired, telling him he would doubtless hear from the governor. He did. The governor was furious. When the custom-house master's zeal touched him personally, he was really enraged, though when we had appealed to him to get perishable things given up to us, offering an indemnity if it could be at any time proved that any duty was due, he had told us he could do nothing. The customs master was heavily fined, and at any time during the rest of my stay in Shiraz, when I sent for my boxes, they were given up at once, and when my servant, as directed, asked if it were wished to examine them or not, the customs master, pale with rage, would reply, "Go, son of a burnt father! No, I have opened his boxes once. I never want to do so again." All this my man would gleefully narrate on triumphantly bringing home my beer, or whatever had arrived. I had had one other transaction with this customs master. He had a handsome colt rising 3. I had long tried to buy it, but he would never sell, or demanded a preposterous price. At last he sent over one day to me, saying, "What will you give me in cash for my grey colt?" I replied, 95 tomans, about £38. This is really a very high price for a horse only rising 3. To my astonishment and delight, the horse was sent over. I gave a cheque for the money and tied my purchase up. The next day I was left in peace to admire him. The third day came a letter politely written, the pith of which was, "Return my colt, I have repented." I looked on the affair as a joke, but no, the man had not cashed my cheque. Had I paid him in specie, the bargain would have been concluded. As it was, he was in the right, and I reluctantly gave back the horse I had had my eye on for months. It was the law, and by that one must abide. A peculiarity of the Shirazi is his fondness for repeating words, changing the initial of the second. Use is second nature, and a curious instance of the habit is narrated of the late Kawam-u-Dowlet. When in the presence of the Shah, the Kawam-u-Dowlet was asked by His Majesty, "Why is it, Kawam, that you Shirazis always talk of kabob-mabob and so on? You always add a nonsense word. Is it for euphony?" "Oh, asylum of the universe, may I be your sacrifice. No respectable person in Shiraz does so. Only the luti-puti says it." Puti is, of course, a nonsense or meaningless word, and luti, as here used, means a blackguard. End of section 22. Section 23 of In the Land of the Lion and Sun, or Modern Persia, by Charles James Wills. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Saethon Williams. Chapter 22. Shiraz and Fussa. A great thing in such a warm place as Shiraz is the cheapness of ice. For about 15 shillings in dear years, and 5 in cheap ones, ice can be obtained all through the warm weather, and in fact is used from May to October, as no one would think of drinking anything uncooled. A huge block is thrown down in one's doorway each morning by the ice seller. It is supposed to weigh 2 Tabriz mounds, or 14 pounds. The Persians well understand the art of making water ices and ice creams, and various ices unknown to us are made by them, as tamarind juice, pomegranate, and cherry water ices. Iced mast, or curdled milk, and various ices of pounded fruits, as apricots and cherries, which are very good. Ices, however, are served with them on a more lavish scale, and a larger quantity eaten than with us. When I accompanied Captain St. J. in a call he made upon the Muskir, 4 conical ices, the size and shape of an ordinary sugar loaf, were placed in handsome Chinese porcelain basins before each of us, In fact, the cheapness of provisions generally causes among the well-to-do a lavishness and profusion, not to call it waste, unknown in Europe. The Muskir has a yakhjal, or place for the making and collecting and storing ice, in an open plain some 6 miles from the town at the side of the Ispahan road. The earth is dug out to a depth of 2 feet. With this earth, a mud wall some 20 feet high is constructed of sun-dried bricks. The excavation is some 10 yards by 100, and the wall is 10 yards high by 100 long. This wall runs in such a way as to protect the open pond thus excavated from the hottest rays of the sun. The delicious Ab-i-Rukhni, stream of Ruknabad, is diverted from its course during the first cold night. A few inches of still clear water is collected in the pond. By morning it is frozen. At night the water is again admitted, and another inch or 2 of ice made. When 3 to 6 inches thick, the ice is broken and collected for storage in a deep well on the spot. And so, day by day, the process goes on during the short winter until the storehouses are full. Should the supplies from these be exhausted by a very large demand, ice, or rather blocks of snow, are brought from the mountains. But as these are some distance, and as snow melts much faster than ice, the weights being equal, the price rises. An order is generally issued when the ice is running short, that each house is to be on half allowance, a wise measure, as it makes the cooks careful, and so everybody gets some. So common is the use of ice that the poorest are enabled to have it, a big bit being sold for a farthing, and even the bowls of water for gratuitous drinking at the shop doors are cooled by it. Ripe fruit is generally also cooled prior to being eaten. The water of Shiraz itself, unless that of Rukni or Zangi, another mountain spring which has to be brought from a distance, is almost poisonous, being much contaminated by surface drainage, etc. The Mussulman world has a horrible idea that a certain body of water, however great the quantity or disgusting the nature of the filth poured into it, remains absolutely pure, and the result is that a great deal of serious illness is produced. This is one of the reasons why cholera is so very severe in the East, irrespective of the natural action of the climate. I can only say that I was obliged, while in Shiraz, never to drink water save when from the 2 springs or in the form of tea, when it was of course boiled. 1 glass of sherbet or 1 tumbler of water making me ill. My friend the British agent Mirza Hassan Ali Khan, CSI, used always to send a servant to the Rukhni stream. But the fellow used, I fancy, to fill his water skins, which were carried on a mule, elsewhere. For although Rukhni water tastes of the wild sage that grows on its banks, and my friend the agent thus had, as he fancied, an infallible means of knowing it, yet I think the wily water-bearer was capable of having a stock of sage leaves with which he would flavour the water got from the town stream, along the edges of which sat all the laundresses of Shiraz, washing in it their foul linen. I met the Prince Governor one day on horseback, and he asked me if I had ever seen a camel fight. I replied that I had not. He told me to ride on with him, and he would show me sport, as he was going to amuse himself with one. We rode to the back of the royal garden, or Bag-e-No, New Garden. Here are always encamped hundreds of mules and camels. No sooner did the prince arrive than the camel-men attempted to run away, but the farashes with their long sticks and a few horsemen soon brought them back. The prince ordered them to bring 2 male camels, in a state of must. At this they wept and tore their hair, for they did not wish their property to be destroyed or depreciated for the amusement of the young Shah Zadeh. However, there was no escape. The courtiers soon pointed out 2 huge males, secured apart from the rest of the animals, and from their continued groanings and roarings, evidently in a state of must. By the prince's orders, these were let loose. They went for each other at once. At first they danced round one another in a lumbering way. Then what appeared like a huge bladder was projected from their mouths. They then knelt before each other, and a sort of fencing match took place. The ordinarily quiet, patient faces of the beasts were changed into ones of savage fury, the mouths widely open, and the retracted upper lips showed the white teeth, and from the open mouths came quantities of foam. The long, supple necks were interlaced, and quickly darted from side to side, while now and then the open, savage mouths would be locked together. The object was to seize either the throat or leg. The feints and meeting of the mouths lasted some few minutes, accompanied by loud groans and roarings of extraordinary fierceness. At length one beast, the paler one, seized his adversary by the foot, while the other, a handsome long-haired animal, only got hold of his opponent's ear. Blood flowed freely, and the poor camel-men who wanted to separate the animals were much beaten by the attendants. At last the dark, long-haired animal left go, and roared with agony. The victor commenced to drag him about by the bitten foot. After some pressure, the prince allowed them to be separated. An awful wound was apparent on the foot of the dark camel, and the efforts of some 8 men with bludgeons, ropes, and chains were required to restrain the victor from pursuing his advantage, while the vanquished limped off with his weeping master, roaring with mingled rage and pain. The prince, ordering 10 tomans to be given to the camel-men, poor fellows, I doubt if anything ever reached them, rode off. Camels are mostly not vicious, save when must. They can kill a man with a kick, and when they bite, worry, and they generally bite the piece out. They are usually tethered apart when in this state, which soon passes off, and secured by bending one or even both forefeet and tying the leg in this position, which renders them powerless. This is the same principle as that adopted by Reri, the horse-tamer. About this time I was requested to go at once to Fussa. This place is some 90 miles from Shiraz, where the governor of the province, that of Fussa, lay ill. I obtained leave of absence for a week, and made an arrangement to go in 1 day and night, return in another 24 hours, and have 5 days' attendance on my patient. The Muskheer, to whose daughter Mirza Ali Akbar, the Khan Wakil, as he was called, was married, was anxious that I should start at once, and gave me a handsome fee. I agreed that I was, while at Fussa, to be the guest of my patient, and that he was to find me in food and house-room. And this was an important stipulation, as in a place where a European had possibly never been seen, it might have been difficult to get a comfortable lodging, or even food. 2 wild-looking horsemen, and a servant of the British agent, presented themselves with a little bay pony of dolorous aspect in a halter for my riding. I, knowing that no horses were laid out, asked with scorn how the small pony could possibly carry me 90 miles in 24 hours, which I had stipulated for. But all 3 men assured me that I should certainly arrive, myself and saddlebags, in the time on the little animal. I confess that I disbelieved them, but we started off for a smart canter, and we cantered for 10 hours with short breaks of ambling. We got to a village 2 hours after midnight, slept for 4 hours, and arrived in Fussa at 4, doing the journey under the time. The small bay seemingly not at all distressed, and prepared to go back to Shiraz at once at the same rate, if desired. I was then surprised. I know that any one of my own well-fed big horses would have knocked up, but these little animals, used to the severest continuous work, do it in the most extraordinary manner. I am a big, heavy man. My saddle was a heavy English hussar saddle, and my bags and bedding certainly weighed 40 pounds or more. Of course, the beast I rode was a good one of his kind, and probably a very good one, for when I left, the governor of Fussa declined to part with him, even at a fancy price of 3 times his apparent value. We rode up to the door of the governor, whom I found propped up with pillows in a corner of the room, a huge, fat man, about 38, who was a general debauchee, opium-eater, wine and spirit drinker, and bhang smoker. He was suffering from gout. An aged Sayud, with a long beard and blue turban, was in attendance from Shiraz as his physician. The governor himself was a strikingly good-tempered, even jovial man, and between the paroxysms of his gout, joked and talked. The village, or rather district, magnates sat round him, chiming in with all his observations, and trying to soothe his pains. They were, master and retainers, the fattest set of men I ever saw collected in one room. A long description of the patient's ills ensued. Many pipes of peculiar construction were smoked, and I was offered a tumblerful of strong spirit as a matter of course, considerable surprise being expressed at my refusing it. Tea was continually handed round, which everybody, including the patient, swallowed. A native bottle was frequently produced from under his pillow, from which he partook of copious draughts of pure spirit, taken from a silver bowl holding half a pint. This was emptied frequently. Every 2 hours my patient swallowed a bolus of opium. Though we were in the middle of summer, some 30 to 50 people were always in the room, and every window was shut and curtained. Thus a semi-darkness was produced. Smoke from innumerable pipes filled the air, while the heat was rendered greater by a huge samovar in which water for tea-making bubbled. The temperature was 90 degrees out of doors at 5 p.m. The chatter of conversation was continuous, and 4 musicians strove to drive dull care away by playing loudly in a corner. I found my patient had just had an attack of delirium tremens, and was going the right way for another. At 7, after having prescribed for him, I escaped to my quarters under the pretext of dining, and lay down to rest. At 9, my servant informed me that my dinner was about to be served, and a large circular tray, having some 6 dishes on it, with bread and all, etc., a huge bowl of iced sherbet, and a bottle of wine, was brought in. I was very hungry, and anxious to fall to, and I felt a sense of anguish, when, to my astonishment, my servant, whom I had brought from Shiraz, assuming the part of the governor of Barataraya's physician, ordered the whole away in an indignant voice. As soon as my dinner had disappeared, I demanded an explanation of my man. It was this: "I know, Sahib, that the dinner I sent away was quite enough for the Sahib, and a good dinner. But here in Persia, a man's position is reckoned by the quantity of the dinner sent him, and the number of plats. They have sent you 6 plats. I have told them that you couldn't think of dining on less than 18. And if I allowed you to eat the dinner that was sent, good as it was, you would be looked down on. Are you less than the prince's physician? Certainly not. They would send him, or rather he would demand, at least 12 plats. I assure you I am acting in your interest." I suppose the fellow was right. Dinner for at least 24 persons was brought on 3 huge trays. I tasted some 6 well-cooked dishes, and then my servant removed the rest, and I observed him, with the master of the house and numerous hangers-on, dining in the open air on the very copious dinner that remained. The man was right. Such are some of the ways a Persian has of keeping up his consequence. About 10 p.m. I went, a few doors off, to the house of my patient, the governor. The same stifling room, the same hard drinking, only now everybody was drinking. Dancing boys and singers, shrieking the noisy love songs of Persia in chorus, were keeping up the spirits of my patient. To the few who were not drinking wines or spirits, tea was continually handed. Long conversations on the topic of the patient's illness took place, and on local politics. Wearily at 2 a.m., on the ground that my patient must try to sleep, I succeeded in getting away. I was accompanied home by a big man with a jet-black beard, a Khan who was one of the Muskir's retainers, and a polite fellow. What was my disgust to find his bedding spread in my little room! I told my man to bring him my water-pipe to smoke, and then I remonstrated. I said it was not a Feringhi custom to sleep in a room with strangers. But the Khan said it was late, that there were no other quarters, and commenced to disrobe. "If you must have a separate room, take that," said he, pointing to 2 heavy doors at the end of the apartment. I opened them and found a small room, windowless, in which apparently charcoal had been stored. Impossible for me to sleep there. But, thought I, these are really my quarters. Why shouldn't the Khan sleep there? He is the intruder. I pretended to collect my bedding. "You're never going in there," said he. "Why not?" I replied. Look, the huge scorpion," I shouted. He jumped up, seized a stick, and ran into the charcoal cupboard, for there was nothing more. "Where?" said he. There, said I. He was well inside. To slam and secure the heavy doors was the work of a moment. He shouted and swore, kicking at the door, but it was a very strong one, and nobody came to his assistance. He then entreated, promising to go elsewhere, but I could not trust him, and so I composed myself to sleep, and soon dropped off. In the morning, on waking, a melancholy voice entreated liberation, but I could not do it then, as he might have taken vengeance. So I went off to the governor and complained of the intrusion on my quarters. My man then liberated the much begrimed but now humbled Khan, and I got another set of rooms, in which I was more comfortable. I saw no more of the Khan. The laugh was too strong against him, and he returned at once to Shiraz. Until my arrival, the governor was not aware of the nature of his disorder. With great trouble, I got him to reduce his opium and cease his potations. I was happily able to give him relief, and we parted mutually satisfied after I had been 5 days at Fussa. The place was much warmer than Shiraz. Grain and cattle were cheap indeed here. The soil, though sandy, is very fertile, and the town, or rather collection of villages, for it is more a district than a town, is interspersed with groves of date palms. Oranges are, of course, abundant, and there is great plenty in the place. There had need be, for the exactions of those in power are very great in Persia. The people were a laughing, a careless set, devoid of fanaticism, having indeed very little religion. Nearly all drank wine to excess. The women seldom veiled, and talked with me without any mauvaise honte. They indeed seemed to do most of the work, for the field work was probably not heavy, save at harvest time, the country being so very fertile. The road from Fussa was a howling desert, except a well-watered village about halfway. We passed the edge of the big salt lake, some 10 miles from Shiraz, on which appears an island, or what looks like an island. After skirting this lake, whose shores are bordered by an edge of mud some 50 yards in width, we reached the village of Jafir Abad, and thence, passing small villages and gardens in every direction, got to the plain of Shiraz. The pony brought me in as quickly as I had gone out, and I had had a peep at country life in the south of Persia. The Prince's Hakim Bashi, the MD of Paris, replaced me, and he too had a week's leave. When he left, the old Sayyid told the patient that he had gangrene, cut off the gouty toe, and being unable to staunch the blood, the man died in 48 hours. A year after this, one of the sergeants built a large boat for the exploration of the salt lake. This boat-building was an amusement for us, but the boat was found to be so heavy that it required 15 porters to carry her through the streets. She certainly held 8 people, but was very deep in the water, and more a barge than a boat. But as she was flat-bottomed, she would not turn over. While I was in Ispahan, where I had gone on duty, she was placed on the large tank of the Bag-e-Takht, and after 24 hours left to the mercy of the populace. I believe she is at the bottom of that tank now. Another of the sergeants, a really skilled workman, and fired by the actual boat having been floated, in conjunction with the builder of the first one, resolved to make a real wherry. This they did from various drawings, and they succeeded in building a very handsome boat, having curved planks which were bent with great trouble with hot water. This boat was also fastened with copper rivets, and really handsomely finished. But though so light that 3 men could carry it, it held 2 comfortably, and would probably have been speedy, but it was so terribly crank that no one would venture in it. And though it was ballasted till the gunwale was almost level with the water, it turned over on the slightest movement. This, the second and last boat, built by the English in Shiraz, is also at the bottom of one of the tanks. At Ispahan, an extraordinary barge was made afterwards by two of the staff for the Zil-ez-Sultan, and this could be rowed. But it was a barge, and had no pretensions to be called a boat. I now started a dog-cart, which I received from Kurachi, intending it for Ispahan, where there are good roads. As fate would have it, when the thing arrived, I had been stationed at Shiraz, where there were next to no roads. I put my trap together with some difficulty, for the wood had warped in the long land journey, and found it to be a big dog-cart of the largest, heaviest, and, luckily, strongest type. Its weight appalled us all. Followed by a crowd, our servants dragged it outside the city gates, and I put my chestnut horse in. Of course, he had never been in the shafts before. On attempting to urge him forward, he sat down, as a dog sits, and declined to stir. This manoeuvre he constantly repeated. I, now in despair, tried an old and valueless grey horse. He walked off with the machine at once, and, barring the want of roads, I had no difficulty. Luckily, the trap was built of a solidity I have never seen, save in railway carriages, and so, regardless of roads, I was able to go about. The stony bed of the river, with an occasional bit of hard road, and thence to the sandy plain of Jafir Abad, was about the only drive. Here, and here only in the neighbourhood of Shiraz, one sees enormous tarantulas. These beasts, some with bodies as large as a pigeon's egg, and legs in proportion, are very brave. When attacked with a stick, instead of taking flight, they advance threateningly at the person who molests them, and attempt to bite the stick. They are really formidable-looking brutes, covered with brown hair. A story was told me by the late Dr. Fagergren, a Swede in Persian employ, who had been 25 years in Shiraz, to the effect that scorpions, when they see no chance of escape, commit suicide. And he told me that when one was surrounded by a circle of live coals, it ran round 3 times and then stung itself to death. I did not credit this, supposing that the insect was probably scorched and so died. I happened one day to catch an enormous scorpion of the black variety. In Persia they are of 2 kinds, black and light green or greenish-yellow, the black variety being supposed to be much the more venomous. The full-grown scorpions generally are from 2 to 3 inches long. I have seen one 5 inches when extended from the tip of the claws to the sting, but he was phenomenal. The one I caught was very large, and to try the accuracy of what I supposed to be a popular superstition, I prepared in my courtyard a circle of live charcoal a yard in diameter. I cooled the bricks with water, so that the scorpion could not be scorched, and tilted him from the finger-glass in which he was imprisoned, unhurt, into the centre of the open space. He stood still for a moment, then, to my astonishment, ran rapidly round the circle 3 times, came back to the centre, turned up his tail, where the sting is, and deliberately, by 3 blows, stabbed or stung himself in the head. He was dead in an instant. Of this curious scene, I was an eyewitness, and I have seen it repeated by a friend in exactly the same way since, on my telling the thing, and with exactly the same result. For the truth of this statement, I am prepared to vouch. Of the effects of the sting of the scorpion, generally only the lower orders are bitten, as they are barefooted, and their work may take them to cool and damp places where the insects love to lie, I have had much experience. I consider it is never fatal, save in the case of infants stung in the throat, but it is very painful, the only remedy being liquid ammonia to the wound, which gives speedy relief. I have never seen a case of serpent bite in Persia, and hydrophobia is very uncommon, though it is said to exist. The only case of rabies I have seen is that of Pearson's dogs, narrated previously. Hornets and wasps sting badly, and frequently I have known death occur in a child much stung. The sting is worse than that of the British wasp. As to the Persian tarantula, it merely bites. A curious custom in Persia is the nishan, or token. The token is some secret conveyed by a third party as a token or sign of the consent of the giver of the token to the request. Thus, a man will say, if away from home, and one wishes to borrow his horse, "Tell my steward to give you my horse by the nishan, or token, that I gave him a present this morning." As the steward knows that the giving of the present was only known to his master and himself, he hands over the horse at once. End of chapter 22. Section 24 of In the Land of the Lion and Sun, or Modern Persia, by Charles James Wills. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Saethon Williams. Chapter 23. Shiraz, the Famine. The famine was now setting in Persia seriously. For 2 years not a drop of rain had fallen. The crowds of professional beggars were reinforced by really hungry people. Thefts from shops became common, as did burglaries, and the roads were now very unsafe. In the corn chandlers' shops, very small supplies of grain were seen, and these much adulterated by the addition of dust, stones, etc. The bakers baked as little bread as they could, mixing their dough in as small quantities and as slowly as possible. The loaves became gradually worse and worse, though the price remained nominally the same. The coarse barley bread ceased to be baked altogether, and at last the bakers refused to sell to the crowds which formed at their shop doors unless they were their regular customers, and then only for ready money, and 1 small loaf to each person, selling by weight being discontinued altogether. All who had enough ready money laid in a store of grain and flour. Those who had cheap horses and donkeys sold them, and the price of the cheaper class of horse fell very low, till at last beasts were turned out as worthless and killed and eaten by the poor. Meat fell in price, but this did not much help those who had no money to buy even bread. Large establishments were suddenly much reduced. The armies of hangers-on, who live on the leavings of the rich and their attendants, were now thrown upon the streets. Many of the bakers and butchers closed their shops and fled. Mule hire rose to an almost prohibitive price, and it must be remembered that this, in a country where all transport is by mule and camel, meant the paralysis of trade. All the animals, save of the very rich, presented a half-starved appearance. In the waste grounds near the towns and by the sides of the high roads lay the bodies of dead and dying mules and horses. Flour became adulterated and was ground at home by the consumers. Grandees and merchants began to lay in stores of grain from their villages, disposing of none, although an enormous profit could be obtained on the contents of their granaries. The governors of the towns seized grain, or paid for it at a nominal price, and sealed it up in the public or government grain stores. Provender on the high roads became unattainable. Prices, though steadily rising for all descriptions of cereals, suddenly dropped on the hope of rain, only to rise in a few hours to a still more serious figure. The lower classes began to pledge and sell their copperware, tools, arms, and clothing. In the post-houses, where from 6 to 10 horses were generally kept, only 2 and at times none were seen. Villagers in quest of food began now to pour into the towns, and remained herding in starving crowds in their mosques, having neither the means nor the strength to return to their homes. The charity of the Persians themselves was nearly exhausted, for each rich man had to feed his crew of hungry servants and their families. The few unorganized attempts to feed the poor resulted in the crushing to death of several, and the 1 loaf of bread doled out to each person on these rare occasions only served to prolong their sufferings. Children now began to be deserted in the streets, the dead and dying to be seen frequently, the greater portion of the bazaar to be closed, typhoid to be rife, and crimes of violence to be frequent. And now came the first funds from England, from the Persian Relief Committee. In each town the money was husbanded and relief given in the way most efficient and economical. Money was found to be the most safe plan, at all events in Shiraz, of which I speak from experience, for any attempt to buy bread in quantities failed, and caused an immediate rise in price. Very many applicants were sent away. Relief in the shape of a numbered ticket, entitling the bearer, whose person was described in a book kept for the purpose, to weekly relief in money, was given to the utterly destitute. The difficulty of deciding on the claims of the various applicants was great, and in many cases, which had to be denied permanent relief, temporary alms were given. A large house was rented, and in it were placed all the deserted orphans found in the streets. These were mostly the children of villagers, though some were those of townspeople. These children were plainly but comfortably clothed in the ordinary dress of well-to-do Persian villagers, and well and regularly fed. They were placed under the care of an intelligent and humane Persian, who really did his duty to them, and were regularly inspected by the members of the relief committee. Also, they were frequently seen at unexpected times. The poor, emaciated bundles of rags soon developed into strong, healthy children, and the regular food, comfortable quarters, and good clothes did wonders. Most of the staff took 1 or 2 into their service. 7 years after, one of my 2, who were taken as stable helps, was getting pay from me at the rate of 30 shillings a month, and was my head groom, and would anywhere obtain that pay. 2 were taken as markers in the billiard-room, and are now respectable servants. As the famine ceased, the unclaimed orphans were apprenticed to good trades, or placed in the houses of wealthy Persians as servants. No attempt at proselytism was made, but a Persian priest was engaged to teach the usual rudiments of reading, writing, and the Koran. Many villagers came in and claimed their children, and these were often loath to leave their clean quarters and good food, to return to hard drudgery and rags in their native villages. It may be safely said that no deaths from starvation took place in Shiraz after the arrival of the first instalment of relief money from England. Of course, the application of the funds was carried out irrespective of the religion of the applicants, and this application was easier in Shiraz than in Ispahan. The Armenian community in Shiraz were very few, and only some 4 families needed relief, while, on the contrary, the Jews were many and terribly poor. As to the labour question, a few of the more able-bodied were set to the nominal work of picking the stones off the high road, but no heavy labour was insisted on. In the winter, too, the snow having blocked the streets, the poor were employed in removing it for the general good. I happened to go to Ispahan, and also assisted in the distribution there. The Ispahanis are much more provident than the people of Shiraz, and I do not think the distress would have been so great but for the influx of villagers. At Kumishar, the 3rd stage from Ispahan towards Shiraz, the effects of the famine were very severe, and I was glad to be able to distribute some 400 kerans of the Poor Fund, both going and coming there. Of course, this amount did not go far, and I was besieged in the post-house by the hungry crowd of women and children. The sum was too small to permit of giving anything to the men. First we admitted all the aged women, and gave them a keran and a half each. Then each child was given a keran, and, when they had secreted it, the whole number were passed out and the gates closed. From the roof of the post-house I perceived a big burly villager, who was employed in robbing the children, as they went out, of their slender store, even throwing them on the ground and taking the coin from their mouths. The other villagers, of whom there was a large mob, merely laughed, but did not interfere. But getting down from the back wall of the post-house by means of horse ropes, the postmaster, my groom, and I succeeded in catching the fellow and dragging him into the post-house, and then the post-boys gave him a good hiding by my order, and we took the money away. He, of course, complained to the local governor, who requested an explanation. I called on him and told him of the fellow's misdeeds, and, much to his astonishment, the man in power gave the ruffian a liberal bastinado. Terrible stories are extant of what happened in certain places, and there is no doubt of the truth of many of these. that the people ate grass and the carrion, that they lived on the blood at the public slaughterhouses, that they, having sold all, also sold their children, is within my personal knowledge. Cannibalism, too, was proved. In fine, had it not been for the exertions of the Persian Relief Committee in London, the ravages of the famine would have only ended in the temporary depopulation of the south and centre of Persia. Each great personage in Ispahan and Shiraz did his best to preserve his own dependents from starvation. But there being no kind of organization among the Persians, and transit rates being prohibitive, and the roads unsafe, small local famines were frequent, and the ravages of typhoid and diphtheria, the latter previously unknown in the country, were very great. Just now an accident to the Prince Zil-ez Sultan took place. He was out shooting near Shiraz, and having charged one barrel of his gun twice, the weapon burst, tearing the palm of his hand and the ball of the thumb. I was called in to attend him, and was fortunate enough to preserve the hand. For this His Royal Highness was very grateful, and during the whole of my time in Persia showed me many kindnesses, besides giving me an extremely liberal fee, even for a king's son. He compelled his vizier also to give me one. He even insisted on decorating me with the star of the Lion and Sun. But, as Englishmen in government employ are not allowed to accept the decorations of foreign governments without special permission, the honour, much coveted among the Persians, was not of much benefit to me. I got it in a very public and sudden manner, and as the occasion of giving it was sufficiently curious, I may as well describe it. It is the custom in Persia to send to all governors, royal personages, and ministers a yearly present from the king, to show the royal satisfaction. These presents are all termed kalats, or dresses of honour, even though the gift may be in jewellery or even specie, a dress or robe of greater or less value, or a jewelled weapon being the general kalat. The withholding of the yearly robe of honour to a provincial governor is generally the sign of the royal disfavour, and the dispatching of it often the token of the recipient's confirmation in office, though at times it is what gilds the bitter pill of his recall. The kalat is usually sent from the capital by the hands of some person of consequence, generally some favoured servant of the Shah, and this man is sent down that he may receive a present, generally large in amount, from the recipient, and may bring back the usual bribe to the Prime Minister for retention in power, or even the same thing to the king himself. The New Year's festival is generally the time of the dispatch of the official dresses of honour from the capital. The bearer and his 2 or more attendants generally come on post-horses, and the etiquette is that the recipient goes out to meet the royal gift. The bringer, on arrival at the last stage, is met by the servants or friends of the recipient, who send off to announce the arrival. He now takes off his travel-stained garments, puts on his finery, and starts on horses sent out for him, bearing the royal bounty at his saddle-bow, wrapped in a cashmere shawl. The recipient, accompanied by all his friends and the greater portion of the populace, for the bazaar is closed by order and a general illumination commanded for the evening, all the shops are visited and severe fines inflicted on anyone disobeying, proceeds to meet the present and await its arrival. The distance that is gone is regulated by the position of the recipient. The greater the personage, the less distance he goes. One morning the prince sent for me and told me that a kalat from the Shah would arrive for him the next morning, and that he wished his Hakim Bashi and myself to ride out with the magnates of the place, who would accompany him, to meet it. I of course expressed my readiness to attend His Royal Highness, and I was told by the Hakim Bashi, who was very jubilant, that probably a decoration would be given to each of us. To have declined would have been to give mortal offence, and to have lost the favour of the governor of the province, whose partiality secured me against annoyance from the natives of any kind. So the next day I presented myself at nearly noon, and found the prince in great feather, the head astrologer having appointed 2 in the afternoon for the enduing of the dress of honour. Everyone was in gala dress. The streets were thronged by a holiday mob in high good humour. And out we all rode. First came 4 yesauls, or outriders, with silver maces, showing off their horses by capering in circles. Then 6 running footmen, each with his silver-headed staff and clad in the royal scarlet, in the ancient costume of Persia, and with the strange headdress somewhat like a fool's pointed cap. These men are called shatirs. Then grooms mounted, leading the handsomest horses of the prince's stud with gold and jewelled harness, and a cashmere shawl spread over each saddle. Then the Mir Akor, literally Lord of the Manger, or Master of the Horse, a coarse, heavy fellow, the prince's maternal uncle. His mother, they say, was a peasant girl who struck the king's eye while washing linen at a village stream. The Mir Akor riding a big and valuable animal. Then the prince himself, on a handsome iron grey, the tail of which is dyed red, a royal custom permitted only to the sons of the king, besides the Shah himself, clad in his best, a handsome shawl coat of great value and trimmed with sable, an underdress of blue satin embroidered in silver, gold, and coloured thread, a gold belt having a rosette of diamonds with a huge central emerald, the thing being 4 inches in diameter, and wearing his various decorations and the portrait of the Shah set in brilliants. His black cloth hat is fiercely cocked, and he smiles at the acclamations of the people, and is evidently delighted at his apparent popularity. After him come the 2 rival magnates of Shiraz, the Kawam and Mushkir, the minister of the young prince. Then the 2 secretaries, the Hakim Bashi and myself. Then the principal people of Shiraz and the prince's attendants, all on horseback. Then some merchants on mules. Then a shouting crowd which follows the procession. Soldiers lined the road, and a battery of artillery is drawn up to fire 101 guns when the royal dress of honour is donned. We ride to about 1.5 miles from the town on the Ispahan road. 6 horsemen station themselves at distances of 100 yards along the post road in the direction whence the king's messenger must come. In a few moments a gun is fired by one of these, then another as he perceives the messenger's arrival, and we see 3 men, one bearing a bundle, advancing at full gallop. A letter is handed to the prince. It is the royal firman. He raises it to his head and hands it to the mushkir, the principal official present. The messenger rides at the prince's side, who asks him the news of Tehran. We all ride slowly back towards the town, and so enter the Bagh-i-No, new garden, a government garden where the dress of honour is to be publicly put on. The prince invites me into an inner room, and I am given coffee. He then tells me that he has requested the Order of the Lion and Sun to be conferred on me, for which I express my gratitude, and the Hakim Bashi, who is also to get it, does the same. The doctor and I enter the big open veranda, or talar, and are given a prominent place among the grandees there, a few priests and officials also being honoured with places, as are the chief merchant and some others. Vases of roses and common flowers are placed at intervals along the front of the talar. Beyond this is the big tank, round which are crowded the merchants, tradesmen, and populace of Shiraz, an orderly crowd. The mushkir who presides is affable, and regales us with sweetmeats, pipes, and sherbet. The prince enters, followed by the bearer of the kalat. We all stand up. The royal firman, or order, is read by the mushkir. The kalat, a cashmere shawl coat worth some £80, and trimmed with rich furs, having a string of big pearls and a bored but uncut emerald attached to the top button, is put on by the prince amid acclamations, being handed to him by the bearer. Then a jewelled wand, or rod of office, some 4 feet long, is handed by the mushkir to the Kawam, or mayor of Shiraz. He bows. More acclamations. This is his kalat. Then the star, having a centre enamelled on gold of the Lion and Sun, is affixed to the breasts of the Hakim Bashi and myself. And now we all rush for our horses, and the mob rush for the flower vases, which are mostly smashed in the struggle. We returned to the town in procession as we came. On nearing the bridge, the Jews, as is customary, behead a little ox at the feet of the prince, and their chief man runs with the bleeding head by the prince's side, till driven off by the farashes or stickmen. Then glass jars of sweetmeats were smashed by the tradesmen under the feet of the royal horse, and amidst shouts, dust, and the reports of the cannon, we enter the town, and I, popping my star in my pocket, canter off to my own house. I have never worn it since, but I could not refuse it, as it was meant in kindness, and I did not wish to offend. End of section 24. Section 25 of In the Land of the Lion and Sun, or Modern Persia, by Charles James Wills. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Saethon Williams. Chapter 24. I Fall into the Hands of Brigands. The roads are not safe, and at night are dangerous. But with a man ill at one end of the division, 250 miles off, and the doctor at the other, the only thing for the doctor to do is to go to his patient as fast as possible. Had I been going to march, I should have applied to the Persian authorities for a strong guard, and it would have been provided. But in posting, this is impossible. It was the height of the famine time. In place of 6 or 8 horses in each post-house, all well up to their work, 2 or 3 was the maximum, and these mere living skeletons, and I knew that at some stages all had died. I had never been looted, and, trusting to my luck, I sent for horses. But I felt that looting was likely. I took no gold watch, but only an aluminium one, and as little money as possible. Beyond my clothes I had nothing valuable, save a case of instruments belonging to government, that I required at Ispahan. By this time I had begun to pique myself on the rate I could get over the ground en chopper, and I had established a rule in my own mind that there were 2 ways of posting, and 2 only: going when there was light, and going as long as horses were to be had day and night. Anything else was of little use, as one could not go faster than the latter mode, and if one wanted to go more slowly than the former, one might as well march. In the famine time, nothing but water and firing was to be got, and so the journey was naturally a thing to be got over as soon as possible. Also, in this particular instance, I was going to see a patient, and so was bound to be smart. Off I went about noon from Shiraz at a sharp canter, preceded by my servant and followed by the guide, for one has to separate them or they lose time in chattering. The servant yelled, whipped, jobbled his horse with his sharp native stirrups, and generally behaved as a lunatic. On emerging from the town, he exhorted me frequently to come on, and took as much out of himself and his horse as possible. When we got to Zergun, 6 farsakhs, we had done it over the good road on the plain under the 2 hours and a half. The next stage to Saethon is over a sandy plain, which, in wet weather, is a very bad road indeed, and rough causeways have to be gone over to keep out of the morasses. But we had had no rain for 2 years, and all the way it was good going. We reached Saethon half an hour after sunset, and here my man began to suggest that we should stop to sleep. I made him understand that as long as I could find horses, I was bound to go on, but he seemed to fail to see that the rule applied to him. On we went still, having kept to our 2 farsakhs, or 8 miles, an hour, including stoppages, and reached Karamabad at 9 at night. Here the road was less level, and my man would lag behind. The moon was high, and the scenery is very pretty. Long stretches of what in other times is turf, and plenty of big trees. At about 6 a.m. we got to Murghab. Here we had to feed the horses, which caused a delay of an hour and a half, and it was 11 before we reached Daybid, having done very badly 30 farsakhs in 23 hours. These 2 severe stages on famished animals had destroyed all chance of a quick journey. We had walked the greater part of the last stage, which, with the one we had done before it, are two of the longest in this part of Persia, being each a good 27 miles, though called 6 farsakhs. From Daybid we cantered over an undulating plain to Konakhora. The going was good, but the poor beasts constantly fell from weakness, and I could not spare them. Again, at Konakhora, there were no horses, and I had to stop 2 hours to rest the old ones, not getting to Surme till 2 hours after midnight, and having to walk and drive the wretched beasts the greater part of the way. Here my man was unable to go any further. The walking of the last stage had been too much for him. There was nothing for it but to leave him to come on as he pleased, and that thoroughly suited him. At dawn I reached Abade, the parting with the servant and consequent wrangle having taken up nearly an hour. I hardly knew the place. Generally, the approach to Abade is through smiling gardens and vineyards, and heavy crops are grown in the neighbourhood. Now, nothing. The people besieged me in the Chupakhana for money. I was able to get 2 broken-down horses. My own fell 7 times in the first hour from weakness, and the distance to Shurgistan, over happily a good and level road, is 6 farsakhs, a good 24 miles. It was 2 in the afternoon before I could leave Shurgistan, and as usual there were no horses. I was told at this place that the road was very dangerous, but confident in my being a European, and being also armed, I did not think there was much to fear. We crawled into Yezdikhast over an undulating, fairly good road at sunset, the horses both lying down on entering the courtyard. They had come the 13 farsakhs in 12 hours, but were so weak that I doubted being able to start before morning, but the information I had at Abade by wire made me desirous of pushing on. My patient's state was critical, and at 11 p.m., finding that the horses could stand, I started. Yezdikhast is situated in a valley through which runs a small river, and on each side are precipitous cliffs and a bad road, unpleasant to scramble up or down by day, and dangerous on a dark night. The town itself is built on a perpendicular island-like cliff, which stands in the middle of the deep ravine thus formed. It presents a sufficiently striking appearance as viewed from either the cliffs or the valley, impregnable to attack save from artillery. The perpendicular cliff on which it is perched shows up a bright yellow against what is generally a verdant valley, teeming with corn and grass, though just at the time I was travelling quite bare, save just by the river. There is only one small entrance to the town, at one end of the razor-backed cliff. This is a doorway just big enough to admit a horseman stooping in his saddle, or a loaded mule. This doorway is reached by a small bridge of a few poles, which can be knocked away at once. The cliff, which appears to be of sandstone, is honeycombed with underground granaries and shelters for sheep and goats, as are the cliffs on either side. On one side of the town, in the ravine, is the caravanserai. On the other, the Chupakhana, or post-house. The night was pitch dark. The guide could not even see the road, and I had to light my road lantern to enable us to get out of the ravine up the rocky track that leads to the high road. When we did get on the road, it was so dark that I was unfortunately still obliged to keep my light burning to enable us to keep on the track. And to this, I suppose, I owe my subsequent misfortunes. I was coming now to a notorious dozgah, or robbing place, Aminabad. Here is a magnificent caravanserai, but no one can live here, for, being the frontier of 2 provinces, one ruled by the governor of Shiraz, the other by that of Ispahan, it was a sort of debatable land. A few hours' march, too, brings one to the Bakhtiari country, governed by Hussein Kuli Khan, who ruled with a rod of iron the turbulent tribes of these wild men. All wanderers, they are a brave and untamable people, their customs quite different from the inhabitants of the towns, upon whom they look with contempt. They are practically independent, merely furnishing a large contingent of irregular cavalry. The illustration gives a good idea of the tent life of the wandering tribes of Persia. The tents are very portable, impervious to rain, wind, and sun, and are woven by the women from the hair of the black goats. They are very durable. The Shah is here of little authority, the whole government being vested in Hussein Kuli Khan, whose eldest son remains with the king in honourable captivity in Tehran as hostage for his father's good conduct. Several times have villagers been placed in the Aminabad caravanserai, that the place might not be without inhabitants. But it is always looted, the ryots beaten or murdered. Even in peaceful times, the muleteers hurry past the caravanserai and make the best of their way to Yezdikhast. The country here, on the least pretext, becomes disturbed, and robberies and murders in disturbed times are frequent. The last time I passed it, in 1878, I was riding on in front of the caravan, and looked into the huge courtyard out of curiosity. And though the country was very peaceful indeed, there lay the festering body of a murdered man. A few mud walls run along the road, making convenient ambush, and a ruined watchtower marks the exact frontier line. My lighted lantern had doubtless put the robbers of the neighbourhood on the qui-vivre, but I could not have got out of the Yezdikhast valley without it, and I hoped by travelling at an unusual hour, midnight, in the pitchy darkness, to slip by unperceived. I had reckoned without my host. As I passed at a slow amble, making as little noise as possible, and flattering myself that no one could see us, I was challenged. "Who are you?" I promptly replied, "Be off, I am a European." "Stand," said a voice, and I saw a black object in the shadow of the wall. I drew my revolver and placed it on full cock. I stuck my spurs into my wretched horse, but the presence of other beasts was enough for him. He merely swayed with weakness, but did not budge. The black object now rapidly approached, and resolved itself into 5 horsemen, who surrounded me, and, prodding me with the muzzles of their guns, ordered me to dismount in a series of hoarse whispers. My thieves were well mounted and well armed. The odds were too great for a fight. I could not run away, and the guide had disappeared, having slipped off his horse and run. I used strong language and tried to brazen it out, but it was of no use. I was lugged off my horse, and several blows were struck at my head, but my topi kept them off. My assailants now stripped me so rapidly as to show they were adepts in the matter. They were evidently in a great hurry. I put my revolver on half-cock and dropped it, thinking that I should be stripped and left. But I had reckoned again without my host. When they had stripped me to my breeches and shirt, one fellow seized the pocket in which was my money, and with one slash of his knife removed it, slitting the leg of my pants to the knee. As another man was dragging off my shirt, he remarked that it was silk, the fineness of the linen deceiving his touch. I was now ordered to come along, and there being no option, did so. But I felt the cold to my naked back, and asked them for a covering, purposely in broken Persian, thinking that if they did not know I was au fait at the language, I might the better get at their intentions. One man, the chief, ordered one of the village felt greatcoats to be flung to me. I gladly wrapped myself in it, and picking up my revolver, concealed it in the sleeve, trusting to have a chance of perhaps selling my life dearly, or ending it if any indignity were offered me. I had not gone many yards when the thorns began to enter my feet, and render walking painful. I now requested to be put on a horse, but the only reply was an order to come on at once, which was repeated, and a gun put to my head. But I was desperate. I foresaw that if I walked I should be lamed for months, and certainly in no condition to escape. The chief now rode up, and I appealed to him in very broken Persian. He ordered me to be put on one of the post-horses, and to come on at once, adding significantly, "If you don't, we shall kill you here." I felt that there would be no chance to escape at present, but that I might possibly have a future opportunity. We now left the road and pushed on in the direction of the Bakhtiari country. I was glad to see that the 2 post-horses lagged considerably and delayed us much. I found, too, that there was a mule loaded with grain that these gentry had stolen, which was driven by 2 men armed with iron-headed bludgeons. Our party was now 9, the 5 horsemen, well armed and mounted, the 2 footmen, the guide who had been secured and whose hands were tied behind his back, and myself. By this time I calculated that it was about 2 a.m. I could see better now that we were on the open plain. The head of our captors was addressed as Lutf Ali Khan. He kept ahead and avoided all intercourse with me. His head and face were carefully covered with a long strip of calico, which was wound around and round his head as a disguise. What little I could see of his face was blackened with charcoal. As dawn approached, I was able to make out these details, and to take my bearings to find the road again should I succeed in getting away. The robbers were all well mounted, and their horses were fat and in good condition. I noted the particulars of each man, but the chief gave me no chance to recognize him. At dawn, as we passed under a high cliff, we heard shots fired, and bullets began to fly about our heads. The horsemen returned the fire, which came from some 20 footmen who were perched in coigns of vantage and under shelter on the top and face of the cliff. It was now daylight, and the pleasures of being shot at were not increased when I saw that the practice was good, for one of the horsemen now lost a finger. A good deal of shouting took place, but as it was in Turkish, I could not make out its purport. At last they seemed to come to some sort of understanding, for the firing ceased, and the footmen came down from the cliff into the plain. These men were evidently also Bakhtiaris, and were led by a small old man clad in white. He wore zangal, a kind of leather legging, and had a long red-dyed beard and a tall felt hat. From what I overheard, I found out that the second party had outnumbered the first, and that my spoils were to be divided. The difficulty seemed to be about myself. The head of the footmen said, "You have looted this Ferengi. With this we have nothing to do. We loot not him, but you." The man who had lost his finger now came to have it dressed, which I did as well as I could for him. Instead of being grateful, he merely, in most expressive pantomime, drew his finger across his throat. Upon the principle that dead men tell no tales, it was undoubtedly their intention to put me out of the way. And had we not met the second gang, it would have probably been done where we were, a lonely place, safe from all interruption. But there were now too many witnesses to the fact of my having been carried off. We continued our march, accompanied by the footmen, about 30 men, including ourselves. I found out afterwards that the men who had looted me had only the day before robbed a Sayyid, or descendant of the Prophet, a mullah, or priest, and after stripping him, as he was a holy man, and they did not like to kill him in cold blood, they laid him on the ground, piled big stones on him so that he could not stir, and left him to die in the desert of hunger and thirst. His body was found half-eaten by jackals, and the men confessed the fact when they had no further reason for denying it. So had there been no second party arriving, I should have fared ill. At about 9 a.m. we halted. I was placed in charge of the 2 footmen armed with iron-headed staves, and the guide, whose hands had remained bound, with the 2 post-horses and the load of grain, remained guarded by them. The rest of the horsemen and the footmen retired to some 300 yards off, and commenced to unpack my saddlebags. I was now quite unarmed, for when the reinforcement came up, I felt that to get away by any act of violence was impossible, and as the finding of the revolver on me would probably cost me my life, I dropped it when I had an opportunity of doing so unperceived. Several times men came to me from the anxious throng that surrounded my kit, and asked me the value or use of the diverse objects. To the latter I did not attempt to respond, but I satisfied them as to the former by putting high values on everything, thinking thereby to increase my own importance. I told them my aluminium watch was worth £40, and, as it was very massive, they believed it. My guards insisted on cutting off the brass buttons from my riding breeches, saying to each other that they were gold. The thieves argued and shouted a good deal over the spoil, and one of my guards joined the excited circle formed round my kit, while the other manifested the greatest interest in their proceedings. The postboy, by a nod, now drew my attention to the distant ridges, and to my delight I saw a large party of horsemen pricking across the plain in our direction. On they came, but slowly, apparently not seeing us. They got within some 500 yards undetected by the robbers or my guard, who were intent on the booty. And then, instead of making a charge and taking the robbers unawares, they commenced firing. This, of course, disclosed their presence, and my delight was great when I saw that they were irregular cavalry. The robbers, however, showed no sign of retreating. They returned to the fire briskly, and the rescuers were much more in fear of them than they were of the cavalry. "Bring along the Feringhi!" shouted several, and firing became brisk and promiscuous. "Help me up with a load of grain onto the mule," shouted my sole remaining guard in choice Persian, which till now he had not used. The other fellow had joined the rest of the robbers. I pretended to comply, and affected to be unable to even move it. With a curse, he drew his knife and cut the bonds of the postboy, and ordered him to assist him, placing his iron-headed stick on the ground. They struggled with the load, and I did a not very brave thing, but it was my only means of getting away. I seized the bludgeon and stunned my guard with it, and then the guide and I ran under a brisk fire for the cavalry. These men were now in retreat, and I was adjured by them to come along, but I could run no more, my stockinged feet being my only protection against the thorns. My feet were full of them, and I was now dead lame. "Give me a horse," I said. "Run, Sahib, they are on us," said they. I could not, however, and I replied, "I am going back to the robbers," and sat down. This was too much, and one of them dismounted and gave me his horse, running by my side. I now saw that we were rapidly moving off, pursued by the robbers. Vague shooting out of all range was going on in every direction, and also, as far as the eye could reach, isolated footmen with guns and sticks could be seen making the best of their way to the fight. Fortunately, we were mounted, for I could see 200 men at least. They were Bakhtiaris. Discretion was decidedly the better part of valour. After some 3 hours cantering, we reached Yezdikhast at noon, and I was carried from my horse into a house. My feet, full of thorns, I was unable to put to the ground. My head, used to the protection of a solar tupi, was covered only by a small pot hat of namad, to the edge of which, when he gave it to me, finding it did not fit, a friendly highwayman had given a gash with his knife, which enabled me to get it on. As he handed it to me, he made a significant gesture with his knife across his throat, a cheerful joke these men were prone to. I felt really ill after the excitement and exposure, for though the nights were cold, the sun in the morning was very strong, and my feet were very painful and swollen. I could not walk. 2 old women now busied themselves in extracting the thorns from my feet, and they had 3 hours' work. My feet were not right for a couple of months, and many thorns remained in. There were no horses in the post-house. I had no clothes and no money, and I was anxious to get on. A nice position. And now came a curious episode of want of hospitality on the part of the Kedkhoda, headman of the village. Although he had led the horseman who rescued me, and might naturally expect a handsome present, he would not lend or sell me a rag, nor would he give me any refreshment, though he knew me perfectly well, and was quite aware of my solvency. Neither could I get any food from him. So there was nothing for it but to have myself carried to the Chupa Khana and get what I could from the postmaster, a poor villager. I did get some clothes from him, but they were not over clean, and I then persuaded him to give me credit for a dinner and my horse hire, and succeeded, after some wrangle, in a promise of both. At a couple of hours after sunset, the Kedkhoda sent me by a boy the leg of a fowl and a little rice. This I sent away, saying that he knew that was not the way to send me a dinner, and that I should report his conduct. I got some fried eggs and bread from the postmaster, and a few moments after, a handsome Persian dinner was sent by the Kedkhoda, who had become alarmed. He arrived himself, and smilingly motioned me to set to. I was so enraged at his treatment that I emptied the dinner, rice, fowls, roast lamb, and melted grease, into his face, and threw the big copper tray after him, and he retreated humbled. At dawn I started, accompanied by 6 guards, and passed the spot where I was looted 30 hours before. My guards did not leave me till I got to Maqsud Beg, which is out of the dangerous part of the country, and I got to Kumishar, where my patient was, without further adventure, in the afternoon. But I was compelled to ride with my feet out of the stirrup irons, as I could not bear them to be touched, and they were much swollen. Here I was able to attend to my patient, who was in a sufficiently critical condition. However, I was in time, and he recovered. In contradistinction to my treatment at Yezdikhast, the post-housekeeper at Kumishar lent me a brand new suit of clothes and provided me with food during my stay in Kumishar. My patient was too ill for me to be his guest, and his servants had deserted him. This postmaster lent me also 4 pounds in silver. My friends in Ispahan sent me clothes, and on my patient's convalescence I rode in there after 5 days. As I came near Marg and approached a narrow pass called the Orchini, the Golam of the telegraph with whom I was riding pointed out, on the face of the cliff at the part where the road narrows, some dozen men with guns, crouched behind boulders and rocks.
"They are stopping the way, Sahib. There are probably more in the pass, and if once we go in, we shall be caught."
Vacuus viator is all very well, but even though I had nothing left to be looted of, if I sang, I preferred not to do so coram latrone. So we turned off to the right by a camel road that also leads to Marg, keeping on quietly till we were detected, for at first the thieves could not see that we had left the road. But as soon as they did, they rushed out to cut us off. The distance was the same for both, but we were mounted, and we screwed a canter out of our steeds and got safely away. I met with no further adventure on that journey to Ispahan, but my experience of Oriental brigands is not a pleasant one. Of course, it is much pleasanter to pose as a hero, but with my revolver, had I fired on being surrounded, I should have been blown out of my saddle. Captain Pearson, then acting director, wished to send in a claim for compensation to the Persian government, but this was not done. Had I been a Russian subject, it would have been otherwise. The value of all my kit was, however, repaid to me. Nothing more at the time was heard of the robbers. No effort was made to arrest them. The country was at that time demoralized by the terrible famine. But afterwards 4 of my thieves fell into the hands of the king's uncle, the present governor of Shiraz. He is a severe man, and they, including Lutf Ali, were built up alive in brick pillars on the high road just outside Abade, and left to die gradually, perishing as their victim the Sayud did. The pillars and bones may be seen on the roadside, and, like our old gibbets, are a terror to evildoers. End of section 25. Section 26 of In the Land of the Lion and Sun, or Modern Persia, by Charles James Wills. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Saethon Williams. Chapter 25. Shiraz. The 2 principal men of Shiraz are the Kawam, the Kalamta or mayor of the town, in whose family the dignity has been for some generations hereditary, and the Mushkir, an aged official who has held all the offices of the province of Fars. He has farmed the customs, collected the revenue, been the minister, really responsible governor, of the young prince during his nonage, and has even been governor himself, rising from a small official. Abul Hassan Khan has succeeded in enriching himself, and at the same time making many friends and dependents. His rivals have gradually succumbed to his vigorous policy, and the free system of bribery at Tehran, adopted by the Mushkir, has generally removed them from his path. When that has failed, he has not scrupled to have recourse to other measures. Careful to allow himself to be looted, at times nearly ruined, by the powerful king's uncle, the Hissam-u-Sultane, he has always thus secured a friend at court, and while feathering his own nest during the governorship of the Zil-ez Sultan,
he has always satisfied the young prince by large subsidies. Having several daughters, all ladies of mature age and all married, save the favourite child, for whom he obtained the title of Lika-ul-Mulk, on the Mushkir's death, the governor of Shiraz, whoever he may happen to be, will have a gigantic prize. After 50 years of successful official life, the savings of the old man must be enormous. Besides his own estates, which are very large, he inherited the entire property of his brother, a very wealthy man, and much of that of his son-in-law, the late governor of Fussa. In 1879 and 1880, however, came an evil day for him. Khosrow Mirza, the Motammed-ul-Mulk and uncle of the king, was made governor of Fars. This powerful and politic prince had on a previous occasion been compelled to leave Shiraz, and was subsequently deprived of his governorship by the successful intrigues of the Mushkir, whose son-in-law, specially kept at Tehran for the purpose of having access to the royal heir, had administered on the Mushkir's behalf bribes to the king, to such an amount as to induce the Shah to deprive his uncle of his governorship, and to appoint a man of straw, thus giving the real power into the hands of the Mushkir. And now came the day of reckoning. The Mushkir became, as it were, a prisoner in his own house. The Kawam, his wealthy and ancient rival, was at once taken into the governor's favour, and titles of honour and local governorships conferred on his son, a youth long supposed to be an idiot, but who now showed a capacity for Persian political life which astonished even his own people. The hungry sons of the Mutammed, dispatched into the richest governorships of the province, proceeded to fleece the dependents of the Mushkir, and to be a dependent, friend, or adherent of the old man became a crime. Mirza Muhammad, the secretary of the Mushkir, was arrested, his house and property arbitrarily confiscated, and his accumulations wrung from him as the price of his life. And at last the governor seized the Mushkir himself, and actually administered a severe bastinado to his enemy, now an old man of 75. The Mushkir's life was also attempted by poison. All that could be confiscated was taken. The ready cash and jewels, to an enormous amount, became the property of the Motammed-ul-Mulk, the king's uncle, and his sons, while claims were made against the Mushkir for great amounts. But though Khosrow Mirza hungered for the old man's life, he had yet influence sufficient at the capital to preserve it, and an order came that the Mushkir should retire to Kerbela in Turkey, the shrine of the prophets Hussein and Hassan, there to end his life in prayer and repentance. But the Mushkir may yet prove a thorn in the side of his enemies. He is now back in Shiraz, and apparently inactive. The Kawam, grandson of the celebrated Haji Kawam of Shiraz, executed by boiling to death, after being for some years in the shade, through the successful intrigues of the Mushkir, is now in the full blaze of power. His son has his foot in the stirrup of success, and he is the only local man in real power in the province of Fars. Rather boorish in manner, the Kawam is kind and honest, liberal and true to his adherents in adversity. It remains to be seen whether he will show the politic moderation of the Mushkir, who never made an enemy unless he was able to remove him. The system of the Kawam has been to strengthen his local influence by marriages of the various members of his family, and his open and honest, if at times obstinate, policy has made him many personal friends, more valuable than those of the Mushkir, whose adherents were either mercenary or those who, for their safety, assumed the name. The policy of the governors of Fars has invariably been to play off the Kawam against the Mushkir, so taking bribes from both, but never destroying either. However, one thing is quite certain. The Kawam is an old and honoured citizen of Shiraz, without a personal enemy save the Mushkir, while the latter does not possess a real friend, and being heirless, may fall a victim to some unscrupulous governor, who may take his life on some pretext, secretly or openly, for the sake of the pickings from his still gigantic estates.
Another grandee of Shiraz was Mirza Naim, the paymaster of the forces of Fars, a military officer of high rank and great age. He was the general who, in the time of the Baabi revolt, besieged the walled city of Zinjan, the capital of a province of Persia held by those fanatics. The place was obstinately defended, the women even appearing on the walls, and fighting and dying for the sake of their ridiculous creed. On the taking of the city by assault, a Qutl-i-Aum, or general massacre, was ordered, and the atrocities committed were too horrible to mention. The governor of Fars at that time, 1870 to 1875, the Zil-ez-Sultan, wishing to wring a large fine and a considerable sum of money supposed to have been appropriated by the paymaster general, after numerous indignities placed Mirza Naim in a snow chair. The man was 75 years of age, compelled him to drink watermelon juice to produce the well-known diuretic effect, and while the sufferer was frozen to the snow seat, caused a dog to be placed on his lap, thus insulting his aged co-religionist. Although the man had borne these horrible tortures for some hours, he now consented to pay the sum demanded. Of course, the result to his aged frame was not long in doubt. He soon succumbed to the effects of the injuries he received. I am particular in describing his treatment from the Zil-ez-Sultan, as it shows the improbability of the story told by a radical politician who recently travelled through Persia, and among other marvellous tales inserted the groundless calumny, seen at page 15 of Volume 2 of Mr. Arthur Arnold's Through Persia by Caravan, in which he says, "A European doctor, to his shame be it said, talking one day with the Zil-i-Sultan, upon the interesting topic of torture, suggested an ancient method, which, we were told, at once struck the prince as applicable to the snowy regions of Ispahan. To draw the teeth of Jews who refused gifts to the government was the practice in days when the civilization of England was no more advanced than that of Persia. But I never heard before of stuffing a man's trousers with snow and ice as an efficient way of combating his refusal to pay a large demand in the season when the thermometer stands, as it does in central Persia, for months below zero." Now, as possibly I may be alluded to under the vague title of A European Doctor, not many of whom exist in Persia to speak to the Zil-ez-Sultan, and the story is glibly told by this author, yet I fancy that it will not be credited, even on the statement of the retailer of scandals said to be heard through interpreters from Orientals, when it is considered that it was hardly needful to apprise the Zil-ez-Sultan of a means of cruelty, since he was so ingenious as to use the very same old method on a general of over 75 some years before, I being in Shiraz at the time, as the prince well knew, and the supposed refinement of cruelty no new thing to the prince. When an author swallows and repeats such yarns as that one of our sergeants shot an unoffending Armenian, etc., the unoffending Armenian and the shooting being alike myths, see Volume 2, page 167, etc., one can only suppose that the capacity for swallowing such tough stories is equalled by the pleasure found in retailing them. Whoever the cap fits, and I do not believe it fits anyone, it does not fit me, and I will not wear it. One can only pity a man who travels through a country, mostly by night in a closed litter, with his eyes very tightly shut and his ears very widely open, all whose facts are hearsay and most of whose deductions are mistaken. One of the means of making presents used by the great in Persia is the giving of cashmere shawls. The gift of a shawl is supposed to be an honor, as well as a money payment to the recipient. Among other presents made to me by the Persians, in my professional capacity, was a pair of handsome shawls. As it is not expected that these should be retained, and as they were useless to me as dress stuffs, for which they are used by the upper classes in Persia of both sexes, I disposed of one for £18 in the bazaar to a merchant, and retained the other as a present to my mother. On taking it to England, I was astonished to find that it was unappreciated, and still more surprised to learn that, as it was made in several strips, as are all the real cashmere shawls that go to Persia, and fringeless, it was nearly absolutely valueless. In fact, one of the large West End drapers offered as a favour to give me 30 shillings for it. I took it back to Persia, as my mother said it was useless to her, and sold it for £20, my servant probably making a £5 commission on the transaction. Under the hills, some mile and a half from Shiraz, is the garden of the Dilgu Shah, or Heart's Ease, the property of the Kawam. In the middle is a large and solid brick building, having a small tank in the centre, the water flowing into which is warm, about 70 degrees Fahrenheit. Above the tank is a dome, once decorated with a large picture of a battle. This was painted on plaster, but all, save a few pieces, has crumbled away. The garden is planted with orange trees, and is very large. Above the garden is the Saethon, or sliding place. Here, for centuries, the young of both sexes were accustomed to resort. The rocks slope sharply down, and generations of sliders have polished the stones till they have become like glass. After a breakfast at Dilgu Shah, whenever there are children or young people, the whole party adjourn to the Saethon, and the juveniles, and not unfrequently the elders, run up the edge and, squatting at the top, slide rapidly down in strings, the whole tumbling over pell-mell at the bottom. The more adventurous slide down on their stomachs, head downwards, but they generally squat and go down in strings for mutual safety. All, however, thus conduce to the polishing of the Saethon. A difficult climb of 3/4 of an hour brought one to the Char Ali Bunda, a well cut in the surface of the living rock. A huge square aperture yawns in the surface. The well was probably originally constructed to supply a mountain fastness with water, which was, I think, never reached. The shaft is of great depth, and is popularly supposed to be without bottom. I have attempted to measure it by dropping a stone, but the echoes thus produced render it impossible. One hears no sound of water on throwing objects into it, and I have lowered 600 yards of string, and the cord has remained still taut. There are no ruins around it, and this points to an unsuccessful boring for water. Such a position in the times previous to artillery, and it is only of very modern introduction in Persia, would have been, if supplied with water, almost, if not quite, impregnable, for the road up is very steep and could easily be rendered quite impassable. The use to which the Char Ali Bunda is now put reminds one of the Arabian Nights. It is the place of execution of faithless women. I am not sure whether it has been used within the last 10 years for that purpose. I believe it has. But some 17 years ago, a friend of mine was present at such an execution. The woman was paraded through the town bareheaded, with her hair cut off, on an ass, her face being to the tail. She was preceded by the lutis, or buffoons of the town, singing and dancing, while the Jewish musicians were forced to play upon their instruments and join in the procession. All the rabble of the town, of course, thronged around the wretched woman. The ass was led by the executioner, and it was not till nearly dusk that the place of punishment was reached. The victim had been mercifully drugged with opium, and was probably unaware of her fate. She was ordered to recite the Mussulman profession of faith. This she was, of course, unable to do. Her hands were bound behind her. A priest recited the profession of faith in her name, and the executioner, saying, "Beiro, get thee gone," by a touch of his foot, launched her into eternity. Such executions are getting less common in Persia than formerly. In Shiraz, where intrigues among married women are very rife, the husband's relatives, and often the woman's, make common cause with them, generally take the matter into their own hands, and either fling the woman from a roof or into a well, or administer a dose of poison. The adulterer generally taking refuge in flight, or getting off with a severe bastinado if the affair is brought home to him. Generally, however, such things are hushed up.
In any case, no notice is taken of them by officials, and no punishment is visited upon the actors in these private tragedies. I had a man-nurse for my children, one Abdul Hamid, by trade a gold lace-maker, a native of Shiraz. He was the quietest and most humble of little men, nearly a dwarf. I was told by him a curious incident in his history. Marrying his cousin, a young and handsome Shirazi, she was not long faithful to him, and his mother, who is usually the master spirit and guardian of her son's honour in a Persian household, finding that the lady's amours were becoming notorious, at length informed her son. There was unfortunately no room for doubt. The husband ran with his woes to his mother and brothers-in-law, respectable artisans. One of these, the same evening, brought some corrosive sublimate, and the girl's own mother, her mother-in-law, her brothers, and her husband compelled her to swallow a fatal dose of the drug. Although in a few days the affair was common bazaar talk, no notice was taken of the matter, the thing being looked on as a natural ending to the woman's intrigue. I asked my man one day if the story were true. He replied, "Oh yes, Sahib, it was her fate," and proceeded to inform me that he was on the best of terms with the family of his late wife. In the garden of Jani-Ma, my soul, is the grave of Rich the Traveller. He died in Shiraz when on his road home. Close to this garden, in a small cemetery having a mud mosque, is the monolith covering the grave of the poet Hafiz. It is a huge block of Yezd marble, beautifully carved with verses from the writings of the poet. The Yezd marble is very similar in appearance to alabaster. It is a favourite place of resort of the literary, who may be frequently seen reading the works of the poet, and smoking or meditating over his tomb. Around him are buried many who look on his works as religious and inspired writings. Some, and the major portion of educated Persians, simply consider Hafiz as an anacreontic dreamer, and his works the ways of wickedness made bright. A mile off is the tomb of Sa'di, another poet, the author of the moral tales upon whose teaching the mental course of most Persians is guided. The first story forms the keynote to this system, and explains the otherwise mysterious course pursued by most Orientals, who usually prefer the crooked to the straight. The tale is well known, and I may be permitted to quote it from memory. All these moral tales are very concise. It is as follows. Once, a great king, having overcome his enemies in battle, caused the principal captives to be brought bound into his presence. On their arrival, they commenced to revile him. The monarch, being ignorant of their language, turned to his minister and requested him to explain their speech. The minister, instead of faithfully repeating their sentiments, said that overcome with the magnificence of the king, they were expressing their astonishment at his greatness, and imploring his clemency. The king, pleased, ordered their release. The moral is, it is better to tell a lie that produces good than to tell the truth which produces evil. Thus the tenets of the Persian sage and those of the Jesuits are similar. To do evil is lawful if a greater good be the result. I fear the evil is often done without the expected good resulting. A visit to the tomb of Sa'di, or that of Hafiz, is common among the Shirazis for the taking of omens, or fal, as they are termed. For a few coppers, the dervish, who usually acts as guardian to the tomb, produces his well-thumbed manuscript copy of the poet, and, after an invocation to the deity, he thrusts his knife into the closed volume between the leaves. Taking the passage at the top of the right-hand page, he recites it to the anxious inquirers, and, if they be ignorant people, he generally manages to recite a passage favourable to their wishes. Nothing serious is done in Persia without the taking an omen. Fal, the casting of lots, istikhara, or the decree of an astrologer. It was a common thing for a patient to tell me that the reason he consulted me was that he had put all the names of the doctors of the town in a bag, and mine had been drawn. I also was commonly told that a man had refused his physic because the omen was against it. They will close a bargain or not by an omen, start on a journey or refrain from the same reason, and their action in such little doubtful points as the staking in games is ruled in the same manner. A common way to take an omen, in this case istikhara, for fal is generally confined to the omen by the book, be it Hafiz, Saadi, or the Quran, is to grasp the rosary haphazard. Every Persian man or woman carries a rosary, and count from the bead grasped till the end is reached. Good, doubtful, no. The last bead reached being the decisive one. On a taking the fowl at the tomb of Hafiz by Captain T, R.E., who was a gold medalist in Persian, a curious incident occurred. The old dervish, taking the book of poems between his palms, muttered the usual invocation to God, and, opening the book, proceeded to recite some stanzas highly favourable to Captain T's proceeding on his journey. But T, taking the book from his hand, and looking only at the first line, closed the volume and recited from memory that line and some 50 that followed it. The dervish certainly was nonplussed. Here was a Ferengi who could not make himself understood by even the servants, so different is the Persian of books, and that learnt in India from the colloquial, reciting correctly and with appropriate gesture the poetry that he, the dervish, prided himself on being familiar with. His eyes rolled. He looked with astonishment on the gifted European, put his spectacles in his pocket, bowed, and disappeared, not even waiting for the present that he knew he could be sure of. We were naturally much surprised, but we were cognizant of Captain T's being well versed in the Persian classics, for did he not address my servant as cup-bearer, Sorki, and did he not request, to the man's astonishment, when requiring beer, that he should bring the soul-inspiring bowl? Which phrases, being poetical, were quite as Dutch to the servant as if a London waiter were ordered to fill high the bowl with Samian wine. Saadi, though more influencing the actions of the people, is less read by the upper classes than Hafiz, to whom are paid almost divine honours. And the humble tomb of the one, in its little unkept garden, is little visited, while the handsome stone over the grave of the other has generally a few reverent idlers round it. End of section 26. Section 27 of In the Land of the Lion and Sun, or Modern Persia, by Charles James Wills. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Saethon Williams. Chapter 26. Shiraz, Persian Customs. While in Shiraz, I made my first acquaintance with the tadziyas, or religious representations, given by the grandees of the town, of the various histories from the Koran leading up to the climax, the tragedy of the Saints Hussein and Hassan and their wives and children. Almost all of the wealthy did some public act or other in the Muharram, the month of mourning for the martyred saints. The tadziyah, or dramatic representation, was given by the Zil-ez-Sultan, the governor, in the garden of his palace on a very large scale indeed, and in a smaller way by the Mushir and the Kawam and others. To the prince's tadziyah I went by his invitation each day, and the young prince took great interest in the getting up of the various scenes in the story. A platform, some 30 yards square, was formed by placing together a number of takhts, or wooden platforms. These were planked over, and a level stage made by placing on them big doors and planks. The whole was carpeted with thick felts, and at one corner was placed a pulpit, draped in black. This pulpit, like all Oriental ones, is merely a flight of wooden steps, some 8 feet high, leading to a platform some 2 feet square, on which squats the preacher or reader, as the case may be. The stage is placed some 20 feet from the principal front of the prince's palace, the rooms of which thus form private boxes. To the left, spaces are roped off to accommodate the women,
who pour in hundreds. They are all closely veiled. In the lower room, also veiled, and facing the crowds of women, sit the prince's ladies. Above their apartment, at a large open window, is the prince himself, and during the waits, and sometimes even during the most pathetic parts, the young fellow amuses himself in ogling the ladies, the better-looking of whom seize these opportunities of raising their veils and casting coquettish glances in his direction. I have even known him, when very young, to have a basin of frogs handy, and he would toss the animals out among the thickest throng of the tightly packed women and shriek with laughter at the cries and confusion produced. To the right of the platform were dense crowds of men, the common people of Shiraz, while several large rooms opening towards the stage were devoted to the invited of the better class, officials and courtiers. The whole crowd were protected from the sun, rain, and wind by a huge tent provided for the purpose, and the raising of which had taken a hard week's work, all the soldiers of the 2 regiments in the town being employed to aid an army of professional tent pitchers. This tent was without walls, thus permitting the free ingress and egress of the performers of the tragedy and interludes, and the many processions of horses, soldiers, camels, etc. It was sustained by 4 huge masts. During this month, the whole of the community go into the deepest mourning. Black is the only wear, and the poor seize the opportunity to have their old clothes dyed and so get an extra bit of wear out of them, the more ceremonious going into mourning some days before the commencement of Muharram, and remaining in black the whole even of the following month. Behind the stage is raised a huge scaffolding, covered with red cloth and hung with cashmere shawls. On this are arranged all the glass and crockery that the prince possesses, and all he can borrow by hook or by crook, all his mirrors, lamps, and chandeliers, and the whole are set off by rows of brass candle lamps, hired from the bazaar, the general effect being that of a very miscellaneous broker's shop. Considerable care is, however, devoted to this display, and its grandeur, or the reverse, is one of the subjects of town talk for a week. The women having been crowding in from an early hour, the wives of the grandees and officials are accommodated with seats with the princess and her ladies, while the less favoured have places retained for them in good situations by their servants, and according to rank. As noon approaches, every seat is taken, and the stage surrounded on all sides by a sea of faces, a path being, however, left all round it for the processions to advance and make the circuit of the stage. All being now ready, the band plays a march, a gun is discharged, and the prince-governor takes his place at his window. A priest now ascends the pulpit, on the steps of which others are seated, while a crowd of lesser mullahs squat at the base. In a clear voice, every word of which is plainly heard in this assembly of many thousands, the priest recites the facts of the death of Hussein and Hassan. At the mention of these names, the audience become overwhelmed with grief, and, baring their breasts, smite them, crying, "Aye Hussein, why Hussein, aye Hussein Jan. O Hussein, woe for Hussein, O dear Hussein." Or at times join in the choruses led by organized mourners, who, with clenched fist or open hand, strike their breasts simultaneously at each mention of the names Hussein, Hassan, Hussein, Hassan, till they are out of breath, and their crimson and bruised chests force them to desist, with one final shout or shriek of Hussein. Half a dozen volunteers, these generally dervishes, as the sainted names are pronounced by the hundreds of voices, strike themselves over each shoulder with heavy chains. All the beholders are gradually worked up into a state of excitement and enthusiasm, and the descriptions of the saints and their children's sufferings make even the heart of the European listener sad. And now a curious chant in honour of the king is sung by a band of youths. After this, the priests leave the stage, and the professional exponents of the drama make their appearance, dressed to sustain the characters of the day. Small boys, chosen for their clear and sympathetic voices from among the singers of the town, sustain the little parts of the granddaughters and grandsons of the prophet. The wives are veiled, and these characters are played by bearded men, as are the angels and prophets, who are also veiled by glittering handkerchiefs. Yazid, the infidel king, and Shemir, the actual slayer of the saint, are clad in gay attire, booted and helmeted, and with shirts of chainmail on, rant as do the heroes of a Surrey melodrama. But the language is effective, the action rapid, and the speeches, though often long, accompanied by vigorous pantomime. There are no actual acts, no scenery, no curtain, but as each scene terminates, the actors leave the stage, and a long procession of horses, camels, and litters and biers, on which are carried the kotol, dummies, of the dead saints, enters with much noise, music, shouting, and drumming, followed and preceded by the volunteer mourners and breastbeaters, shouting their cry of Hussein Hassan, Hussein Hassan, and a simultaneous blow is struck vigorously by hundreds of heavy hands on the bared breasts at the last syllable of each name. Continual flourishes are played by the band, and the noise is deafening, the excitement contagious. The actors are mostly well up in their roles. Many of those sustaining the principal characters have come from Ispahan, where the tradition of the tatsya is handed down from father to son, and year by year they have played the mournful tragedy, making it a business as well as a religious act. They are fed, dressed, and paid by the governor. The numerous bands of well-drilled supernumeraries who combat on the stage are eager volunteers. Each speaking actor carries his part written out on a small scroll on the palm of his hand, and calmly reads it when memory fails him. Each act lasts from 2 to 4 hours. The drama itself goes on for from a week to 12 days, and various interludes and acts of it are performed, the most popular being The Wedding of Qasim, from the great amount of spectacle, The Death of Hussein, The Death of Ali Akbar, and The Dar. This latter is more than usually comic, and relates to the supposed conversion and immediate martyrdom of a Christian ambassador, the former of which is effected by the sight of the head of Hussein. The deaths of the various saints, imams, are portrayed with a ridiculous minuteness, but so excited are the audience that they do not appear to cause amusement. Thus, on the death of Ali Akbar, he enters wounded and thirsty, and beats off some 30 assailants. Then, after a long speech, exits. Then enter more assailants. Re-enter Ali Akbar, covered with arrows, sewn on his clothing to the number of 60 or so. He puts his assailants to flight, killing several, is wounded, exit. Re-enter Ali Akbar, long speech. He has now only one arm, puts assailants to flight, speech, exit. Re-enter armless, his sword in his mouth. Enter a murderer. They fight. The murderer is slain. Enter 30 assailants. At last Ali Akbar, after rolling up and down the stage, is killed, to the immense relief of everybody. His head is stuck on a long spear, the band strikes up, the mourners shout Hussein Hassan for 10 minutes, and the drama for the day ceases. There are other irregular interludes, Adam and Eve, Cain and Abel, etc. Some of the scenes are very comic, as that between Yazid the tyrant and his physician. On the day when the martyrdom of Hussein himself is portrayed, the place is thronged. The cruel Shemir, generally very vigorously represented, is at times roughly handled by the mob. The crowd are often regaled with sherbets by the personage at whose cost the tazia is given, also pipes and even coffee. And the amount expended in pipes, coffee, tea, etc., to the numerous guests is very considerable indeed. Almost every house has its roze-khane, or reading of prayers and scripture. These are generally given either to men or women, and in the latter case, female readers and singers are employed. When given to men, the mullahs officiate, and the reading takes place from a pulpit hung with black, the roofs being crowded with rows of veiled women. The tadziyas are not approved of by the higher classes of the priesthood,
but custom has made the people cling to them, and each small village has its local tatsya. Wherever a tatsya or rozechane is held, small black flags are exhibited at the door, and anyone walks in. By the performance of the taziya, the commemoration of the death of Hussein and Hassan is annually brought home to the Shia Mohammedan, and the more fanatical yearly hold a sort of Guy Fawkes Day, when a comic taziya in ridicule of Omar is held, and the, from their point of view, usurper is finally conducted to the infernal regions by the devil in person. During the greater part of Muharram, bands of boys visit the houses of their quarter, singing a long chant commemorative of the death of the martyrs, and collecting a few pence at its conclusion. The month of Ramazan is the fasting month of the Persians, and the great majority of the people rigorously observe it, tasting no food nor water, nor even smoking, from sunrise to sunset. Of course, when the month falls in the summer, the penance is much more serious. The more ascetic go Peshwas, that is, observe the fast a few days before it is really in force. Only the sick, very aged, young children, and travellers are exempt, and no one dares to openly break it, though of course many of the more advanced or irreligious do so in secret. In the night, an hour before dawn, the cry is, "Oh, water, water and opium!" This is the warning given to the people to take their last snack, the farewell cup of tea and pipe, and a copious draught of water and an opium pill are generally swallowed just at the gunfire which announces daybreak. Now the fast commences, and all compose themselves to sleep. At 9 or 10, the usually early rising Persian gets up and prepares to maunder through the day. He does no business save that which it is absolutely impossible to avoid. Half the shops in the bazaar are shut, or only opened for a few hours. The government offices are closed the greater part of the day. Everything is put off until after Ramazan. Towards the latter part of the afternoon, the streets become thronged. As sunset approaches, everyone gets more lively, and at the fire of the sunset gun, the longed-for pipe is seized, a cup of tea taken, and in half an hour everyone sits down to a heavy meal. Many parties are given in this month, the guests generally spending the night at the host's house. A peculiar form of eatable, called zalabi, is prepared during Ramazan. A thin paste of starch and sugar, mixed with sesame oil, is poured in streams upon heated copper trays, and a kind of fritter produced, which is delicate-looking and rather appetizing. When eaten, it is served cold. A particular Mohammedan will not swallow his own saliva during this month, and riders may be seen during Ramazan with their mouths and nostrils carefully covered by the end of their turban, or by a handkerchief, thus, in their idea, preventing the breaking of the fast by swallowing of dust or animalculae invisible to the eye. Generally, however, this is merely affectation of religious scruple. The most severe trial, however, setting apart the thirst produced in hot weather, is the abstention from smoking, and a merchant or shopkeeper who has the tube of a water pipe between his lips 8 hours out of the 24 really suffers considerable inconvenience from a 14 hours abstention. The long nights of Ramazan are enlivened by numerous festivities. Dinner giving takes place throughout the month, and the number of pipes smoked till 2 a.m. is considerable. The storytellers are now in great request, and drive a roaring trade, going from house to house. Poetry, too, is much recited and read aloud, the favourites being Saadi, Hafiz, and Firduzi. Storybooks, cheaply printed and roughly illustrated, are much read. They mostly contain short tales. Here is one paraphrased, with a facsimile of the rude woodcut illustrating the tale. I must premise that Mortaza Ali, the fourth successor and son-in-law of Muhammad, was assassinated by a fanatic, the caliphate having been previously usurped by Omar and Abu Bakr, an old man, the father-in-law of Muhammad, who succeeded the Prophet on his death. So say the Shia sect.
Abdul, a lazy peasant, lay, a snoring half the livelong day. His thrifty wife to scold began, "Arise and work, O lazy man." Yawning he rose, and, stretching, spake, while half asleep and half awake. "Ah, little wife, why should I arise?" "To earn our bread," the girl replies. "No, woman, if we work or not, in winter cold and summer hot, great Allah feeds his slaves, and he will surely feed both you and me." The youthful peasant kissed his wife, then sallied forth in dread of strife. With merry song and joyous lay, Abdul beguiled the dusty way. At length he reached a spreading plain. "Beneath thy shade I will remain. A brooklet and a shady tree, there is no better place for me." He laid him down, prepared to doze, but suddenly he quickly rose, and clambering the plain in fear, espied a dervish drawing near. The dervish had the dullard air, the maddened look, the vacant stare, that bang and contemplation give. He moved, but did not seem to live. His gaze was savage and yet sad, what we should call stark staring mad. All down his back his tangled hair flowed wild, unkempt, his head was bare. A leopard's skin was o'er him flung, around his neck huge beads were hung, and in his hand, there's the rub, he carried a portentous club, which Abdul's eye had caught, you see, and this is why he climbed the tree. The dervish stopped and gazed around, then flung himself upon the ground. I ne'er have seen in God's creation a fitter spot for meditation. Smiled at the turf which 'neath him lay, and said, "Yes, here I'll spend the day." This Abdul heard, and shook with fear, while from his eye there fell a tear. "O heaven!" exclaimed the trembling wight, "he may perhaps too stop the night." The dervish, squatting in the shade, 5 puppets small of clay has made, and to the first he spake, "To thee I give the name of Omar. See, the second's Ali Mortaza, the mighty prophet's son-in-law. You, Abu Bakr, are the third." Abdul craned out his neck and heard. "The fourth the prophet's self shall be." Abdul here groaned and shook the tree. The dervish paused, then gave a nod. "The fifth one, yes, the fifth one is God." Poor Abdul heard the blasphemy, and shook with fear and agony. "Ah," quoth the dervish, "Omar, well, you doubtless grill in deepest hell. You robbed our Ali, I have smashed you. Had Ali pluck, he might have thrashed you. Ali, could you do naught yourself to save from murder and an early grave? Ah, Islam's head too weak to rule, I fear you were a torpid fool. Half-hearted idiot, bah, pooh." He raised his club, "I smash you too. And you, old Abu Bakr, triple ass, could you not aid him? I'll not pass you over. There, take that." And Abu Bakr got a spiteful pat. "While as for you," the dervish cried, here Abdul's ears were opened wide, "O prophet, you at least did know. Why didn't you avert the blow? In highest heaven you sat and saw, but did not help your son-in-law. Down came the club with heavy thud, the prophet was but flattened mud. The dervish turned him, bowing low. "Allah," he cried, "from you I'll know why you did nothing. Like the rest, you were a lazy god at best. When all mankind are in thy hand, why not dispatch an angel band? Or bid the earth to open wide, and swallow Omar in his pride? What, silent too? Ah, senseless clod!" The dervish raised his club to God. Here Abdul screamed and shouted, "Hold! Ah, had you smashed him, overbold, and brainless dervish, as before, chaos would come again once more." The dervish heard, "Azrael!" he cried, stared and sunk back, and, shuddering, died, and gave up his reluctant breath, thinking he heard the voice of death. Then cautious Abdul reached the ground, looked on the dervish, gazed around, and softly to himself did cry, "'Tis certain there is no one by." He searched the corpse, a purse appears, and Abdul dries his frightened tears. Hies to his smiling wife, says, "See, from Allah, love, for you and me." "Husband," quoth she, "God helps us all, both prince and beggar, great and small." Abdul replied, "But girl, you see, God would have perished but for me." The reading of poetry is much in vogue among the upper classes to promote sleep, and even the most ignorant can rattle off long recitations. So common is the habit of introducing poetry that Europeans are looked on as very ignorant, because their conversation is prosaic, and one of the staff obtained quite a reputation as a well-read man in a curious manner. He was acquainted with one, and only one, verse of Persian poetry, a very well-known one. It was this: "For the mole on the cheek of that girl of Shiraz, I would give away Samarkand and Bukhara." Now, the gentleman, on the mention of the word mole, cheek, girl, Shiraz, Samarkand, or Bukhara, would instantly introduce the quotation. And as Shiraz was the town we lived in, and Central Asian affairs are continually on the tapis, Samarkand and Bukhara, unlikely words as they were for general conversation, were invariably introduced, and the inevitable quotation made. Unfortunately, another member of the staff, jealous of his rival's reputation, betrayed him, and Othello's occupation went. Books are treated with consideration in Persia. They are generally bound in boards, and these are elaborately hand-painted, generally with representations of birds and flowers. From 2 kerans to 200 may be paid for a pair of these boards. Sometimes a book is bound in leather. This is, however, less common, save for account books. A sort of outer envelope of cloth or chintz is made, and the book enclosed in it, thus preserving the binding and work at the same time. Great expense, too, is lavished on the pen-case, kalam dan. It is nearly always of papier-mâché, about 7 inches long, 1 wide, and 1½ deep. It draws open and contains the pens, which are reeds, an ivory or bone block for nibbing them on, a tiny spoon for moistening the ink, and a penknife. Also the peculiar scissors for trimming paper. At one extremity is a small box of silver or brass containing a skein of silk, which absorbs a quantity of Chinese ink and is wetted with the tiny spoon as it dries up. A roll of paper is also carried at the girdle, and a few adhesive strips of thin coloured paper are provided for the closing of letters. When it is wished to write a letter, the Persian sits if he can, but this is not a sine qua non. He tears from his roll of polished paper, made in the country, a piece of the needful size, and commencing in the right-hand top corner, he proceeds to fill his sheet, writing from right to left, and leaving at the left-hand side of his sheet a large margin of at least an inch. Should he reach the bottom of the page, and have still more to say, he turns the paper round and proceeds to fill the margin. He then concludes, reads the letter, and with his scissors carefully trims off the torn edges and cuts off all needless paper. If it be an important letter, he now seals it at the right-hand bottom corner or at the end. The sealing is often repeated on the back, and is equivalent to our signature. He damps the paper with his tongue, inks his seal, breathes on it, and presses it sharply on the paper. A permanent and very distinct impression is the result. He now cuts a tiny piece off one corner, for to send a 4-cornered letter brings ill luck, the Persians say. The letter is either rolled up and squeezed flat, or folded as we should fold a spill. It is thus about 3 to 4 inches long, and half an inch to an inch wide. A strip of adhesive paper is rolled around it, and the end of this is sealed in the same manner as before. The letter is now addressed. Titles are continually used in writing letters, and the language is usually high-flown and even bombastic. Thus, an ordinary invitation to dinner would be couched from one merchant to another: "To the high, the great, the influential, the descendant of the Prophet Lord Ali Baba. Please God you are in health. It is my representation that tomorrow your slave will be delighted to be honoured, in the house of your slave, with your illustrious and pleasant company to dinner. I trust your Excellency's health is good. I have no further representation to make. Or, after a long string of compliments and inquiries after the health of the correspondent, comes the mutlub, or essence of the letter, which is expressed thus: "And please send by bearer your horse. I have no further petition to make." A Persian is, apparently, very pious in his conversation, the name of God being continually introduced, but these phrases have merely the meaning of affirmatives or negatives. Thus, "Inshallah, please God, you will ride out tomorrow." "Alhamdulillah, thank God, I have nothing to do. Inshallah, I will." "Bismillah, in the name of God," handing a pipe. Friend admiring it, "Mashallah, God is great," and so on. Many of these phrases in which the name of God is used are with the intention of avoiding the evil eye. Nothing must be admired, in so many words, without one of these invocations. Thus, one must not say, "What a fine boy," on seeing a Persian son, but "Mashallah, praise God." In fact, the word mashallah, engraved on gold or silver, and ornamented with pearls, is commonly worn sewn to the caps of young children, and the word is often written and worn as an amulet to protect a fine horse. For the same reason, a blue bead is often put in the tail of a horse, or sewn on the caps of the children of the poor. Cat's eyes are frequently worn for this protection from the evil eye, and a hand with one finger extended I have seen used. This hand was, of course, quite different from the metal open hand which surmounts religious buildings and banners, all the fingers of which are extended. Talismans, talism, are constantly worn. They are generally enclosed in metallic cases and affixed to the arm, batsubund. They are often verses from the Koran. At other times merely figures rudely drawn, or a collection of letters placed in some eccentric figure, as the well-known abracadabra, often the repetition of some of the names of God being simple invocations. A Persian is very loath to let these talismans be seen. They are generally obtained from dervishes, priests, or old women. During the cholera time in Shiraz, I was attending the daughter of the then high priest. I happened to see the old gentleman, who was sitting surrounded by a crowd of friends, petitioners, and parasites. He was writing charms against the cholera. I, out of curiosity, asked him for one. It was simply a strip of paper on which was written a mere scribble, which meant nothing at all. I took it and carefully put it away. He told me that when attacked by cholera, I had but to swallow it, and it would prove an effectual remedy. I thanked him very seriously, and went my way. The next day he called on me, and presented me with 2 sheep and a huge cake of sugar candy, weighing 30 pounds. I did not quite see why he gave me the present, but he laughingly told me that my serious reception of his talisman had convinced the many bystanders of its great value, and a charm desired by an unbelieving European doctor must be potent indeed. "You see, you might have laughed at my beard. You did not. I am grateful. But if I could only say you had eaten my charm, then—" "Well," I replied, "say so, if you like." And our interview ended. End of section 27.
Section 28 of In the Land of the Lion and Sun, or Modern Persia, by Charles James Wills. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. Chapter 27. Shiraz. Behind the town of Shiraz, under the hills, lies the Bagh-i-Takht, or Throne Garden. In addition to its large size, it is remarkable for a peculiar building on terraces, once very magnificent. These terraces are faced by a wall of glazed tiles, white, blue, black, and yellow. Placed behind a tank so large as to be almost a lake, this curious construction is reflected in the water and presents a sufficiently strange appearance. On some of the terraces are rows of orange trees, and on others a succession of fountains. These, alas, play no more. The terraces are very narrow, and do not at first strike the eye as such, and appear a many-coloured wall with rows of trees apparently growing out of it, and the whole crowned by a lofty building, having more large trees within its walls, and then the sky. The reflection of this and its consequent doubling forms a very striking, if rococo, picture. At either side is a lofty summer-house of several stories, and at the further corners of the tank are low towers, which serve as points of vantage from which the curious view can be admired. The whole is more like a representation made upon screens of canvas than a solid structure, and it looks like the pictures exhibited at the Surrey Gardens in old days, from which the beholders were delighted with the fireworks and the siege of Badajoz, or the storming of Chusan. The place is indeed often used for the display of fireworks, and a really grand effect is obtained, of course doubled by the reflection in the water. To the right of this garden lies the Jews' burial ground, marked merely by a few small flat stones with Hebrew characters on them. The grass and weeds grow luxuriantly. One has almost to search for the place, but it is a large and ancient graveyard. Behind the garden, on the surface of the hill, is the place used by the Christians as a cemetery. Here lie Captain Chalmers and Mr. H.V. Walton, the maidservant of the latter, and several children of the staff, also some Armenians. The place, like the Jews' burial ground, lay open on the face of the hill, unremarked and unvisited. But unfortunately a subscription was raised, and a huge mud wall with 4 towers was erected, also a small doorway and a stone door. Then followed what was certain to take place. The graves were desecrated by the Persians. Every little tombstone and memorial was broken into pieces. Even the bricks were torn from the bricked graves and flung about, and the Christian burial ground became the favourite drinking place of the loafers of the town. Away from all habitation as it was, and surrounded by a high wall, it was the place of security for the holding of the drunken revels of the worst of the rabble, and this was all caused by the unfortunate wall. In this ground also lies Sergeant Collins, who was murdered about 14 miles from Shiraz while I was in the place. Sergeant Collins was one of the inspectors of the line, and of great personal bravery. He was an old soldier of the best type, rough, but honest and thorough, and ever doing his duty. He had had a hard life as a sapper, having been through the China War, and had nearly completed his service for pension. Sergeant Collins was upon the road, accompanied by his wife, with 2 servants, a man and woman, and a muleteer and his boy. The country was disturbed, and he should doubtless have been accompanied by a guard, but this precaution was not taken. The sergeant, who was weak and ill at the time, was lying upon the bedding thrown on a baggage mule, being too weak from a recent attack of fever and ague to sit his horse. His muleteer suddenly shouted to him, "Sahib, they have blocked the road." Collins sat up on his mule and saw some men in front of him covering him with their guns. These commanded him to get down. The only reply that he made was to tell them to be off and to fire his revolver twice at them. It appeared that the second shot slightly wounded one of the men. The thieves now rushed in, firing as they came. More thieves closed in from behind and also fired. Collins was hit in 2 places, and death must have been instantaneous, as a post-mortem examination I made 2 days after, when the body was brought in, showed that 1 bullet passed into the brain, and another fired from behind entered the chest. He fell at once, and the ruffians rushed in and beat the body with their iron-headed bludgeons, breaking 1 arm. They then blindfolded his Armenian wife and his 2 servants, and carried them some distance off the road, where they detained them till after midnight. The dead body was also dragged off the road itself. Some time elapsed ere the murderers could be brought to justice. 5 of these came to a dismal ending. One died in some weeks from a gunshot wound. It was said that this was from one of the shots fired by Collins. One committed suicide when the Persian authorities had made the pursuit very hot. This is a most unusual thing in the East. 3 others were, after considerable trouble, arrested and thrown into jail at Shiraz. Mirza Hassan Ali Khan, CSI, then British agent at Shiraz, had to bring considerable pressure on the Persian authorities to get justice done, but was at last successful. Of course, there was no moral doubt as to the guilt of the 3 murderers, but to bring it home to them definitely was no easy matter. To cause the men to be executed was simple enough. The governor of the town would have been quite pleased to oblige in such a trifling matter, but no example would be made, and the men would be looked upon as martyrs who had suffered from pressure brought by the English minister at Tehran. In a civilized country, these men would doubtless have escaped, but in Persia, justice, though at times very blind, is never slow unless her palm is greased. Great dissatisfaction was felt among us all that these men should be allowed to escape, yet there seemed no way of bringing the matter home to them. At last artifice was used by the governor. I was not present, but substantially what took place was the following, and my informant was well posted, and said he saw it all. The 3 men being brought into the governor's presence, he smilingly asked them how they liked prison. Of course, they immediately began to assert their innocence and to call heaven to witness it. "Ah, my friends," said the governor, "I too am a Mussulman. We are all Mussulmans here. An unbeliever more or less does not matter. I shall not really punish you, but reward you. That you killed the Ferengi, there is no doubt. I must punish you nominally. I shall cut off a joint from a finger of each of you, but your dresses of honour are ready. Clothed with these, you will be immediately liberated. And now, my children, tell me all about it. How did you manage it, eh?" The astonished and delighted prisoners fell into the trap, and vied with each other in giving the details. "The European fired twice from 1 pistol. May we be your sacrifice, and we all fired at once, rushing in on him. He was but a European. We trust in the clemency of your highness. May we be your sacrifice," etc. The governor had now succeeded in bringing the murder home to the 3 men. From this they did not deny it, but gloried in the fact, gloating over the details. In a few moments they were taken into the public square and their throats cut. A red granite tablet was subscribed for by the engineer officers and non-commissioned officers in Persia, and placed in the Armenian church at Shiraz, to commemorate the death of Sergeant Collins while gallantly defending his life against long odds. And probably, had he not been weak and ill at the time, the result might have been widely different, for he was pluck personified, and a dead shot with gun or pistol, and he had both. Subsequently we lost another of the sergeants, who was shot in the Ispahan section, but as he was almost insane at the time, and his assailant was unaware of his derangement, there is nothing to be said but that it was a misfortune. It says much for the Persians, and also for the staff, that these were the only 2 deaths by violence that occurred in a period of 17 years. Although nearly all of the staff were much on horseback during the whole of this time, no accidents occurred worthy to be called so, and the general health has been remarkably good. Fever and ague, and at times dysentery, have been common, but otherwise the health of the staff has been wonderfully good. Far better, in fact, than it would have been in Europe, for the mortality has been very low indeed. A peculiar immunity to the attacks of intermittent fever, to which we were nearly all subject, was seen in the cases of European females, who seldom suffered from it. But the climate was not favourable to young children, who were much affected by the sun, against which sufficient precaution was rarely taken. The ordinary run of Persians make very smart servants, and unlike the Indians, they are ready to turn their hands to anything. Their strong points are their power of bearing fatigue, their capabilities as cooks under adverse circumstances, and their honesty as to the property of their masters. As in other countries, the fewer they are, the more work they do. The native mode of cookery is extravagant and possibly a little greasy, but it is very varied. Rice is the basis of at least 3/4 of the dishes, and as this seldom exceeds a penny a pound, a little money goes a long way. Pilau, or rice boiled and served with clarified butter and containing lamb, but mutton, venison, fowl or partridge, seasoned with herbs, spices, orange peel, raisins, pomegranate juice, plums or unripe grapes, form a curious variety, while chilor, or rice plain boiled and served with the various kurusht, or entrees, consisting of much flavoured plats as kari, boiled lamb or mutton or fowl or partridge, with sauces of pomegranates, unripe grapes, plums, young almonds, apricots or lemon juice, and the concentrated gravy covered with a layer of melted fresh butter form another section. All kinds of meats are also served roast. Then there are the varieties of dolma. These consist of meat finely minced with raisins, almonds, spices and rice, and packed in a case of boiled cucumber or marrow or tomato, and served hot with some rich sauce or gravy. Then come stews or ragouts in infinite variety. Then meatballs or cakes fried or served in pilaws with pungent vegetables, as the nolkol, forming the kalam pilo. All English vegetables are found except the parsnip. There are numerous dishes with eggs for a basis, fried sweetmeats and baked ones whose names are legion, petit pâté or burak, containing highly flavoured mincemeat, and confections, jams and sweetmeats without end. Delicious, but cloying. These dishes give a wonderful choice, and they are very ornamental. The different pilaws are fragrant steaming heaps of rice of varied colours, from pure white to the bright green of the shevit, and the yellow of the orange, and the party colour of the palangi pilaw, whose red and yellow steaming pile delights the Shirazi. But the real triumph of the Persian cook is in his kabob. No eater of juicy steaks, no consumer of mutton chops done to a turn in famed coffee houses off silver gridirons can, in the wildest flight of fancy, approach the idea of the succulence of the kabob. Tenderness and digestibility here approach their highest pitch, and the acme of roasts is reached. Small pieces of lamb meat are cut from the little lamb of 6 weeks old, either fresh slaughtered or well hung, both being equally tender. These are thrust upon a flat, sharp skewer, previously rubbed with an onion, with a tiny piece of the delicate tail fat between each. The skewers are rapidly rotated over a fierce charcoal fire until the kebabs are browned. Then, still smoking, they are placed before the diner and eaten with bread and salt. This is the real kebab. It is the king of viands and above praise. It can be obtained at any time and only requires a lamb, a fire, and a skewer. Numerous modes of painting the lily are in use amongst the Persians. The meat is sauced with lemon juice and onions overnight, or dusted with pounded figs, or dipped in lemon juice and saffron, or packed in ice to produce a certain crispness. The bazaar kebab is simply a paste of chopped meat, very finely divided and flavoured with onions. This is pasted over the flax skewers, toasted, placed on a hot flap of bread, the skewers withdrawn, and the whole eaten with mint, sorrel, or cresses and salt. A fair road cook, when posting, will give his master a dinner of 3 or 4 courses, and on the march the meals are little inferior in variety and goodness to those served at the home. Most of the cooks in good European employ can cook an ordinary English dinner. My own man had some 200 receipts from Acton's book, and used to give us all the usual English viands, as well as Persian dishes. Persian confectionery has attained a high pitch of excellence, everything being pretty to the eye, but they have little idea beyond the flavour of lemon juice, so that most of their efforts are sickly sweet. Toffee, sowan, is well made and like our own. Their ices and sherbets, syrups and iced water, are excellent. Jams are numerous and good. Conserves of melon and cucumber, also citron, are made. Dried fruits are abundant: cherries, apricots, peaches, apples. Pickles are made in all the varieties, similar to English ones, but in addition, grapes, oranges, apples, lemons, aubergines, chilies, green, and tomatoes are common pickles. Dried and salted fish are much used, but freshwater fish are little valued, except the salmon and the trout. Dried prawns and shrimps are carried all over the country from the Persian Gulf. Dates are the staple in the south of Persia, and form a large portion of the food of the poor all over the country. Fresh and preserved dates are a dessert luxury. Melons, pumpkins, watermelons are much consumed, while all the common English fruits, save the gooseberry, currant and medlar, are cheap and within the reach of all, as are also grapes in endless profusion, peaches, nectarines and apricots. The bamia, lady's finger, and aubergine are additions to the usual English list of vegetables, and the no-col is in common use, while radishes, the size of a fist, are a common food of villagers. Cheese and butter are cheap, being about twopence a pound, while flour in the great cities seldom exceeds a penny a pound. Bread is the same price, and in villages is much cheaper. With all these things to be got, Persia is really the poor man's paradise. In fact, to live in, the cheapest country in the world. Tea and coffee are much drunk. The prices are those of Europe for tea, but the best mocha coffee is only £1 a pound. The only dear necessaries are lump sugar and European candles. Good wine may be got for from 3d to 1 a quart, and native arrack is from 1 3d to 1 9d a bottle. In the bazaar are cook shops where the labouring people resort. Here are sold bowls of soup, pilaws, kabobs, a separate trade, and a cut off a sheep roasted whole may be had in Ispahan. The trade of kaler pus, or cooker of sheep's heads and feet, is a common one. The head and feet of sheep are slowly simmered for some 12 hours, and the liquor sold as soup. The feet, tongues and heads being retailed to peripatetic vendors. The butchers sell by weight and have no idea of joints. The buyer is allowed to hack off a large or small portion, and the price is the same, irrespective of part. The liver, lights and kidneys, with the heart, are only eaten by the poor, while the suet is carefully removed for the candle maker, and can only be had at a higher price than the meat. The huge tail of the Persian sheep is looked on as a delicacy, and a portion is allocated to each buyer. The sheep are well slaughtered at the public slaughterhouses outside the town, and nowhere else. A tax of 9d is levied on each carcass. When hung outside the shops of the butchers, the carcasses are decorated with strips of Dutch foil and bunches of grass. The oxen, being used as beasts of draught in the fields, are only slaughtered when worn out, and beef is consequently only eaten by the poor, being as a rule half the price of mutton. It is hard and indigestible, and as the Persians never hang their meat, it is deservedly despised. Lamb is twice the price of mutton. Among the Christians of Juffa, however, good beef is at times to be obtained, but the animals are seldom larger than ordinaries, save when buffalo meat is had, and this is hard and dark. Game is frequently sold alive, being netted by the villagers, quails and partridges being thus disposed of. The usual price is 4 for 9d. Wild ducks and geese are sold for a few pence, also sandgrass. Sparrows, too, are particularly valued for soup for invalids, and are sold alive by the 100. There are no rabbits, hares being what is termed machore, or uneatable, in contradistinction to nejis, or unclean, are only eaten by the irreligious. The price is usually 4d to 6d. Of course, pork is not seen, pigs not being kept, and the flesh of the wild pig is black and indigestible. Pork, however, is looked on as an aphrodisiac, and the Europeans are constantly asked for small pieces of it. Tame ducks, save in Tehran, are unknown, and turkeys are also very scarce. Eggs, generally 40 to 60 for the keran, 9d, are brought in by the villagers. The prudent Ispahani always tests his eggs by dipping in water, a very sure test, those that float being addled. Wild rhubarb, riband, celery, jaishir, and chardons, also a kind of truffle, are hawked by boys. The wild onion, too, is looked on as a delicacy. Mushrooms are found of large size and are much appreciated. Potatoes are now coming into common use among the Persians. They cost a farthing to a halfpenny per pound for very fine samples of the tuber. Some 14 years ago they were only cultivated for sale to Europeans, and were very rare and dear. Strawberries are gradually coming into cultivation near the capital. There are no raspberries. The Persians are loath to try new seeds or vegetables. Although I grew green peas in Ispahan and offered to give the seeds to market gardeners there, they would not take them. "For," said they, "if the prince hears that I grow peas, I shall be obliged to present them to him, and he will never pay me anything, and when the crop is over, probably beat me because I have no more." The yield of vegetables from native seed is generally very large. The Turkish cabbage grows to the size of 28 pounds per head, and quite white, close and tender. The Persians never reduce the amount of fruit or vegetable crop to produce a fine product, all things being sold by weight and at a standard price. Quantity, not quality, is what is aimed at. The narcissus and cyclamen grow wild. Huge bouquets of the blooms of the former are brought in early spring and sold for a few farthings. Every room at this time, even that of the poorest labourer, is decorated with this flower. The moss rose and common pink are also everywhere sold. Most of the stalls of the bazaar men are decorated with at least one, sometimes with many bouquets of common flowers. These men, too, have talking larks, nightingales, or parrots hung in cages over their shops, or at times turtle doves. A favourite pet among the Persians is the red-vented date nightingale. This bird lives on dates alone, and is brought from southern Persia below Kazaran. The owner places a date and water in the cage, and after a day or two leaves the door open. The bird flies away, but returns several times in the day, and always sleeps in his cage, for nowhere else will he find his food of dates. Rats, save the jerboa rat of the desert, are unknown, the arid plains probably preventing their immigration. Mice, of course, swarm, and the many ruins which appear all over the country are full of owls, ravens, and foxes. Choughs abound in certain places, notably on a high rock near Sivend, between Shiraz and Ispahan on the high road. Each town has its special bird that teems there, as in Ispahan, magpies, and in Hamadan, doves. Flycatchers of many hues are seen hanging on the telegraph wires in hundreds, and the oriole is common in Shiraz. The nightingale in the gardens of Shiraz is literally as frequent as the sparrow in a London street. The marshes teem with waterfowl, grebe, mallard, ducks, snipes, snippets, cranes, some very large, herons, flamingo, cormorants, geese, and teal are common, while eagles of various kinds, hawks, some of immense size, and vultures are seen on every march. In some places the white ant is common, and when the telegraph line was of wood, considerable damage was done. It is now, however, iron. Great diversity in the character of the natives is seen in the amount of damage done to the line. The turbulent native of South Persia always carries a gun, generally also pistols, and he has a peculiar delight in aiming at telegraph poles, which he seems to consider as marks put up for his convenience. The pole is made of 3 pieces, a footplate, underground, a socket or holder of cast iron, and a standard of wrought iron. The marksmen soon found out that their bullets glanced harmless off the wrought iron standard, but that a third shot, piercing the cast iron holder, infallibly brought it down. And of course its fall brought the wire with it, and frequent interruption was the result. From Kazaran to Bushir, the poles were being continually replaced at great expense, and at length it was considered expedient to replace the ordinary iron telegraph pole by the ingenious Hamilton pole in places. This Hamilton pole consists of a strip of spiral wrought iron, exactly like a paper spill in construction. These foil the marksman. The bullet goes in one side and out the other, but the pole does not fall. I saw one 5 years ago with 73 holes in it, and it was as firm as ever, and is doubtless still standing. This was one of the apparently trifling difficulties that had to be overcome in keeping up constant communication between England and India. End of section 28. Section 28 of In the Land of the Lion and Sun, or Modern Persia, by Charles James Wills. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. Chapter 28. Beasts, Birds, Fruits and Flowers. Among the curious ideas that the Persians have is that the presence of a pig in the stable is good for the horse's health. They say the breath of the pig does the horses good and makes them thrive. I fancy that the real fact is that the tame pig turns over the pane, or dry horse litter, a great deal, and so prevents its rotting, and consequently saves the groom a large amount of work, for he has daily to spread the bed of pane used at night in the sun so as to thoroughly re-dry it. A good groom has always a large supply on hand, so as to give all the beasts warm, thick and dry beds. A bad groom sells it off to the bath-keepers, and it is burnt by them as fuel. Almost as soon as I had arrived at Shiraz, my groom asked permission to buy a little pig. A tiny squeaker was brought and carefully nursed by him. These wild pigs are strangely thin, and as active as a terrier. They are very affectionate and show it strongly to the horses and groom, all answering to the name of Marjan, or Coral. This is the universal appellation of tame pigs, much on the principle that all waiters are William, all boots, or Bootses, George, and all chambermaids Mary. When the horses leave the yard, they are accompanied by the pig, who is inconsolable if left alone in the stable, and shows his grief by piercing screams and attempting to scratch his way out. As long as even one horse is in the stable, Piggy is perfectly happy, and goes on sedulously rooting and turning over the pane, which is his continual amusement and occupation, and from which he removes any stray grains of barley. I marched, when we all camped out on account of cholera, some 28 miles. Marjan never left the heels of my horse, and was able to keep up when I galloped, but anything over half a mile was too much for him. He was not, of course, in such high training as his wild relatives, and when distressed he would commence squeaking and looking up in an appealing manner. He remained with us in camp, never leaving my horses, with whom he was on the best of terms. I often used to put the horse to speed when out for rides, and on Marjan's beginning to squeak, the horse would look round and attempt to slacken his pace, and Marjan, if really left behind, would show great distress. The pig would bathe in the river and show delight in wallowing and swimming. As he got bigger, he used to charge strange dogs who chased him, and was always more than a match for them, generally turning aggressor, and obstinately pursuing them with many grunts and shrieks. Marjan, when a fine young boar of 3 years, was following my horse one day as I raced him against a friend, forgetting in the excitement the distress of the pig. Our gallop over, I saw a black spot far away on the plain. It was poor Marjan, who had burst a blood vessel in his attempts to keep up with us. When we reached him, he was quite dead. I never cared to keep another pig, and the groom's grief was very great. Another pet I had was an ichneumon, or mongoose. This was one of the large reddish variety, and had been brought from the Persian Gulf. I saw a boy dragging the poor beast along by a string. I gave him a shilling and possessed the mongoose. After the first 2 days, during which he was very timid, he became friendly, and soon learnt to come to call. His antics were most extraordinary. He could climb almost anywhere, and he killed all mice, scorpions, flies, beetles and moths, also small birds and snakes when he could get them. His great delight was to get into any cranny or hole, and his activity and fearlessness were surprising. I had a large white Persian cat. This poor beast, the mongoose, was never tired of pursuing, He would erect all his hair and follow the cat, whose steps he would dog for hours. The cat was not allowed by him to eat, for did he once take his eye off his stealthy pursuer, the animal would spring on him, give him a severe bite, and disappear like a ghost under the fender, or in some convenient hole. I had to give the cat away, as he faded to almost a skeleton, being nearly haunted to death. The aspect of the mongoose when on the warpath was sufficiently terrific. The erected hair increased his size 3 times, while the bushy tail appeared part of the body. It was like a gauzy wedge. Every now and then he would give a low growl, and when making his spring, emit a sharp rattling cry that was very startling. He exhibited great affection to me personally, and would allow me to do anything with him, would cling on my finger by one paw and swing, or sleep on my shoulder as I read. At bedtime he would jump on the table and emit a plaintive cry, attempting to attract one's attention to the fact that it was time to retire, and on my rising would precede me, gambolling to my bedroom, sit on a chair while I undressed, and on my finally retiring, jump into his little kennel. The animal was much cleaner than a cat, and made an interesting pet. He would never make friends with the servants who teased him, or with the dogs who, after all being smartly bitten in the muzzle, went in deadly fear of him. So tame did he get that on my leaving Shiraz for Ispahan, I carried him the 15 marches in my holster, turning him loose while I breakfasted on the road. At night he slept on the bedding, and when a stranger entered the post-house rooms he used to bolt up the chimney. These chimneys had no soot in them. He had a great fancy for warmth, and would sleep for hours under the fender. On one occasion this desire for warmth was nearly the cause of his death. He jumped into a brazier of live charcoal, doubtless deceived by the white appearance of the ashes on the top. Of course, the poor beast was much burnt, but I managed to save him, and his affection was, if possible, enhanced. I am sorry to say that his fate was a sad one. The Armenians caught him and killed him for his skin. I was happily able to cause the fellow who did it to be punished. On reaching England, I obtained a mongoose of a similar kind from the Zoological Gardens, Regent's Park. He, too, became a great pet with us all, but he used to terrify the neighbours, in whose houses he would suddenly appear, and on several occasions I had to rescue him from the clutches of a mob of British boys. He had an epileptic fit to which he was subject and died. He, too, manifested the same extraordinary affection, far exceeding that of the dog, and while we had him, we never had a mouse or black beetle. These animals, like the weasel and ferret, are inordinately fond of meat, and it is dangerous to attempt to take it from them, especially if the beast be hungry. Neither my wife, myself, nor my English nurse was ever bitten, and the mongoose, as I knew it, showed far more affection and intelligence than most pets. Something in an account of Persian life must be said of Persian cats. The fact is that long-haired cats are very seldom seen. The usual cat is similar to the regular London cat of the leanest variety, and the village cat resembles most of the half-starved beasts found in empty houses. Long-haired cats are generally only seen in the houses of the rich, and they're eagerly purchased for 10 to 15 shillings when good specimens, and white, by the horse dealers, who take them to India in cages. There they find a ready market for them. The best cats are van cats, which are not really Persian. These, if well bred, are deaf, and also have eyes of different colours, a pink and a yellow eye, or a blue on one side and yellow on the other. They will not catch mice, show no affection whatever, their hair sticks to everything in spring, and they are in every way objectionable. A few long-haired cats are ash-coloured. These are rare. I saw one belonging to the wife of the late Major Pearson. While Pearson and I looked on, we saw this cat, which was a male, fight with and kill another cat upon the roof. But the cat was tame and almost affectionate to his mistress. The fact is, if you want a Persian cat of the finest kind, you can best get one in Paris, at any of the numerous bird shops on the quays. Dogs are not kept as pets by Persians, though they are used for hunting and as sheepdogs. The greyhound is an exception. The Persians will pet and fondle these animals, and even pay a long price for one. They're of two kinds. The Arab dog, similar in all respects to a small English greyhound, but deficient in bottom. The Persian dog, with longer hair and feathered ears, feet and tail, with immense bottom, but deficient in speed. These are often crossed with each other. The ears, feet and tail of the Persian variety are often dyed magenta or yellow, and a sufficiently ludicrous appearance is the result. The Tazis, or greyhounds, are not looked upon as unclean, and the term of sag or cur dog is never applied to them. The Tula is any kind of dog that is not exactly a pariah, and is much affected by sporting Persians, who attempt to hunt game with him. He is never of any use, and generally is only kept to swelling his master's importance. These Tulas remind me of a curious definition I once heard from a well-known dog fancier, now dead. Years ago, I, with many other of my fellow students, used to keep bulldogs and terriers. It was a common foible enough in those days. My landlady, of course, would not permit a dog of apparently ferocious breed to be kept on her premises, so I boarded my dog with a dog fancier. This man constantly used the term tyke when he wished to speak disparagingly of an animal. I asked him what the word tyke really meant, and his definition of a tyke comprehends the Persian Tula. "A tyke," he replied, "is a dog as ain't no sort of breed and ain't no sort of use." What a manner of tykes we see in England. Why do people keep and pay tax on them? Watchdogs are kept and kindly treated. They're let loose on the roof at nights. The wandering tribes have some fine dogs, short-haired, tawny with black muzzles, having all the characters of mastiffs. They're very fierce, and it is difficult to obtain them. Near Hamadan, and also at times near Ispahan, are found big sheepdogs of no particular breed, generally long-haired and tawny with black muzzles. These are a match for wolves, and are often savage. Of this kind was our big dog Jarj. Monkeys and baboons are kept and trained by the lutis, or professional buffoons, as are bears, and even lions. It is usual, when the wife of a man of any substance brings him a son, that these men should bring the lion with song and music to the house. The delighted lady invariably gives a present. Should there be any disinclination to give it, the buffoons threaten to loose the lion, which generally has the desired result. If this be ineffectual, they carry out the programme, and themselves simulate terror. They brought the lion to me in Shiraz, and played the trick of loosing him in my courtyard. As I had not been presented with an heir, and the joke was very unpleasant, I simply told my groom to let loose my dogs. These flew at the lion, and he put his head in a drain and roared. I afterwards found that he had been starved and teeth and claws drawn. The lutis were glad to apologize, and quickly removed the king of beasts. Of pigeons I have previously spoken. Nightingales, goldfinches, talking larks, parrots, singing larks, and starlings are all seen in cages. Snake charmers are not often seen, and then with only a few harmless snakes in a box. The Persians do not like to destroy house snakes for two reasons. First, because they say they do no harm, and second, because they suppose them to be tenanted by the spirit of the late master of the house. In my first house in Shiraz, an old and handsome one, I was continually annoyed by a buzzing, as of a winding of clockwork. This, I was told, proceeded from the snakes. I, however, never saw one, though the buzzing was frequently heard in all parts of the house. One morning I heard a great twittering of birds, and on looking out I saw some 30 sparrows on the top of a half-wall. They were all jumping about in a very excited manner, and opening their beaks as if enraged, screaming and chattering. I was at first at a loss to understand the cause of the commotion, but I saw a pale yellow-coloured snake deliberately advancing towards them from the ornamented wooden window from which he hung. They all appeared quite fascinated, which much surprised me, and none attempted to fly away. The snake did not take the nearest, but deliberately chose one, and swallowed him. I, too glad to get rid of one of my buzzing annoyances, got my gun, and notwithstanding the entreaties of my servants, some of whom wept, assuring me that the reptile was inhabited by the spirit of the late master of the house, I gave him a dose of duckshot. He was a big snake, some 4 feet long. I cut him open and extracted the sparrow. After some 10 minutes' exposure to the sun, the bird got up, and after half an hour flew away, apparently unhurt. The snake was not a venomous one, nor do we find venomous ones in houses in Persia. Shortly after, a servant of my landlord came and took away the snake's body, and all my servants sulked and looked black for a week. But on speaking to my landlord, an educated man, he laughed and simply congratulated me, and told me that the clock-winding snake had annoyed him for years. They are supposed to live in pairs, but only saw the one, and never heard the noise again. The wild ass, Gurkur, has been kept as a pet, and even ridden, but they generally begin to be very wild before reaching puberty. Of course, the adults are quite untamable. They are very rare and do not generally live long in captivity. They are also very fleet indeed, and a very fine mule is produced by their union with a mare. Rams are kept as pets and trained to fight, as are bulls. These rams may be seen chained outside the shops of the owners, and on Thursday evenings they are fought, generally for a dish of pilau. They charge each other with great fierceness, and the one driving the other from the field is proclaimed the winner. The fights are often for considerable sums. The rams wear large leathern collars having bells attached to them. The collars are ornamented with cowries. Partridges are often allowed to run in gardens, being fed like fowls. They become very tame. They are the red-legged variety. There is now a closed time for game generally enforced throughout Persia. This is a wholesome measure of the present Shahs. One of our pastimes in Persia was gardening, but the dryness of the climate and the great heat of summer render one's previous experience in England nearly useless. On getting into a new house, the garden is usually found in a very neglected state. It consists of a number of beds which are sunk to a greater or less depth than the bricked courtyard. These gardens are at times of considerable size, the one in my Ispahan house being a regular parallelogram, some 15 yards by 20. The place had nothing in it but 3 or 4 fine apricot trees. I turned it over to a Persian gardener from the town, who commenced operations by making a raised path 6 feet wide, lowering the garden itself to get the earth. This path was in the form of a cross and divided the large plot into 4 equal beds. These were mapped out into ornamental flower beds and sown with various seeds. Each bed, containing a different kind, was carefully sprinkled with strong manure, and then the whole was flooded with water from the town watercourse. Each bed communicated with the other by a narrow trench. Some 6 inches of water was let onto the bed, filling it to the top with the little bank of mould surrounding it. Then the opening was closed, and the water allowed to proceed to the next bed. In this way, each bed got thoroughly wetted once or twice a week. The seeds were generally soaked for some days before sowing, often being tied up in a damp rag till they germinated, and as a rule seeds sown dry, save very minute ones, did not germinate. The flowers sown were of the commonest description. They were scattered very thickly and never thinned. Convolvulus, lulufa or nilufa, marvel of Peru, lalabasi, aster, zinnia of a uniform brick red, wallflower or gulikur, literally ass's flower, portulaca, guli naznazi, flower of coquetry, a kind of common coxcomb, zulf arus, bride's locks, the dahlia, and lilium candidum, guli mariam, Mary's flower. These 2 latter were looked on as rare flowers and of great price. The larkspur and the sweet william, the Chinese rose, or guli resht, flower of resht, the nasturang, a lovely whitish, orange-scented single-climbing rose, the moss rose, or gully surk, of which the rosewater and attar of commerce is made, blooming only every other year, and the single orange and yellow rose, with the narcissus, pink, and the wild lala or tulip, formed the principal garden ornaments, while a useful background and edging was made of the jaru, or broom plant. This sows itself, and when cut in autumn and allowed to dry, it makes the usual carpet broom of Shiraz and Ispahan. The iris, both white and purple, are great favourites. The edges of the trenches had broad beans pricked in twos and threes, forming the earliest green leaf of spring. At irregular intervals would be a pumpkin or gourd vine or a vegetable marrow. Here and there and everywhere were inserted fruit trees, while a few planes and poplars were planted to give shade and rest for the eye. The lilac and vine, too, were planted freely, but without any attempt at symmetry, while little patches of herbs, as mint, aniseed, fennel, parsley, etc., were grown in shady corners. No attempt at thinning out was made. The things came up, and the larger plants grew, while the smaller ones were dried up by the sun. The whole place was flooded once or twice a week. At Shiraz, the gardening was still more primitive. A few orange trees, the border planted with narcissus and a thick jungle of convolvulus, with an occasional rose tree, was all that one could manage. In Teheran there is a French gardener, and was an English one, to the Shah, but their influence had not been of much avail. Mr. Finn, our consul at Teheran, was very successful with geraniums, which flourish in Persia, but the natives are too careless to preserve them through the winter or to take cuttings, a flower, in fact, having no real commercial value. Taking cuttings, save for the tobacco plant, is unknown, but the grafting of fruit trees is practised, also budding. The Persians well understand the culture of the vine, and large harvests of fine grapes are the almost invariable rule. They never thin the fruit, but keep the vines very closely cut, resorting to a new vine in a very few years. Manuring in some parts of the country is done on a very liberal scale, particularly in Ispahan, where the traditions of market gardening have been handed down from father to son. The profitable opium crop is now, however, engaging the attention of the Ispahani to the exclusion of almost everything else. Persia has particularly fine quinces and pomegranates. The latter I have seen of 4 pounds weight. The Ispahan quinces are sent all over the country, packed in cotton as presents. They give forth a very strong and agreeable perfume, which is much delighted in by the natives, and they are passed from hand to hand and savoured like a sweet-scented flower. The attar beg pomegranates have no perceptible seeds, and their flavour is very delicious. Their variety is great, sweet, sour, or sour-sweet. They vary, too, from white to almost black in the pulp. As the pomegranate flourishes throughout Persia, it seems strange that it is not cultivated in England. It is very handsome as a shrub, and the scarlet bloom most effective as a garnered ornament. The fig is small, but luscious, and innumerable varieties are found. Gooseberries and currants are unknown. In Hamadan, the vines are grown on the edges of deep trenches. The snow filling these trenches preserves the roots, while the vines themselves are often protected with earth during winter. In the south of Persia, and also in the north, the very slightest cultivation is employed, yet in good years the harvests of every kind are very heavy. In all cases it is the abundance, or the reverse, of the supply of water that regulates the amount of harvest. Given plenty of water, the harvest must be large. The melon has been spoken of in another place. The watermelons and the white-fleshed melons of Gurgab, near Ispahan, are the finest in the world. I have seen melons weighing 28 pounds of the former variety. These were, however, phenomenal. In the orchards of Ispahan, clover is sown under the trees to break the fall of the fruit, which is only plucked when a choice dish of it is required as a present. The usual way is simply to pick up the droppings. The Persian never thins the fruit. I have often recommended their doing so, but on 2 occasions when I tried the experiment and marked the trees, it did not succeed. The trees where the fruit had been thinned, merely giving fewer fruit of the same size as the unthinned trees, under the same conditions and of the same variety. Nothing can be more delightful than these cool and silent gardens in the summer in Ispahan. The thick foliage keeps out the sun, and the deep green of the short clover refreshes the eye. Tea in a garden with pipes and fruit is a pleasant way of spending a warm afternoon. Unfortunately, the Persian or Armenian usually looks on a fruit garden merely as a good place to get drunk in, and the frequent sounds of music and singing show the passer-by that this idea is being carried out. Garden parties are, however, often given by Persians who never touched liquor, and they are as enjoyable a form of entertainment as may be. An invitation to one is generally given without any preparation, as during the paying of a call. It is accepted, and forthwith an immediate start is made. A few carpets and pillows are rolled up and placed on a mule, with the samovar or Russian urn in its leather case, and the tea equipage in its travelling box. The cook on his pony takes his whole batterie de cuisine and hurries to the garden indicated by his master, probably buying a lamb and a couple of fowls as he passes through the bazaar. The entertainer, his wife and children too, if we are very intimate, the former on his horse, the latter astride on white donkeys, proceed at a leisurely pace in the direction of the garden, while the servants, all smiles, for they enjoy the outing as much as the family, accompany them on foot or horseback, carrying water pipes, umbrellas, and odds and ends. On reaching the garden, fruit is eaten, then the whole party roam unrestricted among the shady paths while tea is prepared. This is partaken of. Then a musician, or a singer, or perhaps a storyteller, makes his appearance and diverts us all. Or some servant who has a good voice sings or plays on the flute to us. Often a grave and reverend merchant will produce a tar, a species of lute, or a santur, the dulcimer, a kind of harmonica, and astonish us by really good Eastern music. Few will consent to sing. It is infra dig. The nightingales sing merrily, and dull care is effectually banished. In these thoroughly family parties, wine or spirits are never introduced. Chess or backgammon, Takti Nadir, the camp of Nadir Shah, are constantly played for a nominal stake of a lamb or fat pullet. The party is collected on a raised dais in the open air, and sit on carpets or lean on huge pillows. Candles are lighted in the lalas or Russian candle lamps. These are convenient, as they are not extinguished by wind. At about 9, dinner is brought, after innumerable kalyans or water pipes have been smoked. This is eaten in comparative silence. Host, guest, wives, and children, all sitting around the leathern sheet which represents a table, and dipping their hand in the platters. At about 10, all retire. The bedding of each is spread in a separate nook, on one's own carpet, all, of course, being in the open air, and at dawn one smokes a pipe, drinks a little cup of black coffee, and takes one's leave. Our host and his guests go about their several businesses, while the women and children and servants generally breakfast in the garden, and return home together in the cool of the evening, bringing back fruit and huge bouquets of the moss rose with them. These impromptu entertainments are most enjoyable. There is no sense of restraint, and their absolute suddenness, absence of formality, and true hospitality form a remarkable contrast to the more formal pleasures of European life, and the regularity of entertainments which hang over one, till their very thought becomes insupportable. Of course, such entertainments are only possible in a country where the gardens are freely thrown open to everybody. End of section 29. Section 30 of In the Land of the Lion and Sun, Modern Persia, by Charles James Wills. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. Chapter 29. Persian Character, Costumes and Manners. The character of the Persian, as it appears to me, is that of an easy-going man with a wish to make things pleasant generally. He is hospitable and obliging, as honest as the general run of mankind, and is specially well disposed to the foreigner. He is very kind and indulgent to his children, and as a son his respect for both parents is excessive, developed in a greater degree to his father, in whose presence he will rarely sit, and he is in the habit of addressing and speaking of as master. The full stream of his love and reverence is reserved for his mother, and an undutiful son or daughter is hardly known in the country. Home virtues among the Persians are many. No act of serious import is ever undertaken without the advice of the mother. No man would think, for instance, of marrying contrary to his mother's advice, and by the very poorest the support of their parents would never be looked on as a burden. Respect for the aged is universal. This grey beard is a common term of respect, and an aged man or woman will frequently give an opinion unsolicited, and such advice is often requested, and always listened to as valuable. The peculiar honesty of the Persian servant towards his master in respect to his goods and chattels has been previously remarked, and in commercial morality I fancy that a Persian merchant will compare not unfavourably with that of the European generally, if he does not always attain the high standard theoretically adopted by the Englishman. To the poor, Persians are unostentatiously generous. Most of the rich have regular pensioners, old servants or poor relations who live on their bounty, and though there are no workhouses, there are in ordinary times no deaths from starvation, and charity, though not organized, is general. The Persian is, I regret to say, a liar. But Oriental exaggeration and a tendency to run into poetry, as Mr. Wegg said, perhaps accounts for much of this. After a time one learns to mentally discount the statements made by the natives, and habit generally enables one to do this correctly. All ranks of society exaggerate and draw the long bow. A curious instance of this occurred in Shiraz. I was conversing on the subject of hunting with the king's son, and a large circle of courtiers and priests filled the room. The prince narrated his exploits in hunting the antelope the previous day, and gravely stated that while pursuing a pair of ahu, when riding a very restive horse that he had, his headstall broke. "What should you have done, doctor?" "I should have tried to stick on as long as the ground was good, and expecting an accident, have awaited it." "Ah, that was because you are not a prince," he said. "I leant forward and, unclasping my belt, placed it in the horse's mouth as a bridle, and thus directing him, pursued my game, and killed both antelope." All the circle applauded, as of course they were bound to do. I was silent. "You don't mean to say you don't believe that?" said the prince. I smiled. "Speak out if you don't. I shan't be offended in the least." "Well, your highness, I don't believe it." "Quite right. Darog boot." It was a lie, unblushingly replied his royal highness, and burst into a fit of laughter quite unabashed. The circle of courtiers, of course, were convulsed. The giving of the lie is no insult in Persia. Among the natives, the common expression is, "You are lying," and the general reply is merely to asseverate the statement by an oath, no indignation whatever being shown at the charge. Procrastination is the attribute of all Persians. "Please God, tomorrow," being ever the answer to any proposition, and the tomorrow means indefinite delay. A great dislike is shown generally to a written contract binding the parties to a fixed date, and as a rule, on breaking it, the Persian always appeals for and expects delay and infinite days of grace. Only the upper classes and the natives of towns, among the military and servant class, are in the habit of indulging in intoxicants, and unchastity is confined to the females of these classes. This vice among young women prior to marriage is very unusual, and the Persian woman compares favourably with her European sister in this respect. Persians are clean in their persons, washing themselves and their garments frequently, differing in this habit from the Armenians, who never wash more frequently than once a month, and consider it unhealthy to do so. These people have a great fear of taking cold, and dread water, like cats. I would not trust myself to give my opinion on the character of the Armenian. Of course I have known brilliant exceptions, but when I say that I endorse all that Maurier, Malcolm, Lady Shiel, and the standard writers on Persia have said of these people, I need not add that my impression is unfavourable in the extreme. They possess one good quality, however: thrift. The Persian always makes the best of his appearance. He is very neat in his dress, and is particular as to the sit of his hat and the cut of his coat. They are all fond of animals, and do not treat them badly when their own property. Of course, hired horses and mules are often overridden, and a good deal of cruelty from ignorance in the way of riding animals with sore backs is seen. But as travellers must proceed, and are frequently unable to give their horses or mules a rest because they must keep with their caravan, this is not to be wondered at. The Persian, however, generally saves his animal as much as possible, and frequently dismounts and walks, leading his mule or horse. Much of the frequency of sore backs must be put down to the badly made saddles and pack saddles, the latter of which are merely stuffed with cut straw. Cruelty is not a Persian vice, torture and punishments of an unusual and painful nature being part of their judicial system. There are no vindictive punishments, such as solitary confinement, penal servitude for long terms of years, etc. Seldom, indeed, is a man imprisoned more than 12 months, the rule being that there is a general jail delivery at the new year. Royal clemency is frequently shown, often perhaps with want of judgment. Still, it is very frequent. A cook I had was years ago one of the Barbie rebels, and was seized and conducted to Tehran. His guilt was undoubted. He himself acknowledged it, and these men had made an attempt, nearly successful, on the Shah's life, actually wounding him. This cook, Mehdi, was chained by the neck with 11 others, and led out in the Shah's presence for execution. The 11 men had their throats cut. "Enough," said the king. "Let that poor rascal go." He was taken back to prison and his life spared. But though the Shah had meant that he should be released, there being no formal order, he remained in prison for several years, making a good living by selling savoury messes to his fellow prisoners. The costume of the Persians may be shortly described as fitted to their active habits. The men invariably wear an unstarched shirt of cotton. This is sewn with white silk, cotton as a sewing material being unknown. It is often, particularly in the south of Persia, elaborately embroidered about the neck. It fastens in front by a flap, having 2 small buttons or knots at the left shoulder. It seldom comes below the hips. There is no collar, and the sleeves are quite loose, and are not confined at the wrist. The lower orders often have it dyed blue, particularly the villagers, but the servant and upper classes invariably wear a white shirt. Silk shirts used to be worn, but are now seldom seen on men. Among the very religious, during the mourning month, Muharram, the shirt is at times dyed black. Zerajuma, or trousers, are of cloth among the higher classes, particularly those of the military order, who affect a garment of tightness approaching that worn by Europeans. But the ordinary zerajuma is of cotton, white or dyed blue, or at times red, cut very loose, and exactly similar to the pyjamas worn by Europeans in India. They are held up by a thin cord of red or green silk or cotton round the waist, and the labouring classes, when engaged in heavy or dirty work, or when running, generally tuck the end of these garments in under the cord, which leaves their leg bare and free to the middle of the thigh. The amplitude of these loose garments enables the Persian to sit without discomfort on his heels, his usual mode of sitting, for chairs are only used by the rich, great, or Europeanized, and it is a common thing for a visitor, if on familiar terms, to ask to be allowed to sit on his heels, as the unaccustomed chair tires him. Over the shirt in zerajuma comes the alkaluk, generally of quilted chintz or print. This is a loosely fitting garment, collarless, with tight sleeves to the elbow, whence to the wrist are a number of little metal buttons. These are fastened in winter and left open in summer. Above this is the coat, or kmerchin, a tunic of coloured calico, silk, satin, moire, cloth, cashmere, or kerman shawl, gold embroidered, silk, satin, or velvet, according to the time of year and the purse or position of the wearer. This, like the alkaluk, is open in front and shows the shirt. It has a small standing collar at times and is double-breasted. It has a pocket hole on either side, giving access to the pockets which are always in the alkaluk, into which garment is the breast pocket, where watch, money, jewels, and seals are kept. The length of the kmerchin denotes the class of the wearer. The military and official classes and the various noker, or servants, from the king's valet, who may also be prime minister, wear them short, that is to say, to the knee, while fops and lutis, sharpers, wear them shorter even than this. The priests and merchants in the villages, especially about Shiraz, and the townsmen and shopkeepers, with doctors and lawyers, wear them very long, often nearly to their heels. Over the kmerchin is worn the kolaja, or coat. This is, as a rule, cast off in summer, save on formal occasions, as when the wearer is performing his functions or making a call, and is often borne by a servant or carried over the shoulder by the owner himself. They are of cloth, shawl, or camel hair cloth, and are invariably lined throughout with either silk or cloth, flannel, or even fur. They are like the Turkish frock coat, made with a very loose sleeve and with many plaits behind. They have lapels, as with us, and are trimmed with gold lace, derbiri, shawl or fur, or at times worn quite plain. They have a roll collar and false pockets. Besides these garments there are others, such as the long juba, or cloth cloak. This ample and majestic garment is affected by mirzas, secretaries, government employees of high rank, as ministers, farmers of taxes, courtiers, physicians, priests. The wearers carry a staff as a rule. The jubas are made of the finest cloth, very amply cut, have a standing collar and long sleeves. These sleeves are from 1 to 2 feet longer than the arm, and are often allowed to hang down empty when the garment is worn out of doors. But when in the actual presence of guests or a grandee, they are used to keep the hands hidden, a token of respect to those present, and the many wrinkles formed by the excessive length of these sleeves is supposed to be their beauty. The aba, or camel hair cloak of the Arab, is often worn by travellers, priests, and horsemen. The priests particularly affect it. It is a very picturesque garment, warm and waterproof, also very light. Some of these abas are very expensive, though plain, while others, much embroidered in gold, are given as dresses of honour to the middle classes and priests, and are used at weddings, etc. Among outer garments worn by travellers and the aged are the well-known pusin, or Afghan skin cloak. These are full length, only used by travellers and the sick or aged, and the nimtan, or common sheepskin jacket, with short sleeves, used by shopkeepers and the lower class of servants, grooms, etc. in winter. They are mostly seen at Ispahan, and the Afghan posin is a wonderful garment for travellers, as it is also very warm and forms bed and bedding, but it has to be kept dry. The skins are dyed yellow. The fur is generally a natural brown. An ample cloak is made with very long sleeves which act as gloves, the hands not being protruded. They are often elaborately embroidered with yellow silk, and are worth in Tehran, where they are very common, from £4, 10 domans, to £16, 40 domans. Besides these balapush, or overcoats, is the yapunja, or woolen Kurdish cloak. This is a kind of felt, having a shaggy side of immense thickness. It looks like a bearskin and is of great weight. It is a half circle in shape. A strap at the neck holds it on. The wearer, generally a shepherd, uses it as a greatcoat, bed, and bedding. It is quite waterproof and very warm. The thing is worn slung, closed side to the wind, and is used as a shield against the wind or snow. There is also the felt coat of the villager, before described, a very warm and inexpensive garment which wears well. It is from ½ inch to 1 inch thick, and enables the villager to defy the severest weather. The cost is from 5 to 15 kerans. The kemmerbund, or belt, is also characteristic of the class. It is made of muslin, shawl, or cotton cloth among the priests, merchants, traders, and bazaar people. Shawls and muslin are also affected by the secretary class, and the more aged are old-fashioned among the great government employees. In it is carried by the literati and merchants the pen case and a roll of paper, and its voluminous folds are used as pockets. And by the bazaar people and villagers, porters and merchants' servants, a small sheath knife is stuck in it, while by farashes, the carpet spreader class, a large khanjar, or curved dagger, with a heavy ivory handle is carried, less for use than as a badge of office. The headgear, too, is very distinctive. The turban is worn by the priests. These use generally a white one, consisting of many yards of muslin, unless they be sayuds, or descendants of the Prophet, when a green one is worn. This, at times, is a very deep colour, nearly black, at others a grass green. These sayuds, too, generally wear a cummerbund, or girdle of green muslin, shawl, or cotton cloth. Merchants also affect the turban, usually of muslin, embroidered in colours, or of a yellow pattern on straw-coloured muslin, or of calico, or at times of shawl. The waist of the Persian is generally small, and he is very proud of his fine figure and broad shoulders. The distinctive mark of the courtier, military and upper servant class, is the belt, generally of varnished leather, black in colour, with a brass clasp, usually of Russian manufacture. The princes and courtiers often replace the brass clasp by a huge round ornament of cut stones, the favourite one of His Royal Highness Zile Sultan being of diamonds, of large size, a huge emerald being in the centre. The kola, or hat, is of cloth or sheepskin, on a frame of pasteboard. The most expensive are made of the black skin of the fetal lamb. Strange to say, these skins usually go to Europe to be dyed, I believe to Leipzig. The commoner people wear coloured lambskin hats as grey or even sheepskin with the wool long. The fashions in hats change yearly. They are generally affected by the military and noka, servant, class, by courtiers and beaux, and are usually worn with a knowing cock. The Ispahani merchant and the Armenian at times wear very tall ones. The hair is generally shaved at the crown, or the entire head is shaved, a kalkul, or long thin lock, being at times left, often 2 feet long from the middle of the crown. This is kept knotted up and hidden. Its use is to enable the Prophet Muhammad to draw up the believer into paradise. The lower orders generally have the hair over the temporal bone long, and this is brought into 2 long locks, turning backwards behind the ear. They are termed zulf. The beaux and youths are constantly twisting and combing them. The rest of the head is shaven. Long hair, however, is going out of fashion in Persia, and the more civilized affect the cropped hair worn by Europeans, and even have a parting in it. The chin is never shaved, save by beauty men or kashangs, though often clipped, while the moustache is usually left long. At 40, a man generally lets his beard grow its full length, and cherishes it much. Part of a Persian's religious exercises is the combing of his beard. Socks, knitted principally at Ispahan, are worn. They are only about 2 inches long in the leg. The rich, however, affect a longer sock. White cotton ones are worn in summer, and coloured worsted in winter. The patterns of these worsted socks are often very pretty and effective. The villagers only wear a sock on state occasions, as at a wedding, the New Year, etc. Shoes are of many patterns. The Rusi, or Russian shoe, similar to our children's shoe without the strap, is the most common. Next, the kafsh, or slippers of various kinds. The heel is folded down and remains so. The priests affect a peculiar heavy shoe, with an ivory or wooden lining at the heel. Green shoes of shagreen are very common at Ispahan. Blacking is unknown to Persians generally, but a European servant may always be recognized by his polished shoes. Boots are only used by horsemen, and are then worn much too large for ease. Those worn by couriers often come up the thigh, and are similar to those used by our sewer men. With boots are worn shulwar, or baggy riding breeches. These are very loose and tied at the ankle by a string. A sort of kilt is worn by couriers. Pocket handkerchiefs are never used, save by the rich or the Teheranis. Most Persians affect a shub kola, or night hat, for wear in their homes. This is a loose, baggy cap of shawl or quilted material. It is often embroidered by the ladies, and presents of night hats are as frequent with them as our ones of embroidered slippers. As to arms, these are usually carried only by the tribesmen, who bristle with weapons. The natives of the south of Persia and servants, these latter generally, particularly in Shiraz, carry a kama, or dirk, which is, however, seldom used as an offensive weapon, save in drunken rows. The soldiery, on or off duty, always carry one of these kamas, or their sidearms, sometimes both. They hack, but never thrust with them. Of course, on the road, the carrying of weapons is the rule, and it is needed, as there are no police, save the ephemeral phenomena introduced by Count Monteforte at Teheran. These men, who are really efficient, are too good to last. The costume of the women has undergone considerable change in the last century. It is now, when carried to the extreme of the fashion, highly indecent, and must be very uncomfortable. The garment doing duty as a chemise is called a perhan. It is, with the lower orders, of calico, white or blue, and comes down to the middle of the thigh, leaving the leg nude. Among the upper classes it is frequently of silk. At Shiraz it is often of fine cotton, and elaborately ornamented with black embroidery. Among the rich it is frequently of gauze, and much embroidered with gold thread, pearls, etc. With them it often reaches only to the navel. The head is usually covered with a shagat, or large square of silk or cotton embroidered. These shagats are folded, as were shawls amongst us some years ago, thus displaying the corners, 2 in front and 2 behind. It is fastened under the chin by a brooch. It is often of considerable value, being of cashmere shawl, embroidered gauze, etc. A jika, a jewelled feather-like ornament, is often worn at the side of the head, while the front hair, cut to a level with the mouth, is brought up in love locks on either cheek. Beneath the shagat is generally a small kerchief of dark material, worn to set off the complexion and preserve the shagat. Only the edge of this is visible. The ends of the shagat cover the shoulders, but the gauze perhan, quite transparent, leaves nothing to the imagination. The breasts and chest are very visible, and the abdomen is quite bare. On state occasions, or with women who aim at beauty, the face is always painted, more or less, and a profusion of jewellery worn. This is of the most solid description, the gold some 23 carats fine and quite flexible. No hollow jewellery is worn, intrinsic value being what is aimed at. Silver is only worn by the very poor, coral only by negresses. Necklaces and bracelets are much worn, and numerous chains with scent caskets attached to them, while the arms are covered with clanking glass bangles called alangu, some 20 even of these hoops being worn on an arm. Jewelled bazuband, containing talismans, are often worn on the upper arm, while among the lower orders and South Persian or Arab women nose rings are not uncommon, and at times bangles or anklets of beads on the ankles. The face on all important occasions, as at entertainments, weddings, etc., is usually much painted, save by young ladies in the heyday of beauty. The colour is very freely applied, the cheeks being reddened as are a clown's, and the neck smeared with white, while the eyelashes are marked with kohl, black antimony. This is supposed to be beneficial to the eyes, and almost every woman uses it. Very needlessly, as the large languishing eye of the Persian belle needs no adventitious aid. The eyebrows are widened and painted till they appear to meet, while sham moles or stars are painted on the chin and cheek, various in their way as the patches of the 18th century belles. Even spangles are stuck on at times on the chin or forehead. Tattooing is common among the poor in villages, and is seen among the upper classes. The hair, though generally hidden by the shagats, is at times exposed and plaited into innumerable little tails of great length, while a coquettish little skull-cap of embroidery or shawl or coloured silks is worn. False hair is common. The Persian lady's hair is very luxuriant and never cut. It is nearly always dyed red with henna, or black with indigo to a blue-black tinge. It is naturally a glossy black. Fair hair is not esteemed, and I have been asked to condole with ladies in their grief in being the possessors of fair locks. At Ispahan, so universal is this feeling that a young half-caste lady having beautiful golden hair dyed it on her marriage to a pre-Raphaelite auburn to please her Baghdadi husband. Blue eyes are not uncommon, but brown eyes, like those of the full-blooded Jewess, are the rule. A full moon face is much admired, and the possession of a dark complexion termed numak, salt, is the highest native idea of beauty. Most Persian women are small, with tiny feet and hands. The figure, however, is always lost after maternity, and they wear no support of any kind. A very short jacket of gay colour, quite open in front and not covering the bosom, with tight sleeves with many metal buttons, is usually worn in summer, a lined outer coat in cold weather. In winter, a pair of very short white cotton socks are used, and tiny slippers with a high heel. In summer, in the house, ladies often go barefoot. The rest of the costume is composed of the tumbun, or shulwar. These are simply short skirts of great width, held by a running string. The outer one, usually of silk, velvet, or cashmere shawl, often trimmed with gold lace, according to the purse of the wearer, or among the poor, of loud patterned chintz or print. Beneath these are innumerable other garments of the same shape, and varying in texture from silk to satin to print. The whole is very short indeed, among the women of fashion merely extending to the thigh, and as the number of these garments is amazing, and they are much buffet, the effect of a lady sitting down astonishes the beholder, and would scandalize the Lord Chamberlain. As the ladies are supposed, however, to be only seen by their lords in these indoor dresses, there is perhaps no harm done. Indecency, too, is very much an idea, for a Persian lady, who will thus expose her extremities and the greater part of her trunk, will carefully veil her face, showing nothing but the eyes. The ladies of rank, however, have no shame of any kind, and display very redundant charms. The indoor costume of the Persian lady is, in fact, exactly that of the corps de ballet, but shorter, while in winter an overmantle like the kolajar or coat of the man, and with short sleeves, lined and trimmed with furs, is worn. This gives the costume a peculiarly graceful appearance. Leg coverings are now being introduced, and the last princess of the blood royal I saw added to her comfort, though she destroyed the poetry of her appearance, by a tightly fitting pair of black cloth pants with a gold stripe. This garment will doubtless soon become general. In ancient days the Persian ladies always wore them, as may be seen by the pictures in the South Kensington Museum. In those times the two embroidered legs, now so fashionable as Persian embroideries, naqsh, occupied a girl from childhood to marriage in their making. They are all sewing, in elaborate patterns of great beauty, worked on muslin in silk. The outdoor costume of the Persian woman is quite another thing. Enveloped in a huge blue sheet with a yard of linen as a veil, perforated for 2 inches square with minute holes, the feet thrust into 2 huge bags of coloured stuff, a wife is perfectly unrecognizable, even by her husband, when out of doors. The dress of all is the same. Save in quality or costliness, the effect is similar. and yet with such a hideous disguise, a Persian coquette will manage to let the curious know if she have a good face and eye, by lifting her veil in a sly and half-timid way. The only thing I know exceeding in folly the chimney-pot hat is the outdoor dress of the Persian woman. Expensive, ugly, uncomfortable, hot in summer, cold in winter, words fail to express its numerous disadvantages. It has one positive quality. As a disguise, it is perfect, and its use favours the intrigues rife in the country. As for the children, they are always, when infants, swaddled. When they can walk, they are dressed as little men and women, and with the dress they often, nay generally, ape the manners. A Persian child of the upper class being a master of etiquette, an adept at flattery, and a mirror of politeness. It is a strange custom with the Persian ladies to dress little girls as boys, little boys as girls, till they reach 7 or 8 years. This is often done for fun, or on account of some vow, oftener to avert the evil eye. Persian women are very fond of their children and pet them greatly. The love of the Persian for his mother is very great. He never leaves her to starve, and her wishes are laws to him, even when he is an old man and she an aged crone. The mother is always the most important member of the household, and the grandmother is treated with veneration. Mothers-in-law are not laughed at or looked down on in Persia. Their presence is coveted by their sons-in-law, who look on them as the guardians of the virtue of their wives. The uncle, too, is a much nearer tie than with us, that is to say, the paternal uncle, while men look on their first cousins on the father's side as their most natural wives. Possibly this is because their female cousins are the only women they have any opportunity of knowing anything of personally. Black slaves and men nurses, or lullers, are much respected and generally retained in a household, while the daya, or wet nurse, is looked on as a second mother, and usually provided for life. Persians are very kind to their servants, and often try to make their people look on them as second fathers. A master will often be addressed by a servant as his father, and the servant will protect his master's property as he would his own, or even more jealously. A servant is invariably spoken to as bucha, child. The servants expect that their master will always take their part, and never allow them to be wronged. If he does not do so, he cannot obtain a good-class domestic, while if he sticks to the man, he never leaves him. The slaves in Persia have what Americans call a good time, well-fed, well-clothed, treated as spoiled children, given the lightest work and often given in marriage to a favourite son, or taken as a saga, or concubine, by the master himself. And respectable Persians only take a saga for 99 years, which is equivalent to a permanent marriage. Slaves have the certainty of comfort and a well-cared-for old age. They are always looked on as confidential servants, are entrusted with large sums of money, and the conduct the most important affairs, and seldom abuse their trust. The greatest punishment to an untrustworthy slave is to give him his liberty and let him earn his living. They vary in colour and value. The Habashi, or Abyssinian, is the most valued. The Suhali, or Somali, next in blackness, is next in price. The Bombasi, or coal-black Negro of the interior, being of much less price, and usually only used as a cook. The prices of slaves in Shiraz are a good Habashi girl of 12 to 14, £40. A good Somali, same age, half as much, while a Bombasi is to be got for £14, being chosen merely for physical strength. They are never sold, save on importation, though at times they are given away. Strange as it may appear to the mind of anyone who has lived in Persia, slavery in that country to the African is an unmixed good. Of course, the getting to Persia and the being caught is another thing. But I have never seen a Persian unkind to his own horse or his slave, and when overtaken by poverty, he would first sell his shirt, then his slave. End of section 30. Section 31 of In the Land of the Lion and Sun, or Modern Persia, by Charles James Wills. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. Chapter 30. Travelling, Artwork, Foods. Of marching with a native caravan I have no experience. Europeans as a rule avoid it, and having usually enough luggage and servants to occupy a string of mules of their own, generally travel by themselves. A specimen of daily life upon the road when marching will be given in my journal on our road home, when we did 28 days marching over some 25 to 30 miles a day, with only 2 days' rest. Of travelling post I have said enough. I have ridden myself from Ispahan to Tehran, 70 farsakhs, in 39 hours 25 minutes, the horses being mostly full of grass, taking 3 miles and 3/4 to the farsakh. This gives 260 miles as the distance, or a continuous speed of over 6.5 miles an hour, allowing for stoppages, sleep, etc., in that time. Probably the actual rate is an average of 8 miles, but it requires some resolution to keep it up. When it is remembered that the roads are vile in the extreme, being mere mule tracks, and that horses can only be changed every 20 to 26 miles, that a heavy kit is carried, also that saddling, to be done well, has to be done by oneself, the horses paid and haggled for, half the time being at night, and that the post people have to be awakened, it is not perhaps, after all, bad going. Much faster journeys than this, however, are made when the rider is expected, or prepared to liberally grease the palms of the post people. As a rule, the European always outrides the native, the baggy chouloirs of the latter rendering the wearer sore after prolonged cantering, and the native saddle and short stirrups being unfitted for long and rapid journeys. How a Persian can ever be thrown, as they are frequently, is very wonderful. Packed into a deeply forked saddle, with a tremendous pommel to which they cling, a fall ought to be impossible. The native bits are abkhori, or watering bit, a common snaffle, a dana, a most severe ring bit. These are made like the letter H, very small and having a plate to which a ring is attached, affixed to the middle of the centre bar. This ring acts as does the curb chain. A horse can be certainly stopped with one, but they are cruel, though effectual. Being made square, they cut like a knife, and are the frequent cause of very hard mouths. In fact, when one buys a horse, he is always a puller, and if an old horse, it takes a long time to accustom him to the snaffle. Of course, in posting, the native bit is the best to use, unless one wishes to be quite powerless. Endless yarns are told in Persia of the road and its vicissitudes. Everyone has had his special experiences, a few sweet, many bitter, and each man starts fully determined in his heart to make the fastest time on record, but a succession of bad horses, an ugly fall, or a very bad day often upset the most careful plans, or the dearness of grain, or a series of couriers may provide the rider with a number of half-starved or tired horses, or he may lose his way and find himself on the road to nowhere. I travelled once with one Malik Mohammed Beg, one of the couriers of the English legation. This man was a celebrated rider, and I well remember my astonishment seeing him get down from the saddle and deliberately place a sharp stone under it, in order to get an extreme turn of speed out of a wretchedly knocked-up post-horse. On going into Tehran, I was horrified to see the post-house guide deliberately whip a bit of cord round his knife-blade, thus making a goad of 3/4 of an inch in length, with which he urged on his wretched steed. Remonstrance was useless, and as he went on ahead, he called to me to follow his example. Among the stock yarns told amongst Europeans in Persia is that of the most cruel and elaborate hoax I have ever heard of. One of the Tehran residents was in the habit of snubbing a quiet little man who had come to the country as private secretary to the manager of an enormous scheme for the regeneration of Persia. The little man bore the rough jokes and rudeness of his tormentor for a year, and then, as even worms will turn, got huffy and vowed revenge. Unluckily for the habitual snubber, He had revealed in a moment of confidence that he was the proprietor of some tickets in an Austrian lottery scheme, that a drawing was imminent. Also, he gave some of his numbers, even exhibiting the bonds or tickets. One morning, the monotony of Tehran life was broken with the news that X had won a fortune. It appeared that a bogus telegram was brought to a gentleman in Tehran, requesting him to ascertain if the holder of a certain number in the lottery was in Tehran, as he was believed to be a Mr. X. No sooner was the news communicated to X than he went to his strong-box to verify the number, and to his delight found that he was the actual holder of the winning bond. A castle, 100,000 gulden, and the territorial rank of count was, I believe, the prize, as stated in the telegram. X sent an immediate invitation to his friends to come to his house, and was congratulated generally on his good fortune. No one being taken into the secret, everybody's pleasure was sincere, and they became accomplices unaware in the carrying out of the elaborate trick. Just as the excitement was at its height, and the clock was 5 minutes to 12, the perpetrator of the hoax arrived. He was received by the victim with open hands and bursting to tell his news. This was heard, and the expected congratulations given. "I have made up my mind to return to Europe at once," said the doomed one. "We shall buy a 200-ton yacht and live a good deal abroad," etc., etc. "By the by, what is today?" said the hoaxer. "The 1st of April. Tableau. I regret to add, though, that this very cruel joke caused an attack of hysterics to the victim's wife. X was the hero of many tales, one of which was too good not to be perpetuated. An American missionary at a large breakfast party was suddenly accosted by X from the other end of a long table with, "I say, P, I don't believe in hell." The parson took no notice, but the remark was repeated in a loud tone after a dead silence. "I say, P, I don't believe in hell." The pale Yankee drew himself up, and in the national drawl quietly replied, "Well, for your sake, X, I hope you're right." That parson was more than a match for his opponent. Another Persian tale of these latter days is the answer of a lady as witty as she was prepossessing. On the high road to the capital from the Caspian, the members of the expedition sent by the German government to observe the transit of Venus met a lovely vision in habit and hat on a prancing steed. They halted, saluted, and declared their errand. "To observe the transit of Venus. Ah, well, you can go home now, gentlemen. Your duty is done. Goodbye." And the pretty vision disappears at a smart canter, away in the Ewigkeit, as Hans Breitmann says. That joke dawned on those Germans after some hours. There was once a little paper published in the Persian Gulf called the Jask Howl, to which I was a contributor, but it died a very natural death after becoming very personal. Theatricals, too, had their day, both in the capital and down country. Lawn tennis, played on a ground of prepared mud, was the great amusement when I left Tehran. Riding, however, is the never-failing pastime, and the poorest European can afford a horse. Photography was to me a pleasant way of beguiling the tedium of a Persian down-country life. I spent many hours a day and obtained a fair proficiency, but finding myself becoming a slave to it, I gave it up, though reluctantly. In the meantime, I had taken innumerable likenesses and some 200 types. I had also the barren honour of having large photographs reproduced in the graphic and illustrated. I patronized art in Persia to the extent of having some enamels painted on small gold plaques. This art is rapidly being lost, and the continued marring of an otherwise pretty picture by errors of drawing and perspective is very annoying. I also commenced having illustrations to the wonderful novel of Hadji Baba by Maurier executed by native artists. But the men I employed raised their prices in almost geometrical progression as each fresh picture was executed. They are, however, very spirited and well exhibit Persian life. While I was in Ispahan, Monsieur P. was sent by the Magasin du Louvre to buy curios, china, etc. of every description. He bought with a vengeance, doubtless knowing what he was about. All was fish that came to the net, and to see the little Frenchman gesticulating to a crowd of excited Persians, each anxious to dispose at a fancy price of his own wares, was very amusing. Since that time it has been difficult to get anything really good in the curio way in Persia, each man thinking his own article an unappreciated treasure. There are better carvings, generally ornamental sherbet spoons, and boxes carved from pearwood with a common knife and very beautifully done, are still to be had. But the work is deteriorating, and the attempt to copy European drawings is destroying its originality. Very beautiful carving, or rather engraving, on metal is still done in Ispahan, and I have some cups of brass and others of silver that are probably unique in this kind of metalwork. But that too is deteriorating. The good artists find it pays them better to do a quantity of coarse work for the exporting curio dealers than finer and more delicate engravings, which are paid for at a higher rate, but which tax their sight and skill to the uttermost. Calligraphy, as a high art, is dying the death. A single line by a great calligrapher was worth a fabulous amount, and large sums were often paid for a good manuscript of Hafiz or of the Koran. Printing has destroyed all this, and the cheap volumes from Bombay presses tend to eradicate calligraphy as an art. A kind of inlaid work, similar to our Tonbridge ware, is made in Persia. It is to be seen at both Ispahan and Shiraz. Though not so chaste as the Indian work, it is much more varied in pattern, and the effect is good. Metal is freely used with the coloured woods, but brass and not silver is employed. It is called katan. Glove and handkerchief boxes are made for the European market, and tables, chairs, chests, and backgammon boards and mirror frames for the wealthy Persians. The Shiraz work is the best. Ispahan is celebrated for its incised work on iron. This poulad, as it is termed, is beautifully veined and cleverly damascened, being inlaid with thin plates of gold. The specimens are, however, very expensive. As the work is the monopoly of a family, prices are almost prohibitive. This, too, is a dying art. Of painters and paintings I have spoken. The copying of doubtful European works is their bane, and they fail in their rendering of the nude, in which they delight. For pretty faces and good colouring, the Persian artist has a deserved reputation. He is especially great in miniatures, some of these being almost microscopic. The embroideries of Resht on the Caspian are too well known to need description. They are very florid, but cheap and effective. The price is about £2 a square yard for very elaborate ones, if a large one is ordered and paid for by instalments as the work proceeds. Aniline colours, used to dye the silks employed, are the curse of the modern work, the showy tints of which soon fade. These, however, can be avoided by specifying that they are not to be used. The gold and silver work, except for that of Zinjan, is poor in the extreme, but solid, while for filigree work especially, Zinjan rivals Malta. There are, however, some great artists. Stones are clumsily set, and often even strung and bored. A few clever gem setters have come from Constantinople to the capital. The use of starch is unknown in Persia, and laundress is very bad. As in most eastern countries, the washing is done at the side of a stream, the minimum amount of soap and the maximum of beating being employed. Such rough washing rapidly destroys one's linen. Nowadays, most Europeans keep a laundress, or what is called a washerman, of greater or less skill, and their shirts are got up as in Europe. The Persians understand ironing, and the trade of ironer is a common one. The dresses of the common people are ornamented by lines drawn on them parallel with each other by means of a kind of iron. The garment is laid on a large jar of clay, and holding this between his knees, the ironer, Utulkesh makes his pattern upon the new garment of silk or cotton. The same means are used to mark the stuffs for quilting, which is much in fashion. A Persian wears always at least one quilted garment, and his quilts, lahaf, are simply large sheets of thick quilting. New cloth clothes are also carefully ironed, a box iron filled with live charcoal being generally employed. The needlework of the Persians is very beautiful, the silk being used for sewing to the total exclusion of cotton. Some of the patterns of embroidery, especially those on silk, are very original, while the networks of white silk, done with the needle on the rubanda or veils, at the part covering the eyes, being wholly done with the needle, are almost monuments of artwork. Women as well as men smoke the kalyan, and the aged ladies are often opium eaters to a large extent. The general amusement of the Persian women of every rank is the bath. Generally 3 or 4 hours in the week are passed by the very poorest in the hammam. As for the wealthier, they have baths in their own houses and use them almost daily. The middle classes make parties to go to the hammam and assist each other in the various processes of shampooing, washing with the kisa or rough glove, and washing the hair with pipe clay of Shiraz. A plan, by the way, which it is worthwhile to follow, for the hair is rendered thereby cleaner than when eggs are used. The pipe clay is made up in little round cakes much resembling biscuits. A traveller of the pessimist kind, who was posting through the country to India, once showed me a pocketful of these cakes of clay, and drew my attention to the beastly native biscuits that a fellow couldn't eat. He'd got a large handful for a copper as he passed through a roadside bazaar. Serious matters are the dyeing of the hair and beard, the use of the depilatory, and the smoothing of the soles with pumice, and lastly, the dyeing of the soles and palms of the hands with henna. The very poor seize the opportunity to wash their rags in the public bath at the same time that they bathe. These public baths are open free to charge and without distinction to rich and poor. A few coppers are given to the delaks, or bath attendants, male and female. These pay for fuel, hot water, etc. Certain hours are appropriated to each sex. The whole bath can be always exclusively hired for a few karans. As to bread, it is of 3 varieties, and is all made from leavened dough. The sangak is of the thickness of a finger, some 3 feet long and a foot wide. This is baked in a peculiar manner, and from the word sung, a stone, it obtains its name. A huge arched oven is half filled with small pebbles from the river. Upon these pebbles is placed a pile of brushwood. This is fired and fed till the stones are sufficiently hot. The fire is then pushed into a corner, and the flaps of dough are placed on the heated stones by means of a peel, as many as 20 loaves being put on at a time. Batch after batch is baked in this way, the stones being stirred occasionally when they get too cool to bake well, and the fire is raked forward and fed again, and so on. Or at times the fire is simply shifted from place to place in the oven, the loaves being placed on the stones as they are heated. Thoroughly good bread is the result, crisp, appetizing, and satisfying. Eaten hot with butter, it is the finest of breads after the Russian. Of course, it is absolutely pure. The term flapjack is applied to this form of bread by the Europeans in Persia. The next variety is usually baked by the smaller bakers of the various suburbs of the towns, who have a slower sale. Your Persian likes his bread hot from the oven, saith the thrifty Ispahani, who prefers it cold, thus gaining in the weight. This is the tanur bread. The tanur, or oven, is simply a huge jar fixed into the earth, and usually placed against a wall. This is constantly fed with pieces of camel thorn, which catch from the flames at the bottom, and keep the walls of the jar hot, as well as maintaining a high temperature inside. The loaf is the same thickness as the sangak, and about 2 feet by 1, oval in shape. They are flung against the inside of the heated jar by a peculiar motion of the hand of the shatir, or baker's oven man. In a few seconds they are thoroughly done and browned. They are then quickly removed by a fork, and others placed in their stead. The third kind of bread is that usually baked by villagers or tribesmen. It is a thick circular loaf, some foot or more in diameter, and is a sort of griddle cake. It is baked on a hot plate of iron, or at times a pot lid covered with live ashes is placed over it, or the cake is turned over. The unleavened bread, which is best prepared by Armenians and Kurds, is merely a paste of water and flour, rolled to the thinness of a wafer and of great size. It is baked on a hot plate, and is hung out to air and dry. It is then folded, when not quite dry, into 4. It will keep for several months if kept dry, and is damped prior to using, when it loses its brittleness and becomes easily rent but unbreakable. It is a capital bread for the road. It is invariably carried by Persians when marching, being very portable, and as palatable after a couple of months as on the day it was made. Rusks, biscuits, and a peculiar form of very dry bread called twice fired are especially made for travellers, and the Armenians prepare a kind of bun which is made with flour and ghee, slightly sweetened, and sprinkled with sesamum seeds. Sesamum and poppy seeds are often used to ornament and flavour the breads, especially the tanur variety. Hard-boiled eggs are also sold, dyed red or yellow, for the use of travellers. A lump of cheese, a few raisins, and a dozen of eggs are, with some of the twice-fired bread, a sufficient and cheap provision for the native traveller. The appetite of some of the lower orders for bread is very extraordinary. I've often been surprised to have a servant ask for an increase of wages because he had a large appetite. Persians invariably pay their servants so much in cash, so much by weight of bread, 2 suits a year, and what is left at meals divided among them. This the European does not do. He gives it all in coin. I have seen a boy eat 14 pounds of new bread, and as a sauce to the bread, a dozen hard-boiled eggs. I saw this, and I left him, still eating. Bread, eggs, mast, curds, and cheese form the staple food of the labouring classes in Persia. Occasional onions, eaten in chunks as a boy eats an apple with us, render the menu tasty, and the eater insupportable. Meat the poor seldom eat. When they do get it, they make soup of it, pounding up the meat after it is boiled to rags, and mixing it anew with the soup. They dip bits of bread in the mess until it is consumed. Of course, in the fruit, lettuce, cucumber, grape, and melon seasons, these form a large portion of their diet. End of section 31. Section 32 of In the Land of the Lion and Sun, or Modern Persia, by Charles James Wills. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. Chapter 31. Education. Leave and return via India. As to education in Persia, reading, writing, and the rudiments of arithmetic are general among the merchant and bazaar class, and each small village has its school, which is generally held in the mosque. The usual sum paid for instruction to the muallim, or schoolmaster, is from 6pence to 1 shilling a month. The letters are taught, and then the reading in Arabic of the Koran. Of course, the boys do not understand what they read, and as they all read at once in chorus, the noise is deafening. The discipline is severe, and a boy who is idle, or whose parents are backward with the monthly stipend, has a rough time of it. The bastinado on a miniature scale is always ready in the corner, and a rope and pulley is kept, in which a troublesome boy's hand and foot may be placed, so that he may be hoisted on high, a terror to evildoers. This, however, is not a painful punishment. It is a sort of substitute for the standing on the form as practised with us. No attempt is made to teach anything more than the 3 R's. Particular attention is devoted to calligraphy, for a good writer is sure of his living, if merely as a clerk. Those who aspire higher, to the post of Mirza or secretary, generally obtain a knowledge of phrase, trope, and compliment from the writings of the poets, and the intricacies of detail on these matters are endless. In fact, they are a science. The tales of Saadi and a smattering of Arabic form the climax of what is learned at school. At many village schools, only a few of the boys learn to write, all to read. This power of reading they soon lose, but a villager has little occasion for it, and the repeating from memory of a few prayers and passages from the Koran, with some verses of poetry, is generally all that remains to the villager of his education. The quoting of poetry in Persia is universal. It is in every man's mouth, from highest to lowest, and is introduced into the most unpoetical conversations. The servants would often pass their evenings listening to the declamation of the poet Ferdowsi as intoned by my cook, and certain hackneyed quotations are ever on the lips of even the most ignorant. A few boys, after leaving school, progress to college, medresa. These are intended for the priesthood, the law, or medicine. There seem to be no regular courses. The student studies Arabic sedulously, and reads a good deal in a desultory sort of way, much time being devoted to poetry and commentaries on the Koran, while he fills up the rest of his time in literally sitting at the feet of the local Gamaliels, regularly presenting himself at the receptions of the heads of law and religion. He is seen at their mejlises, or assemblies, ever ready with a quotation, or a smooth affirmative, or a sigh of astonishment at the erudition of his patron. The student swells the throng of his numerous hangers-on, accompanying him on visits and to the mosques, ever ready to write a letter, run with a message, give an order to a servant, in fact, to do everything that is not exactly menial. After a few years of assiduously imitating the great man, the young priest or lawyer is, perhaps, sent to a small village, where he may become pedagogue and parson, or he elects to follow the fortunes of some grandee as secretary on no wages, with possible opportunities of modical peculation. Or if a doctor's son or relative, he compounds his drugs for a year, and then is a full-blown hakim, or physician, and setting up in some distant town on the principle that no man is a prophet in his own country, he may earn a very comfortable living. In Tehran there is a college where the rudiments of a liberal education are taught by English and French professors on an ambitious scale. From this college are recruited the courtiers, diplomats and government employees of the Shah, also the principal officers of the army. The daughters of the rich and learned are the only women who are at all educated. Some of them are good readers and reciters of poetry, and can even write verse themselves. But most of the educated women can merely write a letter and read the Koran, or an ordinary Persian storybook, the former without comprehension, it being in Arabic. A great deal of their time is given to poetry, and they are all of a very sentimental turn. About 1 woman to 50 educated men are found, the policy of Mohammedanism being not to open the eyes of a woman too wide. Among the educated classes, many are infidels, others pure theists, while communism, as a religion, is followed by the numerous secret sectaries of the Bab, among whose tenets is undoubtedly, though the Babis deny the fact, that of community of wives and property. The great portion, however, of the merchants, traders and villagers are really Mohammedans, a practical and workaday religion, when stripped of mummery and bigotry. The Persian is not prone to fanaticism, though he is easily excited to it, and dangerous when in a state of religious fervour. They are very particular as to prayers and forms, as fasting, etc., and may carry them out at great personal inconvenience. Among the higher servants, military and courtier class, however, irreligion is rife. These say no prayers, keep no fasts, have no belief, and are utterly dead to everything but what they believe to be their own interests. Many openly boast their disbelief in anything, and this is done with impunity. In the year 1874, I had occasion to march down to Bushire. The journey was without incident, but shows the extraordinary variety of the climate. We went down on our own horses in 5 days. The first day, we lay with all our rugs in a small room, 4 of us, with a huge fire, and it was impossible to sleep for the intense cold. The next day we rode through heavy snow, having to blunder through drifts on foot up to our waists, dragging our horses, and glad to drink raw curacao to keep any warmth in us when freezing on our horses, where we were able to ride. The 4th night we slept in the open air at Dalike, under some palms with next to no covering, and as I was the only one of the party who had taken the precaution to keep my head wrapped up in a handkerchief and my gloves and a pair of socks on, so I was the only one who was not terribly bitten on face, feet, and hands by mosquitoes. That day and the next we suffered from the heat. The only memorable event in Bushire, which we left after a week's stay, was the good fortune of one of the cable employees. He had bought a ticket in the big Indian Derby sweepstakes for 9 rupees, the original price being 10. It was sold to him rather against his will, the seller being a married man, and feeling it wrong to gamble. The ticket won £5,000, which was duly paid to the lucky buyer. What must have been the feelings of the other man? Mr. S., the purchaser, however, salved them by generously giving him 500 rupees. Being now entitled to 2 years' leave, I made up my mind to return home, and posted up to Tehran and Resht, thence by Russian steamer over the Caspian. On the Caspian I met the Reverend R.B. of the Church Missionary Society, who had been stationed at the Armenian village of Jufa near Ispahan. He was returning with his wife after a stay in Persia of some years. This companionship made a tedious journey more agreeable. We had fine weather on the Caspian, and reached Tsaritsyn without incident. In passing through Russia, a French lady, Madame O., authoress of Impressions of Life in Russia, came into our train. She was accompanied by a crowd of friends who had provided her with supplies of food and drink, fruits and sweetmeats on a most extensive scale. These she most kindly insisted on our partaking of. She proved an amusing companion, but differed on religious matters with the clergyman, who at length expressed himself as shocked with her very liberal opinions. The lady then ceased to argue, and asked for a cigarette. My friend gave her one, but it was of Tehran manufacture, and not at all to her taste. "Tiens," she said, handing a silver case to him filled with Russian Le Ferme cigarettes. "My opinions are like your cigarettes, execrable, but my cigarettes are undeniable." And they were. I took my 2 years' leave, married, and made up my mind, very reluctantly, not to return to Persia. But the English climate did not agree with me, and at length my wife and I determined to go out, and at all events, see if it were preferable to England or no. I fancy it was rather against my own previous ideas, as we were shown a letter of mine by a married French friend, who had, when personally unknown to me, written to ask what was the needful outfit for Persia. I had replied, so many shirts, boots, etc., such saddlery, and above all, no wife. After 5 years' experience, we both think my advice to my friend was correct. In September 1876, we got on board the British India Steamship Company's ship Arcot. Our friends and relatives went with us as far as Gravesend. We went through all the usual weepings and farewells. My wife was very ill till in the Bay of Biscay. I insisted then on her coming on deck, and after that, though she couldn't stand the saloon, which was stuffy, for the first week, she enjoyed the voyage, which, as she had never left Europe before, had all the charm of novelty. We were lucky in our ship, and lucky in our captain, and we had only one fellow passenger, a youth of 19. Save a Portuguese doctor who got in at Lisbon and out at Aden, whence he was bound to Mozambique. There was an enormous staff of Portuguese, half-caste, waiters, and with so few passengers, of course, we received great, almost oppressive attention from them. The captain had a small dog of the curly variety called Tiger, and one boy looked after him, and another after our little black and tan terrier, Pip. Of this arrangement I was unaware till one day I asked a boy, they were much alike, if he had seen the dog about. "Don't know, sir. I Tiger's boy, sir. I go ask Pip's boy, sir." There being so few passengers, we got a stateroom for 4 to ourselves, which opened into a bathroom. This was specially convenient, and the bath of hot and cold water very refreshing in the hot places we had to pass on our long 7 weeks' voyage. At Lisbon we stayed 2 days. The entrance to the mooring place was very fine, and the site of the old town, that destroyed by earthquake, was pointed out to us. The wine trade seemed to absorb the principal energies of the inhabitants, who were a bustling lot, and the reverse of prepossessing. As it rained the whole time we were there, we saw nothing of the place. We got a box of bucelles, containing 2 dozen, for £2, for use on our march up country, and found it a clear, light wine, but not strong enough for the ordinary English palate. It did not seem to be sophisticated. Algiers, the next port we reached, was a delightful break in the voyage. We went ashore, saw the lions, and here my wife had her first glimpse of Oriental life. The Arabs in their white burnooses, looking in the gloaming like so many freshly risen Lazaruses. The Negroes, veiled women, camels, etc., all astonished and delighted her. We went for several long drives, in the sun and dust. We sat under the palms of the place, in the dust, and heard the band. Lunched at a cafe, in the dust. Bought many lovely photographs, and were very sorry to continue our voyage. We here got fresh sardines, very far superior to tinned ones we thought them. Of Port Said and Suez there is little to be said. A kind of café chantant, with roulette on disadvantageous terms, seemed to wake into extreme liveliness on the arrival of the P&O boat at the more cheerful of these 2 towns. I really forget which. Environs, of an elderly Teutonic type, sang and played on various instruments, while a roaring temporary trade was done in beer and siphons. The canal is too well known to need description. At Jeddah we had 2 days. The first one was diversified by an invitation to the house of the consul, whose nephew was acting, and in the afternoon we went for a gallop on donkeys in the desert. Such donkeys! Nearly 14 hands high, pure white, groomed within an inch of their lives, full of spirit, and worth £40 apiece. I forget if these animals were Bahrain donkeys, or in fact where they did come from, but they were the equal of any hack I ever rode. Soft-mouthed, spirited, of free action, they kept up with our host's horse with ease, and our ride in the desert was certainly an enjoyable one. The next day the captain was good enough to give us a day on a coral reef. We went by boat to the reef, and saw nature's superb aquarium, where all the vegetation and fishes were in such good condition, such zoophytes, such seaweeds, and such gorgeous fish, sponges of all sorts and sizes, and coral of all sorts of shapes and colours, lovely indeed as seen through the clear water. The boat was run aground on the reef, and the men got us many specimens, which we carefully treasured in a footbath for 24 hours. But the great heat killed them all then. Huge sea slugs were very numerous. They are eaten by the Chinese, and are dried and sold in large quantities. We did not call at Hodeidah, the port of Mocha. At Aden we laid 3 days, and of course went to see the tanks. Very wonderful, but so often described that it would be presumptuous to attempt it. We were presented by Captain Hansard of the BISS Company with a large basket of the biggest and sweetest oranges we had ever tasted. They were from Madagascar. Only those who have been in the Red Sea can appreciate the delights of such a present at its full value. Captain Hansard's vessel, the steamer for Zanzibar, was moored alongside ours while cargo was transshipped. There was quite a congregation of British India steamers. Captain Hansard brought on board for our amusement his pet, a rare species of lemur. This being, he was more human than a monkey, constantly accompanied the captain over his ship. He was a dullish white, save the body and arms, which were covered by a bright brown-coloured fur, giving the animal the appearance of having on a sort of cardigan. The bright yellow eyes and noiseless, rapidly graceful movements were strange. The term lemur being a very appropriate one, for the animal was very ghost-like. And quite different in habits from the common grey lemur, Grimes, for so Captain Hansard named him, was a most gentle and affectionate animal, clinging to his master like a baby, and quite like a child in his affection. But Grimes's temper was uncertain. He got loose, and would have severely bitten a youth who teased him, had he not been with difficulty secured, and this he never would have been had not Captain Hansard just then luckily come on board. To his master's whistle he came at once. More agile than a monkey, the creature, when pursued, flew over the rigging and awnings, taking long bounds without apparent effort, like an exaggerated spring-heeled jack, coming down to the ground noiselessly, as if devoid of weight. Grimes was altogether a notable animal. His master was much attached to him. We were presented with a monkey by another of the captains. He was amusing, as all monkeys are, but his light paled before the superior attractions of Grimes. Leaving Aden, we ran straight for Kurachi, which we reached after nearly 5 weeks from London. We knew no one in the place. We should have been glad to see a little of India by taking a tour by rail, but Captain Burke assured us that he might be ordered off at any moment by telegram, and as we did not feel disposed to chance being separated from our kit, we had to forego it. Each day we went ashore after tiffin, and were driven about in a landau and pair. It was much too hot to walk. Since we reached Jeddah, we had been sleeping on the skylight platform. This was each night fenced in by tent walls, but here the damp drove us below. On this skylight, too, a big awning covered the whole deck, we lunched and dined. One day we diversified our drive by an excursion to Mugarpir. It is some 20 miles off, most of the way on a good road, but a terribly dusty one. We had to take 4 horses, and as soon as we arrived were glad to take refuge in the traveller's bungalow and lie down to escape the heat. After lunch, tiffin I may say, as we were in India, we went to see the muggers, alligators. Behind a low mud wall was a muddy pool, having some 20 snouts exposed, apparently lifeless. They looked like bits of driftwood. Under a tree lay a big alligator, quite motionless. On the Guardian being interviewed, he suggested our regaling the muggers with a kid. One was brought by a villager, paid for and killed. The priest in charge now advanced close to the pool. The eyes of the owners of the snouts opened, but the heads hardly moved. We saw several other smaller reptiles among the bushes. The man now called to them. A few wagged their heads slightly, but otherwise did not notice him. Then he brought the kid, and all now were instantly alive. Those who had been hidden in the bushes slid into the muddy waterhole, and all began to swim vigorously, while the big gentleman under the tree actually opened his eyes, but he did not stir. The body of the kid was tossed in, and instantly torn in pieces and struggled for. In 2 minutes it had disappeared. It was a horrible sight. In another 5 minutes the pool was still. The motionless heads lay sweltering in the sun, and all was as quiet as death. The Guardian now advanced to the big alligator, and informed us that he was a legatee, and regularly fed under the terms of a will, and so independent of the vote of kids. The brute allowed the man to open his jaws, and gave no sign of life, save that when called his eyes opened. He was a fine animal, but the rest of the muggers were what Americans would call right mean little cusses. We satisfied the priest and returned to Kurachi, having seen its one sight. One other thing, the oysters at Kurachi are not bad, particularly when you know you won't get any for 5 years to come. We were much struck by the beauty and cheapness of the black wood furniture here. This beautiful carved furniture is now, so they told us, out of fashion in India, and may be had for a song. The worst of it is brittle and bulky. We went to one of the dealers and bought £100 worth, and for this sum our Persian home would have been sumptuously furnished. We made a contract with the seller, in writing, to pay him 10% extra for the whole to be delivered free on board, in cases not weighing over £300 each, and not measuring more than 4 by 3 feet. If otherwise as to size and weight, the bargain to be off. The afternoon before the Arcot left, we, on our return from our drive, found the dealer on board, and he smilingly informed us that the furniture was all in the hold. He then presented his bill. I smelt a rat, as I had told him I must see the cases and weigh them before shipment. Luckily, I did not trust the fellow. for some of the cases weighed 800 pounds, and of course could not have gone up country in Persia. I refused to take delivery and was threatened with the law, but it appears that the dealer, on showing his contract to a solicitor, was told he had no case, and reluctantly removed his packages. I was sorry the man lost by the affair, but packages of huge size and weight were useless for mule carriage, so we lost our blackwood furniture. We had 10 days of the coast of Beluchistan and the Persian Gulf, stopping at Linga, Bunda Abbas, etc., though we did not go ashore, having no desire for some hours' pull in the sun in an open native boat on a very rough sea. At length Bushire was reached, and after a 7 weeks' voyage from the time we left London, we landed in Persia, and were hospitably entertained at the Residency, where Colonel Prideaux, one of the whilom captors of King Theodore, was acting political resident in the Persian Gulf, Colonel Ross being at home on leave. I was anxious to draw pay again, which I could only do on reaching my station, Shiraz, and to escape the rains, so I engaged a muleteer, and finding 2 of my old servants and a boy in Bushire, we started with 30 mules, ourselves riding muleteers' ponies. Our stay in Bushire lasted only 4 days, and at some personal discomfort we started, hoping to avoid the rains which were due in a fortnight. End of section 32.